Oh, yes, I will. Good morning, traders, friends, family, and everyone else, and including pets. Good morning, pets. Glad you can make it. You're at the right place at the right time. And yes, we have saved you that all worthy front row seat. Welcome to Topstep TV. Yes, Topstep TV, the biggest and best names in the trading world on our show. This is opening call, and he's surf and I'm turf. And I'm sure that you've had that already, right? No Big Macs.
No,
Yeah, surfing.
I have had surf and turf for sure.
Okay, good. I got it right today. Well, we've got an informative and educational show for you today and every day. We're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, your biggest fan, and even that voice in your head that keeps reminding you the only way to do great work is to love what you do. If you haven't found it yet, keep looking. All right, so let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, trading mentor, the man with the plan, John, a.k.a. the Hoag Hoagland. Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Eddie. Always a pleasure to see you. Happy Thursday, July the 25th, everybody. As always, we're seeking accurate context in these markets, always remembering risk management and remaining patient in our trading. Eddie, I used to like to say good morning to everybody and at least to a few people. And short life hack, good to see you, Matt, Toby, Pete, Mompor, Crypto, Theo. It's good to see you, Daruma, Mike, Doug, Radion, Joyce, and JT. That's as far as I can go. It's great to see everybody. Welcome. We're very happy that you are here, and we're going to see if we can't put together a good trading day here.
All right, so doing let's show the if you're old enough, the romper room thing. All
Yeah,
right, yeah,
yeah.
romper, stomper, bomper, boo. All right, well, let's get to the news here. Um, President Joe Biden addressed the nation last night for the first time since dropping the reelection bid, explaining he was stepping aside to allow a new generation to um, take over after weeks of concern about his age and health. Biden, the oldest president in U.S. history at 81. So we'll keep an eye on that. The only other president that actually did that was Lyndon B. Johnson. He was under fire for handling the Vietnam War, pulling out of the campaign. Spotlight now falls on Vice President Harris, who is set to formally be nominated Democratic Party late August here in Chicago. Reuters poll completed on Tuesday showed Harris with a lead of 2 percentage points over Donald Trump, 44 to 42. But then again, a CNN poll showed that Trump was leading Harris 49 to 46. So it's anybody's game here right now. U.S. stock futures traded in a mixed fashion, being very fashionable. Today, with previous session, sharp driven off sell-offs. God, we took a dump yesterday and continued. So let's see what we can do here today. The Dow right now, 0.1% higher, S&P 0.3% better, and the NASDAQ fell. Actually, S&P dropped 0.3%, NASDAQ fell by 0.6. My goodness. Dow futures, congratulations, you're a little higher today. Major Wall Street indices did slump yesterday. Now, this was the reason being behind this was the earnings from our good friends Alphabet and Tesla. Dow Jones Industrial Average fell over 500 points. Yes, 1.3%, while the S&P dropped 2.3%, and the NASDAQ fell off the cliff, 3.6%. That was the worst since, I was going to say 1922,
No.
2022. Still, we haven't seen that for a while. So we do got some earnings today. Johnny will be talking about those. The biggest ones at American Airlines, Honeywell, and Hasbro. Yes, I've got bros and sisters. More than 25% of the companies in the S&P have reported their second quarter earnings. So anyway, we talked about some of the earnings yesterday. One of the bigger ones was Ford. Ford also took a dump. Stock slumped pre-market after the auto giant reported a significant profit miss for the second quarter. and the stock fell 11%. Ouch. I drive a Chevy. I've been buying Chevys my whole life. I've never had I think maybe I had a Ford. I don't know, but it was used. So anyway, 11%. That was after hours, following the automakers posting the adjusted profit, 47 cents per share, and they were expecting 68 cents. So that's what I've got here, Johnny. And what else do we have here we can share with our lovely traders?
Well, we do have a lot of economic data that is already out this morning and more coming later on in the session. At 7:30 this morning, the durable goods orders for June came out. And after four straight gains, a big miss. They were looking for plus 0.3%. It came out minus
Oh,
6.6%. It
ouch.
seemed to give the equities a little bit of a boost initially here, but again, we're going to be watching. We're pretty close to settlement, and it's going to be an interesting trading day as always. The quarter two GDP preliminary came out. They were looking for 2%. It came out higher than that at 2.8%. The jobless clams came out lower than expected. They were looking for 238,000. They came out 235,000 after posting 243,000 in the previous week. The continuing jobless claims also lower than expected. They were looking for 1.868 million, 1.851 million. Core PCE prices preliminary. They were
Mhm.
looking for 2.7%. That came out at 2.9%. Don't forget, tomorrow is the biggest number of the week as far as economic
Right.
numbers are concerned, with the PCE numbers coming out tomorrow.
Yes.
9:30, we've got the EIA natural gas numbers coming out. 10 o'clock, Kansas City Fed manufacturing. 10:30, there's a 4-week bill auction, and at noon there's a 7-year note auction. Yes, don't forget about that PCE number tomorrow. A lot of posturing and positioning and hedging should be going on today in case anything comes out hot on that PCE number tomorrow. As far as earnings, no majors today. We did have AbbVie that came out missing on earnings per share, but beating on revenues. Nestle beating on revenue.
Good.
AstraZeneca beating on both. Union Pacific missing on revenues, but beating on earnings per share. And Honeywell beating on both. No majors are due out after the close today. The VIX up another 2.5% this morning at 1849. Yesterday at this time, it was 1539. So we're still seeing VIX continuing to push to the upside. Dollar index pretty much where it was yesterday at 104.34. It was 104.30 at this time yesterday. No major changes in the dollar index. And the yield on the 10-year also very close to where it was yesterday. It's currently 4.22 last I checked. At this time yesterday was 4.24. So seeing a little bit of a boost here in the 10 years, and some of the treasuries off of a very small, kind of uh, very small drop in interest rates. So it's going to be an interesting trading day today. Very interesting trading day yesterday. I think we managed our risk very well in the house account. Looking forward to seeing what we can see, and we'll be asking everybody and our traders and trading partners for levels throughout the day. We're looking forward to having a good trading day. And now
Mhm.
back to you, Eddie. What do we got going on in crude oil?
Crude. Before we go to crude, you mentioned that we had the initial clams. Speaking of clams, clam or oyster, John? What would you rather have, a baked clam or a raw oyster?
Hmm. Can I
I
say
love baked
both?
clams. Both? No, you can't say both.
I can't say both. All right, I'll go with baked clams then. I make
You
them
like you
every
like
year
those?
for Christmas. The family loves them.
Oh yes. Do you stuff artichokes too? Or my stepdad used to, big Italian, used to do the
I
clams
haven't
and
done that in a
artichoke.
long time.
Yeah, love those baked clams. Little lemon on
Hmm.
top. Boom.
Little
Okay.
Tabasco.
Anyway, back to crude. Uh, dude, where's my crude? Well, we do see that crude back above that 76 level. Retreated today a little bit as concerns waning demand, especially from China, the world's largest crude importer. Uh, Crude and WTI dropped 0.5, 77.19 a barrel. Brent fell 0.5%, 81.30 a barrel. Now, both benchmarks settled higher yesterday, snapping a consecutive declines. That was after the EIA, Energy Information Administration, said that the crude inventories fell by 3.7 million barrels, more than expected. However, prices remain close to the 2-month lows over concerns of the demand, and coupled with the forecast of potential oil market surplus in 2025 and talk of ceasefire in the Middle East, kept the traders largely bearish towards crude. So there you have it. There is our news for today. And yes, Gabe, we've got our tip of the week? Could you post that, my friend? There it is, journaling. Oh, how important journaling could be. Remember, this is an essential tool for each and every one of us. And if you don't use it, give it a try. I know Johnny talked about that yesterday. Give it a try and see how well it can help you move forward. And in case you need to sort of reference, by all means, I'm going to put this out there. Accountability, personal accountability. We are all accountable for our own moves, clicks of the mouse, decisions, entries, exits, markets we trade. Keeping a trading journal holds you accountable for your own trading plan and rules. Review, reflect regularly. Reviewing your journal, it's going to force you to reflect on your actions and decisions, and it's going to promote accountability. So, Johnny, that's what I have here. Accountability.
I remember when it was first suggested that I begin to journal as a trader, even in the trading pit. I mean, it's kind of hard to do if you're standing in the pit, getting knocked around and bidding and offering. But at the end of the day, it was always a good thing just to sit down, review what you thought your performance was like throughout the day. It's difficult to do that trade by trade in the trading pit, but we have all these wonderful tools now that you can go trade by trade and you can look at it and you can think about what was going on inside you mentally, emotionally, physically during those trades. And again, this was something that I initially thought. I didn't think it was going to be any good. Didn't think that I needed it or anything like that. But as I got into it, I started noticing some patterns, and those patterns were in my decision making process, mostly wrapped around the emotions that I was feeling at the time. So, if you have not given it a try, if you have not tried journaling, give it a month. Really give it some effort for a month, and I'm confident that the majority of you that do this are going to see the benefits. It's just a matter of getting started. I know it seems like it's a pain in the butt. Maybe you feel like you don't need it or it's too fluffy or something like that. But give it a try, and you will notice some patterns in your behavior and some ways to kind of benefit your decision making process by understanding those emotions and physical changes and mental changes throughout the trading day. It's a great tool. I fought it. I understand. Nobody really wants to do it, but if you give it a try, you will reap the benefits.
Exactly. Give it a try. I found myself sort of going, oh my God, I didn't do my journal. And I used to be very lazy with it, a day here, a day there, a day here, there. But now that when I put a trade on, I'm like, it's second nature, right? Get the trade done, what happened, boom, boom, boom. And now we've got it where you can journal on each individual trade, right? Not just the day, but the individual trade. And if you don't trade a day, you sort of pass. You can also journal on that one too. But anyway, without further ado, Johnny, let's get to the charts. And what do you got for our contestants today, sir?
All right. Looking at the daily in the S&Ps, we are approaching 5% off the all-time highs in the S&Ps. We were already past that in the NASDAQ. Obviously, those the Magnificent Seven and the rip they took to the downside yesterday has the NASDAQ the weakest of the three amigos. We are below weekly kickoff low. We had a lot of play with that yesterday, and that does happen from time to time. It may become magnetic, but when it finally picks a direction, you've got to go with that direction. We've got the 50 session moving average coming in at 54.87. We've got the market opening below that weekly kickoff low. Did we add a whole bunch of open interest yesterday? That's the way it felt to me. Volume was pretty good, but we actually lost 7,500 in open interest in the S&Ps yesterday. that tells me that the real selling has not come in yet. If it's going to come in, we saw a lot more selling and a boost of open interest in the NASDAQ. We'll talk about that shortly, but the NASDAQ is in a much more precarious position. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. We were looking for some opportunities around 5,500. We took the house account. We took a few trades there again. Those were mostly longs, and I'm very proud of the fact that we were able to manage those trades as well as we did. We didn't really lose any money yesterday, which is fantastic. So the market, it stopped and stuttered there for a while, and then once the direction came in, of obviously the market continued to push to the downside. We've got a gap down here, and this is the September contract only. That looks like we've pretty much filled that in the overnight. If you're going to use that as the gap fill, fantastic. That's all well and good. Overnight inventory was a little bit short. We're looking at already a reconciliation of that. So it looks like the market is not going to be opening with a gap. We did, in the profile, we had a trend day to the downside. We did put in a late spike. The base of that late spike is 54.74, which is just above where we are trading now. Opening in that late spike or below that late spike to the downside indicates possible or probable acceptance of lower pricing. We'll keep an eye on that on the open here, and we'll see if we can't get an opportunity off of that. But that trend day to the downside brought in okay volume. It wasn't tremendous. It was actually lower than the first big down move on the daily chart off the highs here, off the all-time highs. And the fact that we lost open interest tells me that the real money has not begun to get in here and start looking for shorts. If we maintain price below that weekly kickoff low, that is what I will be looking for, is to see the longer time frame finally roll over and start getting out of some longs or getting into some possible short positions. Remember, the longest of time frames, the biggest of traders, they're always hedged. They're trading multiple products and options all at once, trying to get their hedges right so that they can make a lot of money in little bitty ways. Just keep that in mind. Take a look at the NASDAQ now. So NASDAQ is well beyond 5% off the all-time high. I've got that at 19,935. May want to check my math on that. But we broke below the weekly kickoff low yesterday. We've got the 50 session moving average has been left way behind. That was at last week's low, which was where the session started yesterday, and it was all sellers all day long, as I know we're all well aware. We've got the 100 session moving average looming down below on this chart. I've got it at 18,903, which is basically very close to the 10% off the all-time high, which is 18,885. In these equities, it's the uncertainty that is creating this fear, these sellers, long liquidation. Although when you look at the volume in the NASDAQ, okay, we had a much bigger volume day here on the 18th, and it was pretty much a range-bound day. What I'm more interested in is the fact that we added 8,000 in open interest on that push to the downside yesterday. So that is indicating we do see some possibly longer time frame sellers coming into this market and accumulating some shorts. We don't know what's going to happen today. We have to remember that we have the PCE number coming out tomorrow, and that's going to be a big one. So, or it might not be. We don't know what's going to happen. If it comes in hot, cold, comes in right on, we're going to have to wait and see how that plays out. So we're going to trade what we're trading today, and we're going to trade what we see today. Here's the 30-minute chart. Obviously, we're looking at in the shorter time frame, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. The market is in a downtrend in the shorter time frame here. I don't think we've necessarily broken the longest of time frames. That takes a lot. So what are we looking at as far as overnight inventory? Nothing. We're flat. Looks like we're not going to be opening with a gap. We're going to be opening inside range and inside value, which suggests to me trying to stay a little bit patient. Value high, I believe, kind of lines up relatively well with 19,500. Let's take a quick look at that. 19,500. We'll take a look at that in fast markets. But, opening in range and in value usually suggests to me that I might find better trade locations as the day goes on. Keep in mind, in the back of your mind, PCE tomorrow could be a big number. There could be just a lot of positioning and hedging, preparing for anything that might happen in that. The profile yesterday, obviously a downtrend, a late spike. Yes, we did put in a late spike. The base of that late spike is 19,210. We're above it now. That indicates possible rejection of lower pricing, just to further complicate things for us. One of these markets is saying one thing, the other is saying another. That does tend to happen quite a bit. Take a look at crude oil now. Crude may be an interesting opportunity on the open here. We're right back to that weekly kickoff low, 76.50. We had a pretty decent trade off that level a couple of days ago. Looked like the market had kind of reached its measured move to the downside. We cleaned up some weaker structure down there at 76.5. We're right back down there. Yesterday on a kind of a doji, kind of a indecisive day. For some reason, we added 33,000 in open interest. I'm still trying to get my head wrapped around that. All right. So we've got demand issues, as Eddie mentioned. There's a lot of question as to how much demand there will be. I know that we had a draw in inventory yesterday by the EIA, and we're still pushing lower. So that's a demand issue. If we do continue and see some continuation below this 76.5 level, this swing low down around $73. That was a weekly kickoff low when we put in that low, and then we rallied off of that. So it could be a relatively easy swing target down to that level. We do have some naked points of control that might bring eyeballs to that. This is the 30-minute chart. We have the market opening with a gap right at the weekly kickoff level, taking a look lower, now looking to close the session gap to yesterday's low. The session gap to yesterday's low takes us up to 76.98. Of course, a settlement gap close takes us all the way up to 77.59. I think that this 76.5 level is going to be somewhat pivotal today. But you have to be careful. In the overnight, it looks like it became a little bit magnetic. And if you're going to go long above and short below, and price centers around the weekly kickoff level, it can get you chopped up pretty good. So be cautious with that information today. Then the profile yesterday, a normal variation, neutral. The market is currently trying to seek new areas to facilitate trade. What's the market's job? It's to facilitate trade. Gold also with some play this morning around the weekly kickoff low, 23.65. We've got the 50 session moving average relatively close into that area, 73.70, 60. So gold is in rollover. I've been mentioning that all week. Yesterday, volume is still in the August contract. The open interest is much larger in the December contract, but we want to trade the most liquid contract. So we're still trading the August contract. Yesterday, in open interest, there was zero change in open interest, but 40,000 contracts moved from the August contract into the December contract. Yesterday was a really good, successful day for those trying to achieve a cheap or make money on rollover. It's getting a little bit directional now, and we're near an important inflection level. This may complicate things for those that are trying to get their rollover done cheaply or to make money on it. Where's the fear factor? We talked about yesterday that the market, the gold has a tendency to be a store of value, especially in periods of uncertainty. We looked at that yesterday as we were trying to get through that gap, and it just fell apart. So not seeing gold as a flight to quality yet. And I don't think that the equities are in that precarious of a position just yet. Here's the 30-minute chart. Overnight inventory is short. We have a gap. We tried to fill the previous gap yesterday, but man, it just fell apart late in the day. Calling it the end of the profile, the end of the day here, kind of a late spike. But overnight inventory is short, up against an important inflection level. The market has been finding support there all night long, still, at least for now, finding support there. If we exhaust these buyers down here and we get some momentum to the downside, there's certainly opportunity for us to the downside, because when we look at the daily chart, we're in this previous area of range and balance. If we reaccept inside that area of range and balance, we could certainly see 2300, 2310 to the downside in gold if we can't hold 2365 even. Remember, those weekly kickoff levels are there to help you limit risk. Get a little bit long here, so I'm going to end this and say, ladies and gentlemen, take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today and every day. Please remember to pray for peace. Let's have a great trading day.
All right. I am looking in the grain room, and I see Anne Marie. Hello, Anne Marie. Hoag and MP and Andre. She's saluting everybody. We're going to take a break real quick here. We'll be right back with Fast Markets. Don't you go away. All right, going to pass it straight to Andre. Put in what you want, but Andre, what you got here today? Good morning, my friend.
Good morning, Eddie. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets, and we are open. John, what are we seeing on the open here?
Oh, yeah.
Well, focusing on the NASDAQ for right now, we've got the market opening. Where is it? Got to refresh here. So the market is opening. This late spike here is it figures that we're going to open right on it. Opening below this level indicates probable acceptance of lower pricing. Opening above that level, acceptance of higher pricing. Watch the opening range here, and we'll see if there's opportunity because we are at the lower extreme of value in the NASDAQ, which is 19,206. 19,206. If we reject it to the downside, may mean some more downside. If we reject the opening range to the upside, maybe a little bit of a pullback. Don't forget, guys, we have PCE tomorrow. A lot of traders are going to be just kind of posturing and hedging for if tomorrow's PCE number comes out hot or cold, or we'll see. So, all right, we just took the low. We just got the low of the opening range. We're in the late spike, which indicates possible acceptance of lower pricing. But it's just the fact that the opening range spans the base of the late spike. It kind of leads me to hold off a little bit. But what about the S&Ps here? Let's take a look.
Yep.
Reload.
203.
203. These prices are nuts, Michael.
S&P's traded right to the base of the late spike, which is 54.74.
Yep.
I think a lot of decisions are going to be based off of that level, off of these weekly kickoff. I mean, these late spike bases. It traded to it.
What was that level one more time?
54.74 in the S&Ps is the base of the late spike. 54.74 and the base of the late spike in the NASDAQ is 19.210. 19.210. We do have some play with weekly kickoff levels. Take a look at gold here. Gold has a big gap to the downside. Weekly kickoff low is 53.65. It's been supportive since 10 o'clock last night, 8 o'clock last night, and it's been hit a number of times. I think the trend is still to the downside. You see the VWAP. We're below price. The VWAP is heading lower, but that 53.65 level in gold offers opportunity to limit risk. It has been supportive overnight. Might be an opportunity for us to see possibly an execution in or around that area. We're right back to that 76.50 level in crude as well. It has been magnetic overnight. Be very cautious when price becomes magnetic to one of these important inflection levels. Usually it's just going to chew you up. You got to wait for some sort of direction away from it and go with it. Similar to what we saw in the S&Ps yesterday. We did great managing risk yesterday together in the house account. I thought we did a fine job of managing that risk because we were taking a lot of longs down here around the 55 level because of the weekly kickoff level, and we did see some pretty decent pushbacks off of that. But when it finally broke, we were out. We were flat. We basically were even on the day. When the market took a direction, and this is what I'm talking about with gold or crude oil today, when it picks a direction, you got to go with it. Yesterday, once it picked a direction, it was to the downside. We've pretty much closed the gap that remained from I forget when. I think the 11th, and now we're looking to reject value, and the base of the late spike is what we're looking at right now. So watch that overnight low. That could be another interesting opportunity for us. Overnight low in the S&Ps. 54.51 NASDAQ overnight low. Let's call that at 19.062. When the market comes off the highs as much as it has, I like to put the percentage of loss off the all-time high. The NASDAQ is below the 5% off the all-time high. S&Ps, not yet. The NASDAQ has been the weakest. We're looking for shorts. You probably want to be looking at the NASDAQ for them.
Okay. Thanks, John.
NASDAQ is moving.
Yes, opening range is dead high. Dead high in the NASDAQ. So we rejected value from yesterday. We're accepting price at lower levels, at least for now. We should be looking for opportunities to short this.
Okay.
What do you guys think about the fact that
And your mic is a little low.
I know. I don't
There you go.
know what's
That's
going on.
better.
I'll hold it. Yeah. I'll hold it like this, like a little harmonica.
Buddy plays
That was
harmonica.
really loud.
All right. What do you guys think about the fact that it's
Okay, hold on.
probably
Hold on,
Somewhere in
Ann,
between.
it's
Somewhere in
actually
between.
worse now.
too loud? All right.
Somewhere in the middle there.
All right. Somewhere over here.
Hey, perfect.
Sorry,
That's
my
good.
lovelies. Okay.
Yes.
So what do you guys think about the longs actually fueling this short move? Because they're trying to buy the dips and they're having to puke. Now, all morning my tilt hasn't been up. Normally it shows all sorts of the day, but oh, there it is. I needed to refresh. There it went.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. So, my thought is that that's who's fueling this fade.
Mm-hmm. No, I would certainly concur with that, especially in the S&Ps, because that big down move yesterday, we didn't add open interest, we lost open interest. So that just says, bottom pickers just kept getting run over yesterday and run over yesterday and run over yesterday. However, in the NASDAQ, we added approximately 8,000 in open interest. So that looks to me more like some real sellers coming in and taking either getting out, and getting into new shorts on the way down and increasing open interest. So that's another reason I like the, if I'm going to short anything, it's probably going to be the NASDAQ because it has been the weakest. Let's do a quick check of the Mag 4 here. I've got NVIDIA putting in new lows here in the on the open. Alphabet just pretty much hanging around. We're getting a pullback off the overnight high here, it looks like, in Amazon, but still maybe a little bit higher on the day in Tesla, trying to push to the upside. However, so far not all that successfully, and that's just 4 of the Mag 7.
All righty.
All right.
So what are our zones? Sorry.
No, I was just saying, take a look at Topstep daily levels. They are pinned at the top of the chat. I know, like a sense Michael was going to ask me what level are we at and what levels do we have here right now. We are in zone 6 right now in the NASDAQ, currently trading 19,147. Yesterday's low, 168. We are through that. Next point of interest, downside, 19,087 daily, average daily range low. MP, I'll keep you posted if any levels come into play. Go ahead, Anne-Marie.
Oh no, that's exactly what I was asking. I was asking what zone we were in. So perfect.
Zone 6, MP. Zone 6.
Oh, I see it. I got steamrolled.
He's standing up today, folks. MP is in stand-up mode today, so maybe we get some even better trader than he normally is standing up.
Trying to loosen up my back.
Stretches.
Little McAfee style.
Well, they say sitting is the new smoking. Maybe we should all get standing desks.
Probably.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Probably should.
It's not so bad if you hold your legs really wide apart. If you find that your legs are kind of close together, my legs will go to sleep. But if I spread my legs wide like a jumping jack kind of thing, it helps me stay steady for longer.
Didn't your chiropractor say as long as you're sitting, he'll have a job?
That's exactly right.
Yep.
That's exactly what he said.
Yep.
Some people have a treadmill.
That's a bit. That's being extra. That's being very extra.
Run 20 miles, but on 6 trades.
Dripping sweat for punching out an email.
So, you know how Dakota talks about the 3-bar reversal?
Yes.
Yeah.
But he's normally talking about it on a 5-minute.
Yes.
I think I see it on a 2-hour. I mean, on this 1-hour chart, which is the one on the right-hand side.
Yep. The downside, right?
The way, well, actually, it looks like it's to the upside, just so long as it doesn't invalidate the low. Now, if it invalidates the low, it'll be to the downside.
Mm-hmm.
So it feels like they're chomping around here.
MP, good risk management on buying, getting along those 5500s yesterday. Those just they kept holding, kept holding, kept holding. Hey, question.
Yes.
That oil trade we took Monday, was that John probably knows better? 76.60? Was that the price right here where we're at right now?
Yeah, it was 76
Yeah,
half
it's
is weekly
around
kickoff low.
Yep. Okay. We're back to that. Okay.
And we're currently prices centering around it, so it's hands off for now.
Yeah, interesting about oil. I would suspect that this is a little bit of the Trump trade simply because he's a mercantilist and
Mhm.
we have to become energy self-sufficient. And we've had a ton of capex that's been dissuaded in the oil complex. And I would not be surprised to see it go lower. Remember when we took that trade on, I said, oh my gosh, I love that level, right? It's 56.27 and we're going to hold it. I thought the size was big, so it made me nervous.
It was.
But I did say, hey, listen, if this bounces, you're going to have to sell it simply because it's sitting in that space.
I love how you call it. It's the Republic Trump or whatever you want to call it. That's that's the best way that you guys just saw how Ann talked about politics. She used the name, but she didn't care about the name. It was more about the party. The party is drill, probably, right? Open up fracking.
Yes.
All the ones that were open that are sitting there dormant right now, wherever they are, because stuff got shut down in certain areas. All that flipped back on. They start talking about, hey,
exactly.
national, where everything's kind of built and self-sufficient. It's not nationalist. Maybe it is. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's nationalist.
Yeah, so we're trying to get everything self-sufficient as best we can because we saw how reliant it was in COVID. I still see that happening. I see that if the Republican Party comes in, they'll probably still have that, America First, which they had in his campaign back then. So that being said, oil prices, that's where you roll back into that conversation into oil prices without talking about the whatever about the individual.
Yeah,
that's what
exactly.
I love about this year as we go into like who's going to win, because if the Democratic Party wins, then I don't know what changes in the markets. I know the markets are like business friendly parties, so.
Yeah, and here's the interesting thing. Everybody's going to be spending no matter what. They're going to be spending to keep their constituents happy. The gridlock between the House and the Senate, the market likes gridlock because they'll know nothing will get done, and so there's no surprise.
Incredible,
right?
Incredible,
right. And
likes.
so there's no uncertainty about a hard swerve. But what I've also noticed is the EV energy spaces have also seen some buying. So it's not like strictly fossil, it's just energy all the way around. And so that's what I think is going on with oil. And when he was in charge, I think the oil was in like the 60s. It actually went negative when he was.
Oil went negative.
Both parties keeps us up to date on where the market is.
Oil negative.
They're like the trader that only talks about their good day. What about global markets? Global markets right now are in sell-off mode.
Yeah.
Are they?
And
you got the DAX, you got the Nikkei. Am I saying it? Is it Nikkei?
What's her name?
Nikkei.
What was her name?
Nikkei.
Oh, shit, her name's Nikki. No.
No. Nikkei. The Japanese exchange, not Nikkei.
Yeah.
That was many moons ago. All right. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 19,146. I'll throw it to my man, Eddie. My man, Eddie, if you're there, I have not even taken a peek at the calendar today. See what's on the list. We got any speakers? We got any economic numbers today, Eddie? What do we got?
Yes. Well, in about 39, 9:30 here, we will be having our natural gas storage. 10 o'clock KC Fed Composite minor number. Scrolling down 10:30, we got a 8-week bill auction. Bigger number coming here around high noon, 12 o'clock Central Time. 7-year note auction, and later in the afternoon, Fed balance sheet, and we do have the reserve balance with Federal Reserve banks. That's what we got today. Really not much. We had our meat on the bone earlier this morning. Back to you, Andre.
Yep, we had initial jobless claims, durable goods, GDP all this morning. What happened?
Old Nicky.
Nicky.
Oh, shit. I went to center.
Where's Nick?
Okay, I'm out.
A quick look at tilt here. YM, 77% long. Everything else, 50-50 on the tilt. Pretty quiet open. Quieter than the rest of the week so far. This week has been crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
This whole summer's been crazy.
Summer's been great. Summer's been great.
VIX is up.
Sure.
Profits are up.
Earnings are interesting right now.
They have not exactly blowing it out of the water, are they?
Yeah, but Intel, there are ones I like to understand because right now they're talking. I mean, Southwest Airlines, thank God they finally have assigned seating. You don't have to herd people in there like cattle and try to fight for the window in the aisle. Oh my God, they don't fly. But they're fixing their issues.
That was their
they're doing that. They have 40% drop in revenue, I guess, something like that.
Wow,
I did see that. Yeah.
They're making a ton of money because their oil was hedged so well back in the day. I know that's what
back in the day.
Yeah, they had some really good oil traders. I did not.
Yes.
I don't know if they're still there, but they
I don't think they're there anymore. They moved on to bigger, better things.
And you just call their 1-800 whatever it was, and they pick up the phone. Kind of like Topstep back in the day. Guys were working on our support. That was a Topstep.
You walked right into that one.
I walked right into that one. Yeah.
I'm kidding.
We're working on it. 45 days, 44 days from now.
Hey, respect to you for owning what you said yesterday about support in the race and all that stuff. That was
yeah, let me just repeat it. Everybody, yesterday I was saying sorry about our support. It is unlike Topstep. We have held incredible support up until about a year ago, and then kind of a hockey stick type. We've always grown, but then like a hockey stick type of growth that's continuing to happen in the space. More and more people coming into futures. I talked to futures brokerages, and they're like, "We are getting flooded." I think people start with stocks and they move to options, and they eventually go to futures. That's kind of the path that we've talked to everybody about. So if you're talking about that, you're talking about the COVID kids and all that kind of stuff. But long story short, we got an influx. We are losing the race to support. Everything else, I think we're crushing it in. We're losing the race for great support. The winner of the prop firm world is the one that has the most kick-ass support. And of course, program and whatever. But we're losing it right now. We're not the biggest loser, but we're losing it. And we have a plan. So all that kind of stuff. So 45 days from now, and you can say that's a long time. We're continuing to get back to people. We're hiring more people. But in 45 days from now, we're going to be sitting on better technology that's not going to be so buggy, because 60% of our tickets are issues with billing or issues with some bug in the system, or something, prices not adding up, or a dashboard not lining up. And that just sucks up a ton of folks' time on the support team. That being said, we do have a plan. You may have to bear with us. That's our
growing pains. Growing
pains.
pains.
Yeah, I know. You can grow yourself to death. You can grow yourself to death, which is scary. There's like not growing at all, and then there's growing so fast that your system just implodes and your brand just gets shot and all that kind of stuff. But let's get back to the markets. That's what I got to share for you guys. So hopefully, if you are having issues, you understand that we understand, and we will make it right. We always do.
Thank you, Michael.
I think we're doing the right thing by staying patient here this morning. I mean, basically the S&P and the NASDAQ have been in basically a 5-minute range since 1 o'clock in the morning.
Unbelievable. What happened?
What happened?
What happened? Everything was rocking and rolling. That's okay. Market can use a little bit of breather. Actually, Robert talked about this yesterday during Power Players. Big sell-off yesterday, big down move yesterday. Then he expected some consolidation, some chop coming into the following reopen, like we're seeing here. So kudos to Robert.
Especially knowing that PCE is tomorrow.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yes. Good job.
Yeah.
We're going to stay patient. We're still in the range. We're still in between levels here on the Topstep daily levels. Hey, really quick, in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you'll see the hashtag Fast Markets. I want you to hit us up at Twitter, at Topstep, X, call it what you want, at Topstep. Use the hashtag Fast Markets. Send us your performance dashboard analytics. Send us some cool swag. your trader station setups, anything you think is pretty cool, you want us to share it with our audience in our Topstep community. Again, hit us up at Topstep. Use the hashtag Fast Markets. We'll turn that around to you in about 2 hours or so. Please get that in. All right, starting to see a bit of a sell-off attempt here in NASDAQ, but buyers keep stepping in. Dow kind of moving to the upside as well. Last trade, 40,230. High of the day, 247. Gold seen sell-off. Gold seen a nice sell-off since yesterday. We topped out around, what, 24.20-ish? Down about, $60 or so since those highs we put in yesterday. Crude trading that exact same price we got long from back on Monday, I think, or Tuesday, $76.66. Right now,
we do have gold breaking below the weekly kickoff low right now. Yeah, overnight low is just below that. We've got 54, 57, 75. Let's see if we can let's take a look here at the overnight low in gold.
Eddie, I like it when you say gold. Your Austin Power. No, he says it different. He says it like
gold. I love gold. I love the taste of it, the smell of it.
He kind of does that. Eddie, you remember it?
It's gold, yes.
Like an old prospector. Go ahead.
Prospector,
I'm
We're all millionaires.
We're all old.
We're all millionaires and you don't even know it.
It's all time.
Todd Hoffman's crew, Gold Rush. You're like, what?
Blind leading the blind.
Oh, the most motivating guy on the planet, Todd's dad.
Blind leading the blind on that crew. All right, last trade 19,120. Now into the teens. John, are we going to see? I think you're looking for downside movement as well, based on what you saw in the open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the fact, we're holding below the bases of the late spikes, and that's an indication of probable acceptance of lower pricing. So we talked about trying to look for a spot to get short at some point in these equities. The S&P has been back to the opening range 2 times already.
Sheesh.
NASDAQ hasn't come anywhere near it.
Wake up.
So did anybody notice how wide the spread got for the long average price in the NQ yesterday for the Topstep traders as price action was fading? Sometimes that was 50 points wide.
Wow.
It's huge.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Well, I think that's to your point, Anne-Marie. It's the longs that kept fueling the sell-off short. All the longs kept puking. Yeah, and they just kept fueling it.
That's the reason I thought that, simply because I saw it really just continuing to move. Now, what I did notice is when the spread got to be about 50 wide, there was a bit of a relief bounce that came, but it stayed pretty wide.
Gold's on the move here. Gold's on the move.
Time.
There you go.
Gold's on the move. Okay. What level or what are we liking in any other market? House account. We have more markets than just the NASDAQ. There's always something. This is an opportunity-making machine. The trading world,
short
the markets.
We just took out the weekly kickoff low. We're at the overnight low right now. If we can't hold gold, I've got it up here.
New low.
This is the weekly kickoff level.
Low. Down
yes. They're 2365 was supportive all night. And if we can't hold above the overnight low, I could see this thing pushing lower.
What do you think about a reflexive buy there, though? Do you think that they'll sit and try to pull it away from the traders? You mean shake out the weekends that are long right there at that edge? And
that's
then
quite
turn
possible.
down?
That's why we were kind of watching that overnight low. Yeah, I could certainly see them, bringing price back up to that weekly kickoff low level to shake out the new shorts and then go.
Yeah.
Which might be happening right now.
Yep.
Okay. House account. Let's do it.
I'm looking. I'm starting to see some sellers here in NQ. What are you looking in the gold markets?
Nope. I'm looking at whatever you guys come up with. I'm an
Wow.
executor, but now I'm kicking
Whoa.
some fire under everybody's ass because
Wow.
we have markets that are all moving. I need everybody in the TopstepTV team to be calling your peeps.
Let's see here.
Well, with President Biden speaking last night, a lot of investors are saying we're going to be seeing a lot more market volatility because of the uncertainty over the election. Catalyst for market volatility is overdue, what they're saying. So we might see this pedal to the metal here with some of these markets.
I think there's more uncertainty now than there was when Biden was in the race.
100%.
Right?
Exactly.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Do your impression.
I'm seeing polls. I'm sure it's just advertising, positioning that Kamala's in the lead. But
All right.
There's
So
both back and forth. That's why we
You're-
really didn't touch too much on it.
Do your impression.
Polls are polls.
Coach J has a level at 2365 as well. It's the daily average true range low. This would be a pretty big extension.
he has this. Okay, so Coach J has a 2365. We're trading 2363s
man.
gold.
They always come
Mhm.
through.
Gold.
They always come through.
Yeah. He's got some great numbers.
Okay, so
2365.
what 65s as a we're past it a bit, but as a long, or if it starts slipping and makes new lows, which puts us down in the 61 area.
Well, if it's past its average true range low, if it accepts down there could be some pretty substantial selling coming in below that, but that
is this the cheap long?
typically going to be a support level. But if it can't hold, then it's in trouble.
Yeah.
Yep.
Aaron's got a gold short at 2345. Gold short to 2345. So we got a number there, John.
Short. Oh, he likes that target. All right, we're selling off here in NASDAQ. New lows.
Hard.
19,000 evens incoming.
Thank you, Aaron.
You got Coach J and you got weekly kickoff low 65. I bought 5 at 62. Is this a cheap long is what I'm asking. And then where are we wrong?
It's a cheap short.
Cheap short. Okay. So I'm going to get out. All right. I read that completely wrong on what. Try to give me a heads up, Dre, and if what they're saying. If you're
11s. We're waiting for 11s.
summarizing-
1% down is 19,011. We are in free fall mode. Well, these sellers just
From the chat, Lost Traders asking if there's more uncertainty, then why is gold falling? Is it like uncertainty?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
That's a great question. Apparently, the fear is not here yet.
Apparently, fear is not a factor for you.
wow.
That's the other guy's problem.
Yeah, you'd eat like pig intestines, and then like the next, you'd be like, then you like couldn't finish it all. Then you're just like, what? If you fail and you still ate it, that game was nuts.
God. And that was Joe Rogan.
Yes, it was. Before you know it, you're hosting the biggest podcast on the planet.
Yep.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
Okay, we got
11s. 19,000 for a retest. Thank you, Dolby. Dolby says my team has 19,000 for a retest. Probably a bounce.
okay.
Do
we have any 19,000s on the zones?
Jay Cook, my man Jay Cook says DK could give us a strong reaction. It'll be a quick in, quick out, but I don't feel comfortable. So, all right, they like the bounce off now. We got a couple check marks for 19,000s. Quick bounce though, Michael. Not a home run trade. See profit, take profit. If we pull it.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna test it.
All right, chat. What do you guys have? Everybody in chat that has a thought or an idea, you got to put the why. You can't just say it because it doesn't count. Bears are going to win. Well, why?
We got
Chicago Bears or the
we got Caleb Williams.
Bears
Yeah, we're gonna win. We got a new quarterback.
I was using it both ways. I was using it for the sell-off or the Bears and bear down.
All right, here we go. Heads up. Let's keep an eye on those 19,000s.
Yeah.
You have some wicks under there too, so we got to be careful around that
Yeah.
19,000.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe let it
Oh,
flush through. There's stops beneath there, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
you got the 100 period moving average on the daily. Just a little heads up on the daily at the 18,900s.
Yeah.
All right. We got support 1 at 953, 18,953.
Okay. And then you got evens and 959. Oh,
953.
953.
Here come evens coming. Evens incoming.
I don't think there's any reason to get in early for things, right? Today.
Yeah, I think maybe we've been getting in a little bit too early. I was guilty of that when I was pulling the trigger, executing. Getting a little too cavalier with the entries. Man,
We are having trouble holding that overnight low, or holding below that overnight low in gold.
Gold, yeah.
Right
I
back
think
at
it
that weekly
bounces
kickoff
first
level.
before it sells off. Yeah.
Whoa, these markets.
Fun. These markets are fun.
Is this going to be? Is this going to be a legit sell off, and we're going to hang out down on our lows instead of how we've been selling off every few months and then just having screaming rallies right after them?
Sell-off is
That's
a little
typically,
Yeah.
it's typically how it goes. I mean, directional markets, the pullbacks can be really vicious.
Yep.
Mhm.
And you got people saying this sold off so fast that people are thinking, hey, my long-term guy, says always buy every 5%, 3%. What's the percentage pullback off the highs? Anybody know offhand?
8-ish, 9-ish percent. Yesterday was
Is
3.5%
it
alone
really?
in the NASDAQ. Yesterday was 3.5% alone. So,
Yeah,
Yeah.
today's already.
all right, come
1%.
19,000 evens incoming. We just made new lows into, all right, 859 or 953, Michael, support 1, 953.
Well, I got long 5 at 98. Is that too soon?
Why those stops?
So, Michael, I've got
There's
on my daily chart
there's
here,
a
I've
20
got
handle.
the percentages off the high.
Uh-huh.
We're about 9% off the all-time high right now. 10% is
This is falling out of bed.
1885.
Yeah, we're stopped out. That was a 5 lot, and that was $2,000, which we were looking at the evens.
Catching. Yeah, 9.5. Yeah,
So
9.53. 9.5. If we hit
we went
53
in.
is empty.
You go in light, and you still that's a heavy. Even if I don't care if you're in the trading combine, you're trading your own 5 lot and $2,000 that quickly, you can get your face ripped in these markets. So we tested the 19,000 level, ripped through it like butter. What's the other ones that you have down here? Because we're gonna keep it light.
953.
Yep. I'm seeing that also.
Why? And
Two check marks. Support 1. 953.
Old resistance and tested support would be the reason why 18,953 to 18,944.
4.4 to 5.3. Okay.
Yep.
Wish I could have selling right
Trent's
into it.
talking about the 930s having some good support. So see if those 4.4s hold up. And then we got those 930 areas. Thank you, chat.
Big fat round numbers don't.
You got to help me summarize things too.
I got you.
Because
5-3.
I'm hearing
5-3. We got 3 check marks.
Okay.
2 at least.
I'm also seeing the 100 session moving average on the daily chart is down at 18,901.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
that's pretty much 10% off the all-time highs. Very close to it.
Well, we're getting super long off those. P901s. Bazillion check marks on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Big fat round numbers don't hold like they used to, at least in these sell-offs. We cooked through 20,000s up and down. S&P's 5,500s try holding. Just cook through those.
Jamari, I just blow my XFA. You are not alone. You're not alone. I'll let you know that.
First bounce.
What I always like to do on bad days, besides journaling, which is good, step back and journal, of course, and then
we like
kind of go through your whole go through your whole why you got into your trade, why today happened, a big why. I mean, you're gonna have you should journal that, but just thinking about it, pondering, like reflecting. Trade, what's it? Prep in the morning, trade, reflect, prep, trade, reflect, rinse and repeat.
We
On
like
the trading floor, we had a bad day. We had a little mantra. When the going gets tough, the tough go out to dinner. Go have a nice dinner.
Hold on. Who said that? Who said that? Who said that?
Me.
MP, come on, man. You don't journal. Darren.
Oh.
Look at that word. Journal. Today I lost 12 grand. That was a day. And I wrote about it. That whole page, I wrote about it. That's a journal.
Low knife fill before he's all right. Because should have sold that rip. All right, sell rips today.
You guys, I'm not going to bullshit you on here. It's a waste of everybody's time.
What are you doing? We got, come on.
And Noah says NVIDIA's down 4.8%. Thanks, Noah.
Yeah, we're selling every
Today
rip.
I suck.
Hey, maybe we.
Speaking of journal, Performance Center. There's a journal in there. We talked about it last week. It is released. Whether you trade it or not, you can journal every day. I think it's every day. I don't know if it's on the weekends. Can you journal?
Even though they don't
trade. Can you journal on the weekends too? I assume.
Let's take a look. I think so.
Let's try it out.
Woke up, had a bowl of Captain Crunch, watched cartoons. Yeah, you can.
Hey, did anybody eat Captain Crunch lately?
No, I've had fruity pebbles. I had fruity pebbles yesterday. I had Cinnamon Life cereal because Mikey likes it. The day before, I bought a little. Really quickly, I got a funny. I bought a little of these electric motorcycle things. I put my son Holden on there, and we go into town when in Aspen. We live like 3 minutes outside of it. So we do that. It looks like a bike, but it's an EV. And then we go in there, and I let him go to the cereal aisle and pick out a cereal for him, his brother, and his sister. And I kind of lean him towards the ones I like.
I love that power move. Hey, more sellers coming in. Just sell every rip, man. Yeah. That was the ultimate entry right there. Dang it. Sorry, Pop. 953 support 1. We keep trying to call bottoms here. I think we got to get the message, take a hint here.
19,039.35 was just popped to. I mean, these are 35 point, 50 point. No, that was, sorry, from off the 19,000s or 900s. We had to take 30 points of heat, and then it turned around and it went to 35s higher. So that's 70.
Down.
953 support 1. I don't. You're right there, right here, right now.
Gold making.
All right, I got 5. Low. I got a 10 lot at 53.
Hold on. All right.
You said you had 2 check marks, Andre.
We do. They're just gonna.
Okay. Well, don't change things up on me.
Why the stop? Take a ton of heat on this.
40s.
Take 20 points out of this. We can get 73s. Call it a win.
We're taking the 20 points of heat.
Gold shorts are getting paid.
Yep, they are.
There's your rip. Yeah, this is a tough one. We got stopped out. It's just free falling.
Yep.
Yep.
You stop getting long.
Okay, give me some. What else do we got? Why are we're picking these levels that we're ripping through? So yeah, you could say we're trying to catch a falling knife. Sure.
Big heavy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that is really something.
Why are we getting long?
18,850 is the next line of heavy congestion.
18,850, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Man, these markets are in free fall, and we're sitting here buying them.
We're trying to buy this shit. What the hell are we doing?
Okay, then let's talk about
I don't know. We got to find a rip here. So see if we can sell 60s. I don't know. Here's a bit of a bounce.
So
I don't care about your opinion.
I know. I'm trying to find levels. So someone talk to me. What do we want to get short? Give me some levels. I'm looking at these levels. Every support's just getting cooked through.
Everything is getting ripped through.
I mean, so what do we? 953 support one.
First
Support
thing-
become resistance.
First thing is stop buying or stop trying to buy it.
Got it. So what are we
Yeah.
trying to sell? Got it. So what are we trying to sell? Understood. What are we trying to sell? 953 or 953 support one.
We got to.
Well, no, we have the levels because they're important in the past, or for some reason. So that being said, if they're ripping through them when they come up to do a retest, or if you get a little pop, I mean, sell rips, right? Typically on any trend day down. So do those levels become then the important ones?
Let's think about this.
Lenny's talking about the 18875s. Watch those. Next major level at the figure. 9 evens. Psychological.
Coming right up. So is 19,000s. Psychological.
Those 19,000 or not 19,000. Yeah. Yes, 19,000.
Blew right through those.
Blew right through those.
Julius is looking at the 894s downside.
We're at our 100 period moving average now ish, as John mentioned, 18,900s. I mean, if you look at the daily, we're on it.
And we're getting pretty close to 10% off the all-time highs.
What do we
Pretty
do with
close
that?
off 10%.
What's pushing?
This is normally where I would see the long, the average, because we were about 50 points just a minute ago, the longs average in the NQ tilt, and they're trying to bounce off of that edge. So that 44 to 53 area is going to see more resistance.
Are you looking at that right now, the 944 or the 940 to 50 area, as it ripped through it, and then if it firms up a little bit, that's an area that would have turned into a bit of resistance now on a trend day down thus far?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guys, there have been times where you're in a prop firm, and you're sitting on a desk, and there's 20 other people in there, and everybody in the firm's getting steamrolled. That has happened.
John, what's 10% down? Are we right there?
18,885.
885.
Right. And then the
10% down,
session moving
885.
average is 18,900.
10% off highs, off all-time high.
Yes.
All-time high.
All right, so don't buy it. There's your 900s that we would have been in, which we
85 right here. 85, 10% off all-time highs right here. Shoot.
There's your 86s, 10% off all-time high. There's your
I'm
85s.
trying to find like an average pullback, level, but the pullbacks have been increasing in size.
There's your 83s. 18,883s. Guys, remember when we were talking about the 900s? It's 120 points lower off that. There hasn't been a gosh darn level that's held up to slow it down. There hasn't been anything to slow it down. Zero to slow it down. This is falling off a cliff / elevator down.
And just be aware that, I'm not the only person that has these percentage levels on their charts.
Right.
Yes.
Big time players are looking at this.
Agree. I like those 885s. I like them.
I am going to call my long-term guy. Actually, I'm going to text him right now.
Hold on. Hold on. We got this going right now.
10% off the high.
Here.
Gold shorts still getting paid. Thanks, Eddie.
Yeah. Got it.
Look at these reps.
Yep.
This might be this. You can sell into this sucker.
All right.
Well, we got to have levels. That's the 940s, the 950s.
40-point bounce off 80 off the 10%
Maybe
right
this
there,
might
John.
be this 180 here.
So we just took out the previous swing high.
I think you were right with that 10%.
Yep.
Yeah.
Took a little time to hit the brakes.
All right, here's your 40. Here's your 44s. Here's your 44s.
Yeah,
44s.
hot. I mean, they're just bidding.
I
it
sold
right
10 at 48.
I think you could go to 72 because
It's
Was
going
just
where
looking
the
at that,
hell it
Emery.
wants to go.
Yeah.
Just looking at that, Emery.
Going wherever you are not going.
All right,
This is bananas.
You did sell it, right? So it might be a good idea to take some at a clip if it
Hammer this
recovers. What?
We have 5 on. This is rip your face off trading.
Yeah. Especially if you're looking at a 500 tick, it's moving so fast.
Mm-hmm. All right, so 50s
John,
is where 50, 60, 70s.
John, where do you see gold stalling out? Yeah, here it comes right into that 70.
Unreal.
I mean, in the longer time frame, Anne Marie, you know, we tried to break out of this area of balance here, right? This was kind of a line in the sand as a weekly kickoff low. Over time, I could see us returning all the way to the lower end of this area of balance, like 2310, 2320.
Yeah, that's the number I'm looking at also. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
okay, stopped out.
Yeah.
No trades are off for a while.
You could just see it turning around.
Look at this turnaround. 100 points off that. Woohoo!
That's why
market.
I mean, we didn't act, but I did mention, you know, we're not the only ones looking at that 10% level.
No, there's enough people that says, hey, when the market pulls back here, Tom, just get us long indexes. When the market pulls back to this percentage, get us long indexes. That's where you see your dollar cost averaging in the investing world.
All right.
Well, let's see 44 holds to give us.
Thank you, man. Yeah.
I'll push an eye here.
Ooh.
I mean, how do you, John? You're correct. Not or you're not the only one looking at that.
Uh-huh.
But there's going to be a level that holds up along the way on a free fall. So it's just getting the right one.
Just going to where somebody says, you know what, that's a bargain. I'm buying it.
Yeah. When it free falls, I'm really good at putting in the low if I sell it.
I remember that one time, John. What was that? June or something? Like, watch this.
Yeah, but it's like, and I'm going to do everybody a favor. I'm going to get short one. Everybody, no guarantees, but I'll put in the low right here. And bam, it was the dead ass low. I didn't sell it. But
no, you did. Yeah. You paper traded at 948.
Yep.
All right. New highs in.
Trade buyers here making a move.
What gold do is off that weekly kickoff level? Did it hold up?
It it gave about a $600 profit. It's come back at it. You'd currently be up about 250 on it right now.
Okay.
Pretty decent, 60-point move off that level to the short side.
120. There's 120 point easily.
So the 70s held for now.
970s?
Yeah, the 18,970s. Yeah. So the next one ought to be 19,020, 19,030.
Volume spike. Yeah. Cruise shot out of a cannon here. Into the 77s now. $77.02 last trade. Gold seen a bit of a bounce off of those lows. Currently trading 23.63. Low of the day 23.57. Sellers coming back in the NASDAQ. Took a peek above 19,000. Seller said nope. Now we're trading 18,982.
It's pretty funny or it would be more interesting to see behind the screen, like behind the curtain, when it comes down to that 10%. And again, I would think long-term, portfolio managers that have clients and all that. Institutions and just regular investors said, "Hey, buy me in when it's 10% pullback," which it becomes a market order. So by the time all that happens, you're like, did that just happen right now? Did that just happen right now? All those market orders come in there because they got triggered with Tom, Dick, and Harry. Like, I don't know. I mean, are these the $100,000 here, $100,000 there, $50,000 here, $20,000 here? People that whatever class they're in, but they have money to invest and they're holding for long term.
The same thing happened in the S&Ps on the 5% off the all-time high. Looked below it and just has been driving higher ever since.
Pull back off the highs in the YM.
Yeah, we get some more sellers here in the gold. I'm looking at the 2350 level.
You mean
we had a bottom
the
there the 4th, and we had a bottom there the 9th of July.
It's right back to the weekly kickoff level again. See money, take money.
It's the anchored VWAP of their 7:30 open. They open at 7:30, yeah?
Yes. Well, 7:20, but yeah, 7:30.
Yeah.
So guys, you're watching us trade live. And I know more and more people are jumping in here. Blew up this account, blew up that account. Sure as hell better than being down $9,900 or $9,900. So the point of story is, be glad you're in a safer spot than you would be on your personal brokerage account in trading your kids' college fund or any discretionary money, because there are a lot of people at all these brokerages right now that if you're getting smoked, it's not like they're like cleaning house. They're probably the same type of individual of trader you are. They're just in a live market personal brokerage account. I know that's what I've seen, and I've talked to brokerages to say, hey, 95% of traders fail. And I've had them actually in a meeting go like this to me with a thumbs up, like it's actually higher. Yeah.
Hoop says new highs, big rotation in the Russell.
Oh, my.
Oh, the rotation's on. Great rotation.
Russell's up 1.1%.
What's
the
up?
Dow? Well, kind of the Dow.
If everything's getting toasted, I mean, gold's getting pulled back too. I mean, like, is it just cash sideline time?
I don't think so. I do think it's rotation. I think it's rotation. We're just, where they're going is, of course, suspect to me. But I just think they're moving from one place to the other fairly quickly. But we've come back into 987 probably 7 or 8 times.
Mm-hmm.
And so
here come buyers.
Yeah, that's going to continue to run. Let me look at our reverse levels on the
Flyer Jim, best thing I've heard all day. Locked it up 750. See you all later. It is
all right.
An hour into the market open, and Flyer Jim is going to go have a great day, I assume.
I love Flyer Jim.
Knowing the fact 750 is
flying.
Locked. Flying. Go flying.
That's my guy.
He's a glider pilot too. He loves being in his glider.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. I don't have the
no
guts
engine,
to
huh?
do that.
No engine, huh?
Yeah. No balloons.
No backup plan. It's just, okay.
5 minutes
No
remaining.
balloons, no
Right,
bugs.
natural gas here in 5 minutes.
Okay. Variables, GDP, all good. Man, buyers coming right up to VWAP here in the S&P's VWAP 54.61. Last trade 54.57. Low of the day 54.32.
There's not a level in this gosh darn planet holding up right now. It is just going where it wants to go. Almost 200 points. If it comes up to the 80s up here, we're already at the 50s. 19,000. Let's call it 50. There it is.
Crude knocking on the door for new highs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it finally started to move away from that weekly kickoff level to the upside. Be careful shorting it.
UAP here.
Now,
the
take a
S&Ps.
look at the longs in the NAS and see how close they are to the actual price on the tilt.
We're not gonna do it.
450.
Oh, here we go. Tilt longs, 62, 65, 60%. 52, 19,000 right
Yeah.
here.
Right
Right here.
on top of it. They're right on top of it. And so they're not holding the bag. So a dump doesn't feel like it's likely to me. That's how I'm looking. I'm always looking at the ways to sort of manage that tilt. And when that spread gets really wide and then it begins to collapse, the tilt number percentage long or short, I haven't looked at it as much because I've noticed that when that gets really, really wide, they either turn around and move themselves in another direction, or they just sit tight, and the hold sends them back up to where they want to go. So this is the moment of
Right.
truth for them, I think.
Why we need that indicator.
Which
I
one?
know. The tilt
The
indicator.
tilt.
I know.
I mean, at this point, Johnny, just bring Lacey into the room, and when she barks, like that
There
She
you
barks.
go.
Yeah.
Bark twice. All right. Well, levels MP. Poof. Burning through them all. I mean, if anything, does support become resistance? As always, basically what we got to look at now.
We just tried that, and it ripped through that one like butter on another rip. Yeah. So I think it's like definitely been, yeah.
Oil still
I
moving.
have no comment. It is what it is. They are who we thought they were.
It is what it is.
Don't wanna
Sean
be
King in
careful
chat
shorting
talking
through
about the
that.
London initial balance low, 54.62. Important level we're testing now on ES, and we're right there.
Yeah,
Thanks,
the
Sean.
overnight.
I'm reading some folks are locking it up for the day. Really proud of you guys.
Smart.
Yeah.
Eddie, when you have a chance, what do we have after the bell? Anything for earnings? I haven't taken a peek at the earnings calendar just yet.
Let me.
Take your time. Just
There's no.
Hey,
There's
while
no
he's doing that,
nothing.
Is rips up 4,200 right now? Lost traders calling them out in a good way.
Oh, that's
Shout
awesome.
out. Good.
Andrew,
What?
you're welcome. I use it as well. Lockout feature. No, not Andre. Oh yeah, Andre's considered Andrew for all the people that do typos with their
When it's
T9.
criticism, I'm not Andrew. That's Andrew.
They're spell correct.
Yes.
They're saying rips was up 22,000
live. Damn.
What?
He's trading his live.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
But I don't know if he's up 20,000 in his live. Our risk guys should know. Guys in the back, check it out. I'd be curious to know.
Andre, after the bell, if you want to get a new pair of shoes and a steak, Skechers is going to have a after the close, and Texas Roadhouse.
Oh.
That's about it. Nothing
Go
really
get
big.
some shoes and a steak. Did you just say go get some shoes and a steak?
What's happening?
Get some shoes and a steak, yes.
And wash it down with a cool Budweiser.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That reminds me of that.
Hold on.
I know Eddie's in the background.
We got natural gas here coming up.
I know you remember.
Okay,
that.
wash it down with a cool Budweiser. In chat, what's that from? And wash it down with a cool Budweiser. I got it. You guys know this one in Chicago, right?
Cool. What is it? Harry Carey?
Yep, you know. God damn. Who
Boy!
did it?
Hey.
Jesus.
Harry Carey?
Harry Carey SNL. There you guys go. Hell yeah. Will Ferrell.
Holy God, rest his soul.
If the moon was made of cheese,
would you eat it?
Would you eat it? It's a simple
Ryan
question.
Sandberg spelled backwards is. All right, we got natural gas change here coming in at 22 billion cubic feet. They were looking at 11, so it is on the double there, 22. So natural gas traders, there's your number. And coming up here in about a half an hour, we will be seeing the KC Fed manufacturing minor number, but heads up anyway. Back to you, Dre.
Team JD.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, it's what level is that? Team JD. We got guys. JD has a team. Dolby has a team. Eddie has a team. Hoagland has a team. Andre's a collector of information. I am an executor. And that the teams that they have are folks that are trading well, are seeing the markets well, and via their perspective. They're like scouts of level providers, signal providers, one may say.
Just to let you know, my team has an open bar 24/7.
Oh wow. I trust those levels big time. Then those are my levels.
Big time.
I can get
Those are my guys.
Man, what a bounce!
All right, there's your 200-point bounce. 5, 10, 15 minutes later.
Wow.
20.
That's ludicrous.
Well, you know, every time I see prices just fall off a cliff like that, you know that at some juncture they're going to have a reversal event. It might not be as big as this one certainly was, but you know, it's hard to keep falling without somebody going, let's see what we can do here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
it bounced right off that 100 period moving average, right off that 10% down. I mean, if you're playing, you told your guy, your long-term guy, hey, play it off the 100 period moving average or the 10%, whatever one comes first. You would have.
Henry, do you like this idea? If you see on my charts, this is that 500 tick chart. We've got a supply zone right up here. I mean, this is where the market really started to tumble. We're looking for shorts. This might be a good opportunity to look somewhere in there.
Yeah.
For which market?
It's
are you
also
talking
the
about?
anchored
NASDAQ. Yes.
Looking for
shorts.
shorts.
Is right there.
Yeah, all the way up at 126.
Yeah, up in that area.
What levels do we have up there? What zones?
Shoot.
Well, we had support here. You know, let's call it around 110 to 120. And, you know, basically it kind of broke out below 105 and then found another area of resistance there. And then continuation to the downside. So this supply zone up here looks interesting. I mean, it's kind of a big zone, but I like the lower end of it. So 91.10 to 91.20. We've got the anchored VWAP in that area as well. Emery, where do you see that anchored VWAP?
Thank you. 126.
So off of the Eastern time, it's sitting at, I see it at 19,060. And off of the 8:30 number Eastern, it's at 87. So I think there's some shorts trying to push off of that edge right there. That 87. Yeah.
You know what's great about days like today is you can, if you're like get in a position, it's pretty exciting because you can be right away and up really nicely right away. Or of course the opposite. Or of course the opposite, which you've seen on the house account thus far. But you got to look at the silver lining of a fast-moving, higher volatility.
All right. Gold now still kind of holding below that 2365 weekly kickoff level. Came back to it. Still a valid short.
Mm-hmm.
Gold?
Mm-hmm.
Short?
65?
62s?
I don't know about 62s. I mean, we've lost, 30 ticks of location there.
Ticks of location.
Yeah.
Maybe on a retest. Keep us posted on a 65 retest.
Will do. We're back up to that, that 86, 89, 90 level in the NASDAQ. That's a cheap short there. If it takes out
90?
that previous swing high above
Perfect.
97.
Perfect.
Uh-huh.
Hey, props
Yeah,
to
the
Hoag
regular-
and Felipe. Calling
The
that 10%.
regular VWAP is about, I know that was a huge call out. It was a huge call out. 19,127. And then I seem to have some sort of line that's being built by this volume profile here at 19,143.
What's the chances? Give me a chat poll. Do we make new highs today?
Oof.
Oh, definitely not. I'll
In?
go there.
Off this bounce?
Do we make new highs today?
About 200 points off the high. Interday high? I think why not? Yeah. No chance.
High for the day.
S&P's cooking here to the
From
upside.
the 8:30 Central Open?
Sure. Well, I mean,
We can do that.
I'm just saying up on, high on the day. What's that? 19,300?
Yeah, 30.
I don't know. You've seen wicks like this
Understraight.
before on the daily.
Hell of a
The
bounce
daily were
off
just-
those 10% lows.
Yeah.
Insane.
All right, we're trading 10s. And then you're saying cheap short. You're saying 27s.
26.
126. I like that. It's VWAP.
VWAP. Yeah.
Down sloping VWAP. 126.
What are the VWAP
In the supply zone.
Supply zone. Sweet. Couple check marks there. 126 in. Oh, exactly have a level there. 126.
We have a 168.
Nice job, Bangs.
One 126 is incoming. 125 VWAP. We go on P.
Props to Vivek. Passing 2 combines today. Somebody
Buddy
caught the
Vivek?
market, right?
Which Vivek?
Good job.
Poll question in the chat. Will NQ make new highs on the day? Yes or no?
Votes in.
Marie's got it as a no. I'll say, I'll probably say no too. 50-50.
What are the Mag 7 doing? Or have they got any action?
Anne Marie called the high, the all-time high. She's like, I think we've seen the high for a while.
She did. She did.
I remember that day.
All right, going to.
Oh, that's right. Forgot about that. That was like the second week of July or something.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Anne Marie with the perfect call. I forgot about that. The sell-off has been like rip your face off sell-off.
I know.
off you're like, yeah, I think that's
Sent me
the
into
high.
Trump.
Anne had spoken.
Oh man.
All right. Well, while the markets
So-
try to go ahead, John. If you got something,
Now,
holler
I'm
out.
just saying, the Mag 4 that I'm looking at, I mean, they've come severely off their lows.
Yeah, they
Are
have.
they holding?
Well, NVIDIA's back to kind of a supply zone, overnight supply zone.
Okay.
I mean, every Edward Jones and every strip mall.
Yeah, they bought those. They
Clients.
got.
Clients. I mean, what, you're going to tell your client, you're not going to tell them a level. Like, well, Tom, I'm going to buy anytime the market pulls back 10%. We're going to
10%
be doing that
discount, yeah.
all. Yeah.
Clearance rack. All right. Well, let's see. John, do we still like a short at 126? I got 2 check marks at 126. We got VWAP. We got a check mark there.
Yeah,
Get
what-
to-
we got to ask the community, what's the risk on that? Where are we wrong?
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. That's a good call. Where are we wrong?
If we look at the,
I mean, we're not the only one looking at that VWAP. I'll tell you that for sure.
no, absolutely.
I don't know.
All right. Well, while we're
55
doing that,
maybe?
we'll keep an eye on that. I want to throw it to James. We still have some housekeeping to do around here. James, we got some news already this morning.
We
I
got
say
some
we're wrong
news.
above 145. So we're risking about 20 points on that, 30 points on that if we're going to take. All right, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Oh, it's good. I appreciate
No
it.
worries. As always, cut me off if things are happening. First up, Gabe, you want to throw that first image up? I believe we're talking about Southwest
Oh, yeah.
and how they are getting rid of open seating. They're going to offer extra leg room in the biggest shift in its history. Pricier seats, extra leg room. It's kind of becoming like all the other airlines out there. They want to start selling this new option sometime next year, but Southwest fans, don't worry. They're not making any changes to its beloved 2 free checked bags policy. So you can pay more for bigger seats. I love flying. Andre knows this. It's my favorite activity.
Oh, it's the worst. Flying is the absolute worst. It's
The best is when you're 35,000 feet and it violently shakes. I can't get enough of that. Moving on. More of a feel-good
Finally
story
shakes.
here.
Oh.
Sharks off Brazil coast test positive for cocaine.
Oh, hey.
Marine biologists tested 13 Brazilian sharp-nosed sharks, say that 3 times fast, taken from the shores of Rio de Janeiro, and they found they tested high levels of cocaine in their muscles and livers. Sharks out there having a great time in the water. They love music. They love energy.
All night. Yeah.
All night. Anytime they feel like going to sleep, they don't. And the article does mention that previous research has shown that drugs are likely to have the same effects on animals as they do humans. So they can work for SNL.
Why are we drug testing sharks again? What?
Yeah, why would that even be a test that would pop up on their test?
There's the next movie.
One,
Leave the
give a
sharks
shark a bunch
alone.
of cocaine.
Yeah.
Step 2,
Cocaine
see if it does
shark.
anything.
Cocaine
Shark.
Bear. You guys ever watch Cocaine Bear or whatever that is? That's the dumbest movie I thought on the planet.
Did you watch it?
It was a good movie.
It was a good movie.
It was a good movie. What are you talking about?
Maybe I'm wrong.
I like Coke.
I gave it 20 minminutes.
No, come on. All right.
Give it a fair shake, Michael. That's what James is saying.
It's a good
Cocaine
movie.
Bear.
Next story. Our third story is shipwreck hunters have recently found a long-lost shipwreck 131 years after it sank in Lake Michigan. They found it on May 12th by a group of shipwreck hunters. That's the job I want. Using historical records and a high-resolution sonar. This ship went down on September 30th, 1893, as it went from Bay City, Michigan to Chicago with a crew of 6 men and a cargo of salt. They got some bad turbulent waters out there. The boat started capsizing. They abandoned ship. Everyone made it off except for the ship's dog. If I'm getting this right. Yeah, the captain brought his dog. It's sad. The captain even said, "I would rather lose any sum of money than to have the brute perish as he did." And they found the dog's remains with the boat.
126 is Michael coming and incoming.
Yep.
And then we have one last piece here. It's not news, but came in this morning and there was a red light flashing on our voicemail inbox.
What?
5 lots
So we got
short.
another voicemail.
1 second,
Yeah.
James. 5 lots short, 125s. And this thing just hangs out. This thing's hanging out. Interesting. Okay, so we're 5 lots short. We're going to risk 20 ticks on this. Handles. 25. And there's our heat. 25, sorry. No, cancel. 25s. Man. That'd be 45s. There's your 45s. Okay. Go ahead, James.
All right. So like I said, we got a voicemail in the box. Seems to be one of Eddie's old friends. I don't know. Let's go ahead and play it. And,
hey, is this Topstep TV? How come y'all don't pick up the phone? It's Guy Fieri here, and I'm trying to reach my main man, Eddie Horn. Eddie and I go way back. He was there when Flavortown was just a small dot on a map off the highway in the middle of nowhere, and now he's on TopstepTV. Eddie, I see you tearing up those trading accounts, and it makes me want to pass on the mantle of wearing sunglasses on the back of your head. Next time I'm in the burbs, it's you, me, our buddy Carl Hungus, and some great ganja and grub. Is Andre there? Andre, missed you at Pal last night, buddy. The place didn't have the same vibe without you hawk-tooing all over the dance floor. I'm going to be there again this weekend, and we need you and your third eye there to keep the party rolling. NMP, don't think I've forgotten about you. I just want to say that Topstep X is the greatest trading platform I've ever seen. I want to let you in on a little secret. Flavortown is about to join the NASDAQ, and you're going to want to go long on it. We're going public, baby. We're going to the moon. We're going to bring trash can nachos to the aliens, my friend. Don't listen to chat. You don't have to size up with FLT. Go all in. Cannonball that, baby. Anyways, I got to jet. Talk soon. Guy out.
Later, guy. Thank you.
Okay.
Later,
See you
guy.
Guy.
Later on or short. We've had every trade wrong today. Nothing.
Three trades and we're
Yeah.
done.
James.
That 5 lot toasted. Toasted. All right, so we're down 4 on the week. We're up 7.
All right.
Bummer.
What is today? Thursday?
Today's Thursday.
Yeah.
Fridays are a tough trade, too.
Well, all right.
Look at this rally. Maybe it'll be a 300-point run. Maybe the highs come in right about now.
10%.
Yeah,
If you're sitting on your hands today, hopefully you're able to watch others either say they're getting blown out or this happen and feel better about that FOMO that's probably been boiling up. So hopefully you can always learn through somebody else's experience.
James. That was well done, James.
S&Ps are higher on the day now.
There we go.
Amazing.
S&P's posy.
Hey, John, what do you got NVIDIA at?
113, about 114.
That down, what, 2.7?
Hmm.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So
What's the
my
P&L?
thought
What's
was-
Down 12.
3 strikes and we are out. Man.
There.
Yeah, I know.
We should have got in
What
where
a
we
day.
put our stop. Yeah, that happens.
So
Yeah, one of those.
my
Should've faded.
thought was resistance was around and about the 160s because I use the 1 hour charts for that. But let's see if they'll end up picking up.
JD.
The edges are fading.
How did EIA come out, Eddie? Didn't even we blew right through that, didn't we?
No, we didn't have EIA. It was the
Nat gas?
net gas. We pulled it out. We caught that. Yeah, it is EIA. I'm sorry, Andre, but it was
good,
only
all
net gas. 22 billion cubic feet. We hit it.
Okay.
If you're watching that gas, it took a dump, complete dump.
Yeah, it did.
They don't call it the Widowmaker for nothing.
That's right.
Yep.
You know that. All right. 9:48 right now. I think we can do our first stats. Let's do some payouts. Let's do some XFAs. Throw it to my man JD.
You got it. Let's start with those hot streaks. What do you think?
Okay. Oh, did he do it? $1 guy?
He stepped up his game a little bit yesterday.
$2.
Took
There you go.
$4 out of the market.
Hey, Dustin.
He held on for more than a half a second yesterday, for sure. Big day for Dustin. $4.
You
All
watching,
right.
Dustin? You know what you're doing.
Michael and Parmeshwar, they doubled Dustin's day. Both of them took home $8 a piece. Say hello to Alexander and Fan. Alexander made about $160 trading the bonds. Now on a 23-day hot streak. And Fan profited $207 in the NQ, now sitting on a 22-day heater. We lost 2 of our guys from yesterday. Mr. Papa Giorgio did take a hit on that move, but I've been in email communication with him the last couple of days. He's a good dude. Everybody gets a day, right? Can't win them all.
Great run.
But
great run.
Great run. Excellent run.
It was.
But we'll be hearing more from Papa Giorgio in the coming days.
Sweet.
All right. Next up, let's look at yesterday's best live funded P&Ls.
Okay.
Raphael, we heard about him on the shoulder tap yesterday. Big day for Raphael.
Animal.
$36,460 trading the ES. Average hold time of 6 hours and 20 minutes yesterday. Scaled in, scaled out of his trade, rode that move the whole way down. This guy's for real. Trading in just a single live funded account. No XFAs for Raphael. That's all.
I've seen Pinson and
Pinson
Raphael
also
on here. Yeah, on here
Pinson
a lot.
also.
Yep.
Pinson is also trading in just a single live funded account. These guys are pros for sure. They're playing pro ball. No XFAs for these guys. Everything's in the live funded account.
Nice.
Pinson had an average hold time of 4 hours and 20 minutes. There's your 420, Eddie. But yeah,
There you go.
these guys
Fire
nailed
it
it
up.
yesterday.
Nice.
Rode that move down. Then we've got Kaichun, another familiar name. Kaichun carved up the NASDAQ for $7,900. Carlos with close to 1,100 trading the NQ, and Oliver close to $1,000 trading gold. Nice days for the bit of a spread there, $1,000 to $36,000. Those are the top five. Yeah. All right, next up, let's take a look at yesterday's total payouts.
I like the stat. Over under $500,000. Over $500,000.
Oh, there you go, man.
There's your over. Total payouts, almost $600,000, 304 payouts, average payout of $1,959. Average payouts drifting higher all throughout the week. We started the week at around $1,800. Now we're getting close to $2,000 in average payouts.
I don't see it slowing down. We have more and more people coming into Topstep.
Yeah, we mentioned it yesterday. The risk and funding team walked into an inbox of 900 payout requests yesterday. So they were doing their best to knock all those out. They're getting closer and closer. But here are your top payouts from yesterday. Some new names. Jalen's familiar, 19,500. Yeah. Anthony, 23,500. Yude, Jalen, Shane, Kenneth, Shane S. Yep, these are all XFA payouts too. Getting paid real money in those XFA accounts.
Nice.
All right, that's what I got for you right now. I'll be back in a little bit with that leaderboard, guys.
Thanks, JD. Dustin.
Cool.
Went from $1. Yeah, I love it. 41 days. What's the JD? If you're there, real quick, what's the record again? What's the record for streaks?
Hot streaks 42 from Carlos L.
Yeah,
42. That's XFA and live account combined. So Dustin is 1 away from tying the streak, 2 away from breaking the streak. See, I wonder how he's doing right now. Maybe I'll have someone on the risk team look him up and see what he's doing today, if he did anything.
1 day away from tying it. Love it. $1 a time. All right, back to these markets. Buyers are in the house right now.
Hey, is Rafa in the house?
I think Rafa wants to stay low key.
No, he's not. He's right here, Dre, in chat, supposedly. I don't know if it's the same one, though.
Oh, okay.
If it's the same one, give us the last 4 digits of your account number.
Whew. There you go. I thought you were gonna say social security number. Hey, buyers coming stepping in here. High of the day, 54.83 S&P.
On the Q's, not making a brand new high.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Now what do you do? That's my question. Are you looking to get long? Are you looking at short here? Very, very tricky at this point.
You stay patient.
Yep.
And see what happens.
Patience, yes.
We're extending above the initial balance in the S&Ps. You got positive delta of 10,000 in the S&Ps.
Ooh.
NASDAQ flat. NASDAQ's finally back to the opening range.
Flat. Cool. All right, last trade, 19,200.
Average. Look at this. The shorts average price for the NAS is 140 points away from price.
That's what are they long?
They're getting smushed.
Oh, short,
yeah. Destroyed.
You see Fed coming out in about 6 minutes. Michael's favorite number. Pushing higher here. 19,208 last trade. S&P is about 3 points off, 2 points, 3 points off the highs.
Look at that. Rip through every level, up and down.
Yep.
Tough.
You ever order a hot dog? You ever order a hot dog in Chicago and tell them to run it through the garden, up and down the garden?
You love that. You love that.
You know
what does that mean?
I think that sounds delicious.
Yeah, they talk about that up there.
It's a cooler way of saying put everything on it.
Oh,
Run it through the garden.
No
You know,
ketchup.
the only thing with that, no ketchup, exactly. The only thing with that is like by the time you get your hot dog, the hot dog's cold because you've put like tomatoes, onions, relish, cold condiments on it. But I love, and then don't forget the celery salt.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
that's a Chicago dog.
Cherry on top.
Got one of those on Sunday. Turn dog, Michael.
10% off all-time highs, and we just ripped higher.
Makes sense. I guess that's you stepping in. I guess can we get will there be push? I'm sure if you look at daily chart, I mean, people were just eyeing that number.
All right.
All right, well, we'll see if you keep pushing here. Eddie, if you're ready to do some plugs, let's throw it your way.
All
Recalibrate,
right.
see what these levels are at. But yeah, go ahead.
All right. My charts are available. Now, last week, we debuted journaling in Topstep Performance Dashboard. And yesterday, we debuted 2 more features to it. Now you can make journal entries from the Trades tab. Let's take a look here. We're going to run over that. Over here, it's the 3 stars with the graph performance stats. Okay. One of the things here is you can have a journal on the days that you don't trade. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to scroll down to the calendar. And as we did say, Saturday, can we do that on Saturday? Sure, you can. If you want to journal, just add journal, and you can type in there what you want to do. But otherwise, these are days that you have trades on. Now, yesterday I did not trade, but I did put a journal in. Did not trade today. Probably best since the market was a dump. I'm very much bullish with the market, so I stayed out, and that was my choice. Did not trade yesterday. Also, if you want to, you can if you scroll down here, you can journal on each individual trade. Right, just click on the left there. Another neat thing is, if you want, go back to your charts and hit trades. Okay, trades. Here you can also journal on the left. If you want to, if this is what you like to watch, you can journal right then and there. You don't have to go anywhere else. Click on the left and you can journal that certain trade for the day. And that's what we do have here. So that's one of the many features that we do have. And also want to just sort of point out that journal is one of the best things that we've added recently. We've got Coach T with us, and he's going to tell you, it's going to be personalized about your trades. You know, he says to succeed takes time and concentration. There's no shortcuts. And for my trades, he's going to come down here and tell me exactly. He's going to look at my numbers, and he's going to tell me my risk to reward ratio is 0.80. Try to improve your ratio by setting wider profit targets and tighter stop losses. And it's something I'm going to take into consideration. Thank you, Coach T. So remember also, we are mobile friendly. If you are looking to add something on your smartphone, now remember, it's not an app. Just log in. Just get to your either a Google or whatever you've got on your phone here and type in you can just log into your account from there. You do not need an app. And also, we got a few more exciting features coming up, so stay tuned. This is going to be good stuff. Also, I want to add that TopstepTV not only covers the New York Open, but the Asian and London Opens as well. If you don't know about this, join Coach Dakota 8 p.m. Sunday through Thursday for slow markets, and that's going to be here on YouTube. Also, every day from Monday through Thursday, our very own Deanna has a 3:30 a.m. London Open. So, I mean, we are expanding here. There's more to come, but these are some opportunities you can have to get yourself ready for the markets during the day. And that is what I've got here today. Andre, back to you, my friend.
Thanks, Eddie. All right, new highs in S&P's 54.84 half last trade, which is also high of the day. NQ lagging a little bit behind that. Dow catching a bit as well. Crude trading about 8 cents off the high of the day, $77.37. Last trade, $77.29. Gold chilling around that 23.66 level. We keep an eye on, boy, S&P SPOOs are not being done, bought up right now. 54.86, 345 last trade. Thank you, James. All right, Anne-Marie, any levels that you're looking at? Anything that's areas of interest, perhaps? To take a long, take a short. We did see a nice bounce off those 10%. Well, I don't think S&Ps were down 10%, but NASDAQ was. Any levels or any areas of interest in either NQ or ES?
I am watching the region around 19,185 to hold. It feels like they're trying to press up into the prior highs, and so it looks like it's a buy the pullback event. And the 5-minute candlesticks have been about, let's see, high to low. Oh my gosh, they've been 50 points wide. The last two 5-minute candlesticks have moved a 50-point range. So maybe if we get ourselves a 50-point fade from this zone, it'll still, from the last high there at 213.50, maybe we can get something at that 78 to 80 and go long and chase it up into the highs, because it certainly looks like I'm going to be wrong on price action, not heading to the top. So that's going to be super interesting.
This is
sellers back here.
These moves are vicious.
They are.
I mean, it's like, it's
We got high.
I can't get out of the hole. I'm down 700. And
700?
Yeah, I say that's fairly good considering
it's 7 Gs. It says 7 Gs on the board. 700 or 7,000?
Me personally?
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Come on. I don't need 700.
Man, I thought you were down 7 Gs, man. Okay, good. All right.
No. No.
700. Update board, please. Yo, man, like
trying to stay positive on a day like today, that would be really painful.
Taking it every which way. Like, shoot. All right, cool. All right, Dow making new highs here. 40,338. Tough, tricky trade, man. Major sell-off. Thinking the floor is going to fall out. Shout out to Hoag, 10%, man. 10%.
Yeah, that was.
Did you buy more, MP? MP, you were getting ready to call my brother to buy more at 10%.
And you told me no. I was ready to call your brother.
Because we got trading going on here. We got trading.
I don't care. It's a text. I talk to my wife while we're here.
You're calling up house account over everything.
Well, we were in that. We were watching levels. We had the check boxes, and I go, well. In the meantime, we're in free fall. Why don't I call old Rich?
You all suck.
I mean, Rich, are you hearing that? You a good client or no, Rich? Call in. Let's know how those relations are going. Does he behave? Does he listen? Does he take direction and guidance?
I got to hear from Andre and his brother. Short-term active trading Andre, long-term portfolio his brother.
76%.
That's called putting all your eggs. That's called putting all your eggs in one family.
A whole lot of McHugh, dude. That's a whole lot of McHugh there. All right, 76% long crude, 75% long. Where to go? YM just pushing higher here.
Whoo, baby.
Looking for those 185s. 185s pulled back. Yeah.
Well, they're already at 185.
Yeah.
It's down to 160.
Yes, it is. He says, I mean, we got our levels, Michael. I don't know what levels are holding. Besides 10% down, that's the only
levels holding. I'll tell you, the only thing that's holding, Andre, only thing is fading yourself is holding.
Oh boy. Dangerous place.
It's so right sometimes, though. So difficult to do.
So right. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Man,
Like right now, I want to buy it.
5-minute candles.
You do?
I like to buy. I like to buy
Yeah,
here.
you know what?
But
I buy too.
Let's
I like to
sell
buy
gotta
too.
get
I
up.
just wanted to buy it. I'm going to sell one. I just wanted to buy it.
So you sold it
Shit,
instead?
no, I bought one. Sorry, I bought one.
Oh.
No, I'm canceling. I wanted to buy one. I can't even get that right. My brain just goes, absolutely not. I swear to God, I waited for it. Okay, then I'll just paper trade right now. I would have been short. Would have been short from 69s right here because I wanted to buy it. there you go.
All right.
I'm telling you.
Oh, I mean, it's not a bad
Y'all
strategy
suck.
when you're cold.
Aye.
Yeah. Oh, suck. You jackass.
Right,
okay, what movie?
We're good. That one. John Jones in the chat quotes it once a day in the chat.
You jackass?
Yeah. No. Yeah. That one. Quotes that movie. All right. 154's trade. MPG
There you
long or
go,
short
guys.
there?
Happy go.
Yeah, did you get long or short there?
No, I said I wanted to get long
Oh.
at 69s, which I would be taking. I would have had 4 points into it for a second and then 15 points into heat right now. I would have been stopped out. 39s, no, I would have been 49s. Yeah, 49s, I would have been stopped out. It hasn't gone there yet. You guys see Happy Gilmore on whatever he just Instagram? He was golfing and he hasn't done it in 20 years or something. That driver.
Yeah, you can still do that.
When he kind of winds up to the driver.
Very hard. Very hard to do.
He claimed he nailed it.
72% long.
What?
Come see the golf ball whacker guy.
Yep. Come out, try the golf ball whack.
You all suck.
Risk table 30 points on NQ. Risk table at 30 points on NQ.
Keep an eye on crude topping out.
Yeah, it is. Buyer stepping in as well in S&Ps. NQ. Going to follow suit as well.
Yeah. Crude finally found a direction away from the weekly kickoff. Don't fight it.
Yeah, John. Once it picks its direction, you think it's just more momentum than an upside?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Jesse James, yes. Who are the people at the top of the screen? Why don't we hear from them? The people at the top of the screen are that you can see that they're +3 in the NASDAQ. They're +3 in the NASDAQ.
Where? Oh, that top of the screen.
Yeah, these are people with open positions at the funded level that are crushing it. And we won't hear from them because they're in an open position right now. And today might be their good day, or they might actually be trading poorly in the last week. I don't know. Today's just what their open position is. That's data that we want to share back with you guys, both for transparency, but also for however you want to help make trade decisions or not. It's up to you. Same as a tilt at the very top of your screen.
63% long crude as it continues to rally. What else we got? KC Fed. We got through that. I mean, we got a 4-week auction at 10 bottom of the hour. We got Euro close in about 22 minutes as well. 74%
It's
long.
been a hot minute since I've seen 60-point 5-minute candles in the NQ. I mean, this is really
easy to trade.
Gold is just stuck to weekly. Yeah.
If you catch it, man, though, I mean, the market's run, but yeah.
Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah. But then here's the thing. Here's what happens. You catch it and you're like, holy shit, that was awesome. I just cleared up in that short time. And then you do it again and you get toasted.
Life's
And then you're like, okay. And then you do it again and you get toasted. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Gold is just magnetic at that weekly kickoff level, 2365. It just won't move away.
Just else in
that
there.
is.
Thanks for keeping us updated on that, Hoagland. That's super helpful. Guys, weekly kickoff level is on your daily levels at the top of your screen. You'll see pictures of folks, and then they'll say Coach whomever next to it. Those are where we get our levels. If you're a newbie, maybe you can look at those levels and say, you know what, I'm just gonna do this and just get a feel for it. Because as a newbie in general, you should be getting in and out of the market first as a comfort level. And following somebody else's levels for a little bit is getting a little bit comfortable. And then you're going to start to formulate your own opinion and your own strategy, which is the end goal. Well, no, the end goal is to be consistently profitable, but you get the point.
Cool. Thank you, Dolby. KV saying we got support at 130, support one that also is VWAP 130, support in NQ. Dolby, these are KVs, correct? I believe. They look like KVs. Yeah, 130, support one. Thank you, Dolby. Last trade 180s, 19,183. Still pumping here.
John, the whole going back to the fade yourself kind of thing, and I say this just kind of understanding it as a psyche on the psyche level. Once you fade yourself and you get it right, you kind of get confused on like which subconscious is talking to you. The longer the short one next time, because you're like, hold on, where's my true conviction here?
I can joke about that, but I can't do it.
It's hard.
Completely debilitate me psychologically.
Yes, it would. What do you do if you're right? That's what I always say. What do you do if you're right on the fade? What do you do for your next trade?
No, that is one of the perils of doing that. So if I'm going to do that, it's going to be only at an extreme. When we were putting the lows in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ, and we were down near that 5% and 10% level, I was like, okay, I put in the low a couple of weeks ago. If I sell it now, I'm going to put in the low, and we're not the only ones watching these levels, these percent levels, 5%, 10%, and we touched it in the NASDAQ, and we haven't stopped rallying ever since. So that would be one of those situations where if I'm feeling like on an extreme like that, like I finally would just want to give up and then just try and sell it. That is the time. Anything in the middle, anything based off of profile information, anything like that, no. But it's only when it's emotionally like I'm missing this whole move where we're down so much right now, and it's getting late, and I want to make some money, and I say I want to sell it, and if I sell it, I know I'm selling the low, so I'll just grit my teeth and try and buy it and manage the risk well. It doesn't always work, but it does mess with your head a little bit, because the next time you're looking at a trade, you're thinking, well, geez, man, I did the opposite last time and it worked, so I'm going to do the opposite this time, and you do it wrong that time because you did the opposite.
What?
It does mess with your head. Be specific with your emotions and mental state when you're going to do it, and you might find a little bit more consistency with it.
So, John, what would the delta be in the NQ right now?
350 positive, 350. So, we had all that selling on the way down, all that buying all the way back up. We're right back at, well, we just took out the high of the opening range and the IB high. We took out the IB high earlier in the S&Ps, and we left single TPOs. So right now the S&Ps are a buy. If we can continue to hold above the initial balance high in the NASDAQ, which is 19,226, that's a buy.
Okay.
Now, because again, we're back above the bases of the late spike. So we looked at the late spike this morning. We said, we're looking for shorts because we left the opening range at the high of the day. We're thinking short only. Well, we thought short only all the way to the low, where we got to the 10% level. Buyers came all the way back up, and now we've taken out the IB high, the high of the initial balance, and the base of the late spike. So one thing we know for sure is value is going to be at the very least overlapping to lower. So that's indicating acceptance of lower price over time, but it doesn't mean that the market has to stay down there. We're going to keep value overlapping to lower no matter what happens for the rest of the day, more than likely. But now we're showing rejection of lower pricing, taking out the IB high, taking out the high of the opening range, taking out the high, the base of the late spike. If we leave single TPOs above the base, above the IB high, 19,226, we'll be looking for longs. And usually I'm looking for longs in all the wrong places.
I was just going to say that.
So we got the same thing in the S&P. Yeah. So we opened, there's the base of the late spike. We took a tick, at the base of the late spike, and we broke 5% off the all-time high, put in the low. We've taken out the IB high. We've taken out the high of the opening range. We've taken out the base of the late spike. We've left single ticks above the IB high. The S&Ps are now along.
Yep. The ultimate failed downside auction there, John.
In longer time frame, that's what it's really going to look like. Because if you look at the daily, let's just look at the daily in the S&Ps.
Tell me, just hits the trend to the tick.
And so, how does an auction die? It dies in excess. Yeah. That's some pretty serious excess on the daily chart right there.
Yeah, I was just looking at the daily.
That's way oversold. Yeah.
NASDAQ too. I mean, here's the daily in the NASDAQ. How do auctions die? In excess. Look at that. That is a tasty excess low right there. Doesn't mean it has to hold, but it got too cheap at 10%. And everybody that was looking at that said, yeah, let's buy it.
Yeah.
Bam.
Well, 10% flash sale.
Bam. Yeah, that was pretty tasty.
5,500s last trade in the S&Ps. 70-point rally.
Hey, we've got our sweetheart Janet. She's speaking. I'd like to thank Lost Trader for pointing that out, saying that higher U.S. rates included capital influx, boosting the dollar. See if anything else important comes over the wire here from her.
Which might be why gold has had a tough time.
That was happening.
It's fading. Holy smokes. Well, I've got to eat my words. Well above that 930 open. We just filled the gap.
It wouldn't have happened if we didn't say it. If we didn't say, no, there's no way we're putting in new highs. Because we said it, the market loves to make liars out of us.
Yes.
No.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the good thing about that, Anne Marie, is they are gluten-free.
And there you have it.
Anne-Marie.
There you have it.
273. Last trade.
So maybe I'm a glutton for
open.
punishment, but I love the short right there for just a quick bit.
Globex open 19,300 even. Next level to the upside. I don't know how. I feel like once you're 90 minutes into the session, these static levels kind of diminish in value. John, is that fair to say, or is there still value to these levels?
There can still be value to them if they're from longer time frames, but there's new information that we're getting from the markets all day long, market generated information. Like, we took out the high of the the IB high in the S&Ps. And when we opened the next 30-minute session, leaving single TPOs, that says, okay, well, now we're rejecting lower pricing and we've got to start looking for longs. And here we are. I mean, we've had a nice move off of that. When we left those single TPOs there, start looking for opportunities for longs. Nothing is going to work 100% all the time, but that's what that says is, all right, well, now we're rejecting those lower pricing. We're leaving single TPOs, excess below price. These single TPOs could be considered excess now below price. It's all about excess. When a market, changes or an auction ends, there's usually some degree of excess, and we're seeing continuation to the upside. Now, where do we trade to? Ladies and gentlemen, this is an excellent example of how important it is to know where naked points of control are. Where did the market target after it broke out to the upside? The naked TPO point of control, 5504. If you reverse engineer a lot of the weekly kickoff levels, they are quite often based on naked points of control.
You're telling them how the sausage is made, John.
It could be from months ago. Well, there's more to it than that.
Okay, good. Yeah, show them. Don't tell them all the tricks of the trade there, John.
I got my chicken balls here.
Thank you. You can't account for that. Thank you. That's how those levels hit, people. You want to know how the sausage is made? It's that right there.
My wife was like, this package came from Amazon, and she's like, what the heck did you order? Like, those are my chicken bones. She's like,
about TPO.
Why do you need those?
You can buy anything from Amazon.
Yes, you can.
Literally.
Hey, Anne-Marie.
From A to Z, Anne.
That's the logo. Anne-Marie, do you go crazy on Amazon?
Logo.
Are boxes at your front door every day?
My husband occasionally has to put the kibosh on that. So
I
he
love
normally goes, isn't that enough? So if you did run into that short at the gap fill, this would be rounded about the place to cover from that 270 to about 205 here. So that would be rounded about the place you would want to cover. And I mean, the fact that it's moving in 5-minute candlestick formations, you know, I have to be so focused when I'm trading. I normally will sit on my practice account here. And so I trade in my practice account like I trade in my regular account, in my personal account more often. So I don't know if anybody noticed, I was down at, I don't know, I think it was like negative $7,300. And so let's go to my stats.
Oh, nice.
Right? So take a peek. Look at I wonder if you can show me what the day looks like. Oh yeah, it was horrific, right?
Nice
so now it's up,
Nice.
685, but I was down 7,200 going, no, I'm going to get this back, which often is, the way that I will trade in general mentally. I just have to, I work better with a lot of rope. Occasionally I get tangled up in it and I can't breathe, but for the most part, I will bring myself back around. But it was really this morning, I was doing the same thing. I'm like, this has got to bounce. And as soon as John said, there it is, I just started moving up. But just like you said, Michael, you said, you're seeing it right. It moves really fast. You're up $3,000. You go, oh, that's great. I take another trade, and then you're down 4 again, and then you're up again. And so it's tough to manage, certainly, if you're not if you're not just thinking about, wait a second, I just got to get the rhythm. As opposed to saying, wait a second, why am I going in the wrong side? I just will go, I just got to get the rhythm.
Yep. The rhythm and the
I don't know how
ebbs
you
and
guys
flows,
trade.
Michael.
I don't know how you guys trade the NASDAQ.
NASDAQ's crazy. That's all for
NASDAQ is nuts.
100 points right there.
I faded myself a couple times up there. Just literally faded myself on a one lot. I'm up money now.
Oh boy. And you're sitting down. I've noticed.
There you go. His head was getting a little lightheaded.
Dude, he fought the good fight for about 2 hours. I mean, on the feet. I don't know how you pit trade or stood on your feet for 5 hours, 4 hours standing on your feet in the pits, man. That was wild.
There'll be times.
sport.
Yeah, you're back kind of.
Oh yeah.
But I'm smoking cigarettes now, Johnny. Sitting down.
All right.
Yeah,
Fire
do
'em
that,
up.
make them the funny ones.
All right.
That'll
We're
work.
watching these
I got
markets.
it,
The market's been vicious moves today to downside, upside. And recall a nice short up there in that 280, 260 level in the NQ. There has been opportunity, but right now I want to throw it to my main man, JD. JD, how are we looking for those live funded trader leaderboard? How are we looking, JD?
Looking pretty good. Let's take a quick look at yesterday's best XFA P&Ls first, though.
Yes.
Huge numbers coming out of the XFAs yesterday. Akram pulled in $47,000 trading the S&P and gold futures yesterday. Shifton with more than 45 grand trading the NASDAQ. Shifton moved up to number 15 on the leaderboard from 100th place yesterday with that nice $45,000 day.
Nice jump.
Nicholas and Chung both with more than 30 grand trading the NQ, and Yi with close to $28,000 also trading the NQ and MNQ. Huge numbers. Honorable mention to Drayton, who is number 6 on the list today. Just missed top 5 in yesterday's best P&Ls, but he's now number 2 on the leaderboard. We're going to see his name in just a minute. He was copying trades across 5 XFAs again yesterday, profited a total of $119,000 yesterday across 5 XFAs. Back-to-back days of monster wins for Drayton. He was in 40th place on the leaderboard coming into the week. I think he made close to $50,000 on Tuesday, another $120 yesterday, and sitting at number 2 on the leaderboard. But we'll get into that in just a second. Here's the bottom half of our top 10 list. In 6th place, we have Kenneth. Kenneth unfortunately dropped about $10,000 across 10 XFAs yesterday and fell a couple spots. He was in 4th place yesterday.
How many XFAs?
5 XFAs for Kenneth.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought you said 10 XFAs. I was like, wait, what?
10,000 across 10,000 across 5 XFAs. That was it.
Okay. Very cool.
All right.
All
Nick for a tick. Nick made about $4 grand. Still dropped a spot though from 6th down to 7th. Chung is back in action. Chung, first day back trading in a live account in a couple of XFAs. He had about $56,000 in profits across those 3 funded level accounts. Jumped from 96th place up to 8th place. Yi, who we mentioned, with that nice day in the XFA P&L list, elevated himself to 9th place, up from 36th place after yesterday's big winner. And Edward took a $9,000 drawdown across 5 XFAs and fell from 7th down to 10th place. All right, Eddie, here we go.
Attention, here's an update on tonight's dinner. It was veal. I repeat, veal. The winner of tonight's mystery meat contest is Jeffrey Corbin, who guessed some kind of beef.
What was that?
What movie is that from?
Meatballs.
Meatballs. Hoag knew it.
Is that meatballs?
Funny.
We need that again.
JD's loving it. No, we're good.
I thought we were getting more. All right,
Oh,
there's
I'm
his
sorry.
name again, Pinson. Pinson with another huge day, more than $32,000 in profits trading in a single live funded account. No XFAs for Pinson. We mentioned that earlier. Popped into 5th place. He was in 9th place yesterday. Brian P took a $5,000 drawdown, dropped the rung on the ladder. He was in 3rd place yesterday. Quinn also suffered a drawdown, $15,000 across 5 XFAs, dropped from 2nd down to 3rd. There is Drayton, who we just mentioned, $120,000 winning day, almost $170,000 on the week so far. We've been talking about this guy for a couple of days. Just massive winners for this guy. Moved up to 5th place, moved up to 2nd place from 5th place yesterday. Back-to-back days of rippers for Drayton. Like I said, he was in 40th place to start the week. 50 grand on Tuesday, 120 grand yesterday. Big week so far for Drayton. Moving up the list real fast. And then Rafa.
Wow.
Rafa made 36 grand yesterday. We saw him on the live funded P&L list, right at the top of that list also. Still sitting in first place.
Well, you had
Drayton. What's that?
No, you had Raphael, right?
That's
And
Rafa.
Rafa.
Yep.
Are these different? These are different
Nope,
guys.
same guy. I got a request
Nickname.
to
Right.
change it up a
We're the
little bit.
same. Yeah.
That's his
Same.
nickname.
Oh,
Okay.
did we just change it now? Is it
Changing
Rafa?
it up,
Rafa in chat, just so we're on the same. There's a Rafa in chat. There's a RAFA, Rafa here in first place. And there's a RAFAEL that was on the live leaderboard that you had earlier. So
We
I
should
want
check it.
are they,
Same guy.
are they
across
all the same guy?
leaderboards. I don't know about the guy in chat, but the other two are the same.
Got it.
Got it. Yep, 36 grand for Rafa yesterday. Still sitting in first place. Drayton, right behind him. Just about 3 grand separating the two right now. So we should be getting some updates from the risk team shortly to see how our live funded traders and top funded traders are doing throughout the morning. So we could be looking at a little shakeup on the leaderboard later today. Keep you posted on that. All right, that's what I
Okay.
got for you. Be back in a
Thanks,
bit
Jamie.
with
I'd
the
love to-
Series 3 question.
That Rafa,
Doesn't
man.
show how hard it is to stay on top 10. But it's also
I know.
should go to show to everybody right now that you could make it up there. I mean, it's hard to hold. It would be nice to say who has held the top 10 the longest here at Topstep. It's either Dakota or Nick, right? Or no? Just off a gut
Up
instinct.
there, yeah, they've been on top 10 for a minute. Yeah, Nick for a tick.
Just
Dakota had
yeah,
it.
just off the top of my head, since we really started tracking it, I would say Dakota 1, Nick Furtick 2, and Rafa 3. Does that make
It's
sense?
just incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd love to be a fly on the wall watching them.
Well, that's what we try to do. We try to bring him on the on here, which we're getting pretty good luck. I
Well,
am
it's
very
just-
curious,
it's-
Rafa, if you'd like to join Rafa in there, if it is the Rafa, we would love to have you, even if you wanted to go faceless or nameless.
Oh, we could do it like you blur out his face and you like muffle his voice like he's a FBI informant on those shows.
That would be
Talk
awesome.
like this.
It's
I do trade.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, we could do
Yeah,
that.
that. Yeah, let's do
Oh
that.
my
We could do that. We can do
Trading
that.
the crude here right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah, we could do that. Rafa, what levels do you like around here? We got witness protection. That one. We got witness protection. What levels do you like here?
Yeah, Rafa, what levels do you have? Go ahead, Eddie.
Eddie, go. Yeah.
Well, we got lots of levels. Well, what are you talking about? Do we want crude or what? NASDAQ? What? I mean,
Let's just go
be
NASDAQ
specific
for a
here, you know. NASDAQ. Okay, well, just coming off the top right now, I would say we got some sellers coming in here. I'd watch it very carefully, though. Be very careful in what you do.
You up to date? You up to date,
Thanks,
Rafa?
Rafa, you make money.
Yeah, I'm up about 27,000. Yeah, it caught the downside on the NASDAQ. You guys were buying, I was selling. I see all you guys.
Man, Rafa bringing the heat today.
That's pretty tough.
Pretty good.
Eddie, that's your new character, Anonymous. We'll just call you Anonymous.
If Rafa won't talk to us, you're Rafa.
Rafa won't talk to us. We got Eddie. We got Anonymous. The new character, Anonymous. Well, you'll be hearing more about him, I'm sure.
I was selling when you guys were buying.
Sounds fine with me. Yeah, that's fine.
That's pretty damn good right there.
That's pretty damn
On the
good.
fly. Well,
That is very good.
improv.
Brought some tea.
You took
Oh.
improv, right, Eddie? Second City?
Second City, yeah, main stage, Second City for about 3 years. Then did my own show for about 10 years, and I was doing stand-up started stand-up at Zany's.
He was known
I
as
got
Kid
that
Comedy
big-
on the trading floor. Kid Comedy.
Yeah, looks will get you everywhere.
Wow.
Fucking funny.
Mm.
Takes a lot of guts to do that,
Yeah,
right?
it's very
Yeah,
hard.
it does. Yeah, it does.
Johnny, you did a show with us
Yeah,
for the veterans.
I did all the
We did a
all
show
the
at
classes.
VFW.
I did all the
Took
classes
classes
at
too.
Second City, and I did that show with you. It was a lot of fun, but I never stood on a stage trying to be funny. That's a whole other league of intestinal fortitude. You gotta hand it to you, Eddie.
Yeah.
It's a lot
Yeah,
of smoke and
I
weed.
took improv class at Second City as well to help me with public speaking. It was a big thing that people were saying would help you with public speaking. So I took it. Improv is, man, you are vulnerable comes, because like you're in the
Yes.
class, they're like, okay, you and Chris, or you're Michael, you're up. You're cooking dinner and then you're playing in a band. Go. Like, and you can't speak. You can't speak. And then you got to do whatever's on your mind at that moment in time, because you can't just go like that. So you just go.
That's fun.
It's pretty tough.
No.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it is fun actually.
I mean, it's a hit or miss. I mean, improv's a hit or miss. I mean, it's not. You're not always going to be. I mean, that's why you've got other people. You know.
Well,
you
not
can't
only
be afraid
that.
to die.
Yeah, because I did community theater for a lot of years, and we did comedies a lot. And sometimes your audience is super dopey. They don't get any of the jokes.
They're
The very
dopey.
next night, you do the same jokes,
Oh, that's
and
funny.
they're laughing. Do you know what I mean? Eddie, you agree or no?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes. I agree.
Right?
that's fun. That's brutal. You're funny
You
one
kind
night.
of agree.
That's brutal.
Ex-
It's a hard
exactly.
gig.
Somebody says, "Here's a cob of corn." You can't say no. This is not a cob. You take it and you run with it. You know,
Always yes.
all good.
Yes. All right. We got about 20 minutes or so left. Here are fast markets. Big day coming up. Still have some Series 3. Still have hashtag fast markets content coming your way. Markets are consolidating a little bit near the highs, towards the highs of the day. High today, S&P's 5504. Last trade 5490. Man, John, gold is stuck to that level right now. 2364s. Gold is just stuck right there.
Oh,
Crude trading about 8 cents off, 9 cents off the highs. High of the day, $77.89. Last trade, $77.80. Dow, or the YM, about 100 points off the high. Last trade of the
maybe
day,
that's
40,350.
We do have a little bit of a different situation in the NASDAQ than the S&Ps, which the NASDAQ has been presenting as the weaker of the three amigos. If you look at my chart here, we have a failed upside auction and a real nasty one too.
Show us, John.
So the market took a look above the IB high and was swiftly rejected, and then opened
What's
the
the
next
IB high
30-minute
level?
bar below the IB high, which was 19,226. So this is a sell signal as long as we don't take out too many of these single TPOs on this selling tail or failed upside auction here on the NASDAQ. But the S&Ps are still holding that excess below price. So we're getting conflicting signals. If you're trading the NASDAQ, use the information you're getting from the NASDAQ. If you're trading the S&Ps, use the information, the market-generated information you're getting from the S&Ps. Because right now they're looking like they're heading different directions.
Yeah, the only thing I would say there is I loved the initial rejection event. That's one of my favorite plays because of the gap fill.
Mhm.
So Andre from Edgeful has this new stat for how many times either the ES or the NQ will fill the gap before 12 o'clock Eastern. And so because I spent a couple of years just trading gap fills, what I saw a lot was if a gap filled after downside or filled after upside, it would stall out and then fade. And so I wanted to take, as soon as I saw it stopping above that 270-ish area, I said, all right, I'm gonna get short somewhere around that 272 zone and only trade it into the 200s simply because I don't think there's anything else. And the overall trend is now up on this 5-minute chart. And so because I'm looking at the 5-minute, because we're above both anchored VWAPs, one from the news event, the other one from the 9:30 Eastern Time open, and we're above the regular VWAPs, and we're making higher lows, higher highs, my thought is holding that 200 might force the NAS into the same direction that the ES is going in, to the upside.
Oh, well, speaking of Andre from Edgeful, speaking of Andre from Edgeful, he'll be joining us today for Getting an Edge with Andre. That's the other Andre.
That's
and
awesome.
yeah, so just to roll out today's schedule, we got Andre from Edgeful joining us this afternoon, the 1 o'clock Central segment. And also coming up after this, we got Power Players coming up. Francis, we haven't seen France in a minute. Very active on our Facebook community. We've got Dolby, myself, and France. Then we got the Shoulder Tap with myself and Brett. Group coaching, JD and Robert. Make sure to get those questions in. Like I said, we've got Getting an Edge with Andre. We've got Andre from Edgeful joining us at 1 p.m. Central. Then to close it out for the day session, we got myself, Dolby, and Rips for Power Players, or Power Hour, I should say. Of course, and we got Dakota for Slow Marcus. And let's not forget, smashing hit success of London Open with Deanna. That's 3:30 a.m. Central, 9:30 a.m. London time. Yeah, Andre from Edgeful joining us today.
I love how Deanna puts people in their place every once in a while. She's always super polite. I just absolutely love how polite. She doesn't mind if anybody talks over her. She's always like, yes, no, go ahead. And then once in a while, people will say stuff in the chat and she'll go, pay attention. She's awesome.
All right. All right, Marcus is kind of taking a bit of a breather, although oil still finding a bid. John, you said it, directional. One-way train right now, John, in the crude.
Yep. And gold still sitting around weekly kickoff level.
Wake up, gold. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
John, what do you think about a short at 78.18 if oil punches out, but then falls below that number?
There is a naked TPO point of control up to 78.27. I would look for a short if it takes that out and then turns around.
Yeah. 78.87?
No, 78.27.
27. Okay. All
yes.
Right. Very good.
Yeah, it's the naked TPO point of control from Monday's session that has not been revisited yet.
Okay.
Wait, Dre, you see what I got?
What?
Look at the NASDAQ now. Son of a botchin'.
I know. Just like you said.
You ready?
Look at this.
Ready.
Look at this. I mean, it traded right up to the IB high. Left that selling tail, and bam.
Man.
God. Every move just wipes me out. I'm down, back down.
Didn't KV just say a little bit ago that 19,130 something might be the floor support?
Yeah, 130s. 130s. We're there. It's right there, right here, right now.
Yep. Almost there. Yep.
Vicious.
Hey, Hoag. Hey, Johnny, for your levels, we're gonna start having them in Topstep X, right? That's kind of the goal that we're thinking.
Almost done.
Dude, those are the levels, man. Those are the levels.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, it's always nice when a plan comes together.
Also from a movie, but I can't remember which one.
The chat will know. The chat will know.
Chat knows.
I love it when a plan comes together.
Yeah, the chat sure knows everything, don't they? Let's see if they know the answer.
Wow.
Let's see if they know the answer to this.
Ooh, here we go.
Wow, JD. Wow, cannonballing into this thing. All right, here we go.
All right, folks. Here is your question for the day. Demand elasticity exists when price change, A, results in little or no change in consumption or production, B, creates an increase or a decrease in consumption, C, creates an increase or decrease in production, or D, none of the above. Let's throw that poll up.
The poll up, I know. I'll write it down.
Demand elasticity. You're an economics major too.
Yeah,
Andre.
this one.
Demand
This one.
elasticity. So demand is flexible, right? No, when demand moves, the price creates an increase or decrease in consumption.
That's my answer.
Yeah, I just said creates an increase or decrease. B. Yeah,
That was my thought too.
Give you another minute. Think it over.
Yep.
Talk it out.
Pull crash. We'll pop that sucker back up.
Demand is consumption.
Yes, correct.
Demand is consumption. Correct.
Correct. Yes. If I say demand, yes.
I want it. Consume.
When price changes, when price changes, what happens to demand? If price goes up, demand goes down. Price goes down, demand goes up.
Well, yes, but no. In oil, they use this as an example in the book.
Oh.
When price goes up, demand stays the same. So it's
oil supply side. Oil supply side.
Inelastic.
Inelastic.
Inelastic. Geez, wow.
Inelastic. Right.
Wow, Michael. There's a 2.7 GPA showing up.
That's your bank account.
2.67 actually.
Tell that to your bank account.
In the top half of the bottom quarter of his class.
Yeah, top half.
I mean, it was a B.
Yeah. All right, we ready for the answer?
It's B.
Yeah.
B?
The answer is, in fact, B. Yay.
All right.
Creates an increase or a decrease in consumption. Straight from the book. It says demand elasticity describes the responsiveness of demand to change in the price of that commodity. Choice C describes supply elasticity.
Yes.
There is your answer.
Yeah, oil is not, thanks to Trader Joe, oil is not elastic. You're always you got to fill up your car, period. Price goes to $10.
But price moves with oil, price moves based on supply.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
They do bring that in. They talk about inelastic. God bless it. Non-elastic.
I love this one. What is it?
Get out of here. I'm not. It's roof.
Roof permit.
Yeah, roof.
Stretchy or not stretchy.
Stretchy or not stretchy. There you go.
All right, markets are taking a bit of a breather. Crude not done. $78.06. High of the day, $78.12. Dow's like, screw it. We're going to keep making new highs over here while all the other indices are chilling. Oh, trying to see a bit of a sell-off off those. Yeah, can we do it?
I want to get short right here.
Why? Where? Hold on.
In the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I think that's a good short too.
Looking to fade myself, Ann.
Oh,
yeah, that's a good line.
You'd be up 30 points, you're up 20 points right now. It's just moving like mad.
You look at tilt. I'm trying NASDAQ 50-50.
Yeah.
63% long ES. We saw some heavy longs in YM yesterday. 90%. What's up, John?
See if we can get some directional move away from this 2365 weekly kickoff level in gold now. Looking like it's kind of picking at you a direction now. A lot of wicks down here, though. We ran into a lot of buyers down below this level.
Yep.
15 handles in my paper trade fade.
Oh, man. What a roller coaster of a week. It's only Thursday.
Right?
Speaking of
every day, man. Every day.
He's in town again.
I think that failed auction that you're talking about, John, when you've got that big collapse and then the failed bounce, that short looks like it's setting up pretty nice. Take it down into KV's 130-ish number.
Yeah, 130s.
And VWAP at 19,144, just right to it.
Exactly.
Gotta take that out.
All roads.
It didn't care about on the way up. Yeah.
Isn't that funny?
Didn't care about VWAP on the way up. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Didn't care much
Sometimes
about it
I'm-
on the way down either.
Right?
Right.
No, man. Hey, MP Olympics are starting this week.
Yeah, we got a guy we're signing right now.
What's your
Working to
favorite
sign
event?
right now.
What's your favorite event in
Let's
Summer
get him.
Olympics?
I mean, Summer Olympics.
All right.
It's
All
the
right.
100 meter. 100 meter.
All right. I like that one too. Danielle, very pumped for the Summer
Right.
Olympics.
You like
Are you
ice
going to
dancing.
choose a Winter Olympics person? Because Apollo
Oh,
Ona
yeah.
would be great.
Oh, this ice skater.
Yeah.
Speed
Oh,
skater.
what's-
Yeah,
Yeah, speed skater.
What,
Apollo Ono.
Yeah.
What's the
would
gym-
be awesome.
Short track.
Danielle,
You
who's the
know,
best
what's
gymnast
the,
for Team USA?
yeah. Who's that girl? And then what does she do? What's the floor thing called where they
Brazilian
run and
flips.
skip
She
and
does
jump? Yeah,
Brazilian flips.
they
Yes.
run and skip.
Floor exercise.
gymnastics.
Simone
Yeah.
Biles. Thank you,
Exercise.
Simone Biles.
Moan, she's badass. Yeah.
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 Didn't she get a bunch of medals last time?
I think she's like the GOAT.
She walked away with all of
Yeah, I
them.
think she did.
Yeah, I think
She-
she's a clean sweep
Did
or
she
something. She
retire though?
might be
I
back.
thought
She's
she
doing
retired.
stuff that nobody else do. She's like
She's a
doing the.
Chicago
She's
Bear.
like
That's
the
right,
Gretzky.
Dolby. That's right, Dolby. Her husband is a Chicago Bear.
Oh, really?
Heard that. Yeah. All right. Well, we got about 6 minutes left here on Fast Markets. Hopefully, we got some hashtag Fast Markets things we could turn around to you guys. Things. I hate that word. Some content, some
And-
premier content here. TopstepTV.
Yeah. I wanted to get short. Remember that?
Yeah.
It's one of those days.
Well, it would have worked. It would have worked for a little bit. You know, be quick or be dead.
Oh, I mean, the fade is what worked.
Oh,
Mhm.
if you're holding it. Yeah, I guess.
I know. So hard to manage those emotions right now.
This is tricky.
Just-
Oh, yeah. I know. You're doing a good job.
I don't know. I still think
I'm
it's
down
a short.
again.
Take it out on the golf ball.
I might go there. I'm gonna go hiking. I brought I'm wearing my hiking gear actually.
So much fun.
Maybe
Yeah.
a bear will attack me and everything will even out.
Come on. Oh, boy.
Hey.
Stop.
Wait a minute.
Probably
You're
be a
gonna be on
cocaine
Fast-
bear out there.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll still be on-
I did hear that bear spray was completely worthless. Is this true?
Worse,
That's-
yeah, you actually piss them off. You know, black
Get 'em-
bears right now in Colorado, they run from you. You know, like you're lucky to see them. Now you don't want to both not see each other at the same time and then see each other. That's kind of when it gets pretty gnarly.
That's the
Mama
worst.
bears you
yeah.
don't mess with.
Yeah.
Don't mess with the
Make
mamas.
noise.
Always good.
Make noise.
Oh,
while they're walking.
Andre, they're fine with you petting their baby. Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Prove it. You prove it to me. Show me first, and then I'll believe you. Yeah.
Oh my God.
What's the line?
I've got a great Gary Larson a cartoon.
Far
You
Side.
know, he used to do those the Far Side calendar. And
yeah.
he's got there's a scene there with some bears, and one of them has two campers, and they're throwing a little baby bear one to the other, just horsing around. And there's the big mama bear with her head up at the top, looking through the trees coming towards him, and the thing
Oh.
says on the bottom, John and James were never heard from again. And
Yeah.
his
Yeah.
stuff is so good. Oh my gosh.
What's the line? Two guys see a bear in the forest, and the other guy, I don't know, bends over to tie his shoe or something. And
What?
something about being
Where you go-
faster. You know it. Somebody does it.
You don't have to be the fastest, you just can't be the slowest. I don't know.
I just have to be
Well,
faster than you.
Yeah.
I just have to
you
be
crushed
faster
it.
than you. Something like-
You
I
crushed
crushed
that
that
joke.
joke.
You crushed that joke right there. All right. I'm going to throw it to my man, Gabe. Gabe, we got some hashtag fast market stuff. Let's see if we got some memes. What do we got there, Gabe?
We do indeed. We've got Kenny coming in out here working, lifting units for an AC company, listening to
Sweet.
Fast Markets. Shout out to Kenny.
Oh,
A few
man.
pictures of the work site.
How cool is that?
Yes,
Nice.
Kenny.
Sweet.
Cool.
Audio only
That's what I
stream
love
is
to
coming
see.
in handy.
Man.
Yeah, if you're out there working and you're tuning in, that's cool.
Yeah.
Clean work.
Okay, I love that.
What's up, Kenny?
Love it.
I assume he has that remote control. I think that you're right there, picking up anything you want.
For that crane? Yeah, that's cool. MP
Mhm.
loves that stuff. MP loves that
Heavy
stuff.
machinery.
Yeah.
Heavy machinery, man.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Man, must
We
be
got
nice.
Rainforest Ranger here. Got some realized P&L, looking good on the day, up 1,000. Time to go touch grass, as we like
Absolutely.
to say.
Great day.
Absolutely. Like that stuff. $1,000. Good.
In a day like today, that is a good day to call it.
Okay.
All right, we got a lost trader here.
Oh, what happened here?
Big
Saturate. What is going on here? Cheap jokes.
Just this mix.
McHugh for the boomers. Lost traders always on my case. Lost traders always gunning for me, man. Oh man, lost trader.
Looks like a Warhol.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's
Well,
artsy.
then.
Okay, we got one more for you here. Carl Hung
my.
is coming in with a Cool Ranch McHugh.
Mom, if you're watching, I told him. I told him.
Cool Ranch.
Awesome.
The Cool
Burrito.
Ranch. I kind of like it.
Yep.
Love it.
That's all we got for Fast Markets this morning. Back to you guys.
Thank you. All right, 1 minute left. So a little recap here. John, great levels today, man. Pick and choose. We're gonna work on this. Keep dying the sucker in. Gold.
Yeah, it's
percent play. Very nice.
execution is difficult, right?
Yeah.
The hardest. The hardest
Today
part of the trade is
particularly.
knowing when to get out. By far the hardest part of the trade
Yes,
is knowing when
it
to get out. Anne-Marie, great commentary today. Nice call on the shorting up in the 260 level. Of course, you'll see more from Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie, I believe you're off next week. You're taking a little holiday, a little
am.
vacation. Good, much deserved.
Well,
Much deserved.
we got a great big house and all the kids with the wives and the children. They're all going to be there. So I'll take some snapshots and
Yes. Look at the smile.
we'll
That's a
have some
proud
fun.
mom right there. That is a proud mom smile right there. Absolutely. Enjoy it.
What else we
Enjoy
living
the
for,
cast.
Ann? What else we living for? That's awesome.
Exactly. John, we got more.
That's exactly
We'll
right.
see you.
Yeah.
Yep. John, great call on the levels today. MP, let's get after it tomorrow. Shake it off. We'll get back on the horse tomorrow. Levels are good. Keep diving the sucker in.
Mhm.
Yep. All right. We got power players coming up next. France. Oh, I haven't seen France in a minute with Dolby time. Power players coming up next. Let's go.
Here on the trading floor, we used to try to copy the best traders. Well, when you're trading at your best, sometimes you want to scale that up. And now, TopStep X allows you to do that. We have a trade copy functionality so you can copy your trades into other accounts and scale up your trading platform when you are trading at your best.
All right. Very familiar face. Hasn't been around here in the last minute or so. Welcome back to the show.
Hello.
Power Players, France H in the house. What's up, France? How you been, man?
I'm good. Well, market has been up and down quite a bit and slaughter quite a bit of account, but overall, yeah, it's good.
Excellent, excellent. My partner to the right on the screen there, Dolby Time. How we doing today? What are we looking at the markets? These markets are all over the place. What do we think?
1 minute NASDAQ has my heart, Andre.
Yes.
Been chopping it up, man. It's a fun trade. It is. Now I know why everyone's hooked on it. I just prefer the 1 minute chart, but man,
I know why everyone's hooked.
Fun stuff. Slicing and dicing, Dre. It's wild times in the NASDAQ.
God. No, I know why everyone's hooked on it. All right, France, for those who may not know you, please tell us a little bit about yourselves, how you found Topstep, how Topstep found you. You've been with Topstep for quite a bit of time now, but as you know, we always have new viewers tuning in here on Power Players on TopstepTV. So tell us about yourself, France.
Sure. I'm in Toronto, Ontario, which is Canada, and basically I've been with Topstep since March of 2019, so it's over 5 years now. Again, I've always been trading gold and hasn't traded anything else specifically. I have dabbled in NASDAQ for like a month. Didn't work out. Fine. I dabble in platinum for a month. Didn't work out. That's fine. I still chose gold at the end of the day. I guess fit my personality and what I want in terms of the time schedule to trade, which is important for any trader that want to do this longer, right?
Definitely.
And you,
all right, France, you've been with us for about 5 years now. How's the trading been treating you? You've had your ups and your downs. You're never, You'll never sugarcoat a bad day on Facebook. We do see you in the Facebook community very often. So thank you for being such a top contributor there. How have you been trading lately? What are your thoughts on the markets? Where do you think this market is going?
Well, right now, so gold market during the summer has always been lower volume in general. So if you ever trying to do a long period trade where you like, I want to do a 3-to-1 ratio of risk, reward to risk, it's a little bit more difficult just because now you have like less people on the market to do the pump up or pump down. You know, pump down is a little bit easier, but I'm more of a long trader. So in terms of long, I could be in a position as long as 14 hours, longest time, and I could have, you know, short as a 40-minute. So it really depending on how the market moves. So obviously right now, because we're in the middle of the summer, my way of trading is not the best. And also I want to change my way of trading and time as well. So in the beginning of the first 4 months or 5 months, it was night trading. Because volume was still there, I can still do, you know, add contract very quickly and then sell very quickly, do the 1 to 2, 2 to 1, 1 to 1, you know, that kind of thing. So once summer started, I was like, wait, because the volume isn't there, and Asia market is already very low volume. So on top of lower volume, so it's kind of like, well, I'm going to right now during the summer, I'm going to switch to morning, and morning will be very different ways of trading as well. And I'm morning. Right now, I'm just mainly doing one contract, 3-to-1 ratio, and then I go to work, and then leave it there, and then I don't touch it as much as I can.
Wow, so you're really setting it and forgetting it, huh?
I like it.
Yeah, well, as much as I can. Also, my son is going to be 3 years old next month. I want to spend as much time as possible with him at night. So morning has the potential to just like, hey, set it, off I go. I don't have to care about it as much. So that's the good thing about it. And of course, not every position will work out just like how it is, right?
Yeah.
When you have a 3-to-1 ratio, you probably have about 30-40% time that you will hit your profit target. And most of the time, you will just hit your stop loss.
So he's learning his ABCs, 1, 2, 3s, and higher lows and higher highs.
Yeah, like so I didn't learn any like ICT or money management concept, smart money management concept. I just learn myself based on my personality, and then off I go, right? Because now, especially, I have to go back to the office 3 days a week, which I can choose, but it's not going to be as flexible when you work from home, remotely.
Hey, France.
Right?
France, would you want your child to be a trader? If that's what they wanted to do, would you support that, encourage that?
I don't know, man. Like what happened? Mentally, you need a lot of capacity to be a trader. It's not that easy to tell people. It's like when you tell people who doesn't know anything about trading, they thought you're gambling. And second is that they think like you're wasting money and you just need it. But the first thing you need to know is yourself. Right? So the 3 things that we always consider as a trader. First, how is your financial doing? If you're financially not able to pay your bills, probably step away for a bit. 2, how is your physical health? Are you working out every day? Are you in shape? Anything like that? For myself, I went to the doctor June 1st and they told me I'm 230 pounds. I'm like, what? I gained 30 pounds in 5 years. So I'm like, yeah, okay, let me start reducing my weight. So I lost 4 pounds in a month and a bit. Nice. Almost 2 months. So I'm trying to keep diving down more. So that's the physical health side. Nice. And the third part is your mental. Are you sharp? Or do you have enough sleep? Trading also is a team effort. It's not just you. If you have an other half or a family, and your other half is not very, happy about you doing this, it can also affect how you trade. So it's a combination of everything if you were to trade. So he's only 3 years old. I'm not pushing him to anything. I think he's more into music right now. So we will push him to that.
Question though, you didn't answer my question, France. Would you support him and encourage him if your child did want to be a trader?
100%.
Awesome. Because I remember Personally, I don't like to make it about myself, but I remember when I first started getting this, my parents definitely questioned it, had a healthy skepticism about getting into this because, yes, they do view it as perhaps gambling initially. But the more you learn, the longer you stay in this, people come around and start to understand. While we say that, new highs here in the NQ, 19,300 last trade. New highs in the ES, 55.11 half. High of the day, 55.12. Now, shot out of a cannon. Gold selling off while crude continues to trickle higher, but the buyers have stepped in here. France, are you getting long? Were you able to catch the bottoms here?
I try many times to catch the bottom, as people say, and I always very, very much lose every time. Because in order for it to reverse, you need to have a big news and a lot of volume in order to go long, reversing wise. And the percentage of that is just really, really low. I tried it many times and I fail a majority of the time.
It's tricky. My man Dolby Time. How are we looking on that 1 minute chart? Now you know why everyone's hooked on the NQ. How are we looking on that 1 minute chart?
Great. Everything looks great on the 1 minute chart, Trey. It's a beautiful place to be if you're range straight in the NASDAQ. I'm looking at this 19,305 even level, and then maybe a little pullback here could get interesting. I might try to get long. I think longings are kind of interesting.
I don't see why not. I mean, that down for 10%, 18,885, down 10% from the all-time highs in the NASDAQ. Look at that chart. Look what we bounced off of. Shout out to Hoag for calling that out. Just a beautiful level. It really just pretty much took no heat on it.
So France, you've been doing this so for 5 years, right? What would you, in year 5, what would you go back and tell year 1 France?
I like that question.
Definitely be more patient when you entry. Like, have the proper risk set up prior to entry. Instead of just like, well, I'm going to put a position on and hope for the best, which would never work out generally.
Right.
That's the first thing. And really know why you enter prior to entry.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you enter anything, have everything already set up prior to it. But the first year was like, as people would say, like, hey, this is not working out. I'm just going to put on more contract when I'm losing. For example, that's one thing which we shouldn't do. We still do it.
Mm-hmm.
Or you think this will happen, but and then you put on too much of a size all at once. Things like that would definitely kill your account very quickly. Especially each account only has a certain amount before you lose it, right? So
yeah, but that's all really good advice. It's way easier if you could just go back in time. Hindsight capital. Little
we have a firm.
Right there.
We have a firm, but we founded a firm.
Yeah, it's like 2008 when I was sitting at my table. I was like, oh, what is crypto? And I have $100 sitting there. I was like, did I buy it? It's like, damn, I didn't buy it.
France, question as a top Chipotle, dude, $75. I think this is IPO. France, as a top contributor in the Facebook community, what is the general vibe? What are you sensing from the Facebook side? What is the general conversations like? Is there a theme, a thread that you've been seeing recurring lately?
I think a lot of people trade relatively the same way. So like whenever the boom and bust cycle of a lot of traders, just like myself, we couldn't handle a lot of the change when it happened on the market. And we just trade the same way for, let's say the last 2 weeks for gold has been long, which is true. And then suddenly this last 2 weeks has been going short. And I, as a trader, would be like, well, it's been going on long for 2 weeks, so might continue. So you go trade the same way until you finally down on you that the thing moved, and then you already lost your account, that kind of thing.
Who would win in a fight, the Discord community or the Facebook community?
Great question. Absolutely.
Oh no.
Oh my God. What a question. Oh, France, who would win?
Oh, I would probably say Discord, just because more people would give more. The Discord is very quick with information, and but the Facebook give more details. So really depending on what you trade. Like if you are a type of trader who can trade in one in 3 minutes, I would say Discord are pretty good for that. But on the Facebook, again, like for me, I can put on a position for a very long time, so I have no issue putting on Facebook.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, because it's more like a posting site versus Discord, which is like real time. That makes a lot of sense. Wow,
Yeah,
NQ really pushing high here, man.
Just shot out
19.08.
Ooh.
Yeah.
This rally.
I've been looking for pullbacks, and I missed one of them, Dre. I missed a pullback. I was trying to be sneaky and get 77 something, and I missed it by like a tick.
You think maybe we did put the lows in? Dolly time, you called what? You called 19,800s? That was incredible.
That was a while ago.
Another 1,000 points. I know. That was like a week ago. Now we're down another 1,000 points. We were. New highs coming here. NQ new highs. ES new highs. The Dow. New highs crude as well. Gold selling off. Look at this rally. Take a look at the tilt. Tilt's got not a whole lot showing. 68% long NQ. Tricky trade.
Kind of getting top of 4-hour range here, which is kind of interesting. I'm not trying to like just perpetually make a bear case here, but it is the truth. We are at a pretty significant higher time frame level. Let's call it 19,332 evens. 4-hour range high.
Okay.
And this started yesterday at 1 o'clock.
Yes, it did.
That's a good level.
France, any levels that you're liking? Any levels that you have, have your eye on? Some prices of interest at all in these markets?
In gold, since I only trade gold and the market is very, very short, I'm just going to leave it out right now.
Wow.
Plus, I still have a full-time job to do, right? So
I remember that last time we talked in March. You were doing this. You were on an interview with us, and you didn't want to tell the job that you're actually doing it, but you were on TV with us, telling us that you were doing it.
Wow.
And just want to make sure you didn't get caught. Nothing happened, right?
No. The thing is, that the company we had a restructure in April, so half of the team was let go anyway, right?
Good.
There we go.
Including my manager. So, and then I was technically demoted and then basically lost some money and paycheck, right? But we just have to figure new ways to reduce costs. And then now I'm trying to find new ways to make money, right? And then, of course, trading is a good opportunity to make money, but you have to control your own personal finance first.
Well, if you need MP to write you a doctor's note to trade on air,
100%.
Sure,
take a day off.
Sign one for you.
Yes, he will. He's got handwriting like a doctor. Chicken scratch, I tell you. Hey, friends, chicken scratch. All right, see if we can keep pushing here. What a turnaround. We have about a 500 point. Am I doing the math right? 500 point rally off the lows of the day in the NQ. About a 90 point rally.
Pullback, Dre.
Yeah, man. 90 point rally in the ES off the lows of the day.
I can't even get a 1 minute pullback. This is crazy.
You bears, we may have found the bottoms. Sheesh. This long-term short covering, I don't know.
Is this market just thin, Dre? Is that why we can just do this? And it's just long-term and short-term, like summer traders just beating each other up for all these market moves?
Could be. NQ's especially thin. Let's take a look at the. It's like 2 up, 2 on the bid, 2 on the offer in the NQ. Let's look at the ES.
Yeah,
pretty light. Also, double digits up. A couple weeks ago, maybe a month or so ago, you see triple digits on the bids and offer. Now everything's in the double. It is light. It's thin. Good call.
Yeah,
so it means more volatility.
Tons playing like tennis or something. Who knows? I would love to see maybe the 4-hour test again, 4-hour high. That'd be 19,332. If we could get back to 19,300, that would be cool. I mean, the 1 minute still hasn't really gotten range bound yet, so I'm kind of looking to sit on my hands here. I think MP's in chat. MP, when is Topstep's birthday to the date?
Today?
The date. Is it today? I don't know when the exact date is. It's in July, though. But if MP's in chat, he would be the man that knows because he found
MP, what's the actual birthday? When was it born? It's 2000. So after, okay.
So now we're back through the 4 hour.
Here's your pullback. Is this the pullback? I want to do a sim trade.
Maybe. I'm looking for that 1 minute range. Right? I gotta go to the 30-second, like Gabe, to see if I can get any consolidations anywhere.
You're the 1 minute man, Dolphy. You're the 1 minute man, Dolphy. You are the 1 minute man. Oops, I accidentally got long there. Yeah. All right, this is at the pullback. We pulled back about 25 points off the highs in the NQ. I may have taken a sim trade. 30s. See, we keep pushing higher here. Trend is your friend until it's not. I think that's kind of what we're seeing right here. Man.
There might be a cheap short here at 340s if support becomes resistance. But it needs to stay under that 3. It would be a tight trade. You'd risk 10 points. Yeah. I've had some good luck with risking 10-point trades in NASDAQ on the 1 minute.
Yeah, who's carving up for 10? David Green yesterday carving up 10 points at a time. Maxfield Roush says, Andre. What's up, Maxfield? All caps. Caps lock does work. Just 4 points. Those 30s were the pullback. Dolby likes a short up at the 40s, perhaps.
Maybe.
With that range.
We'll see. We need more range. What's your favorite setup, France? Do you have you're on a desert island and you get one setup to take with you? Which one is it?
I would say more of a breakout trade, more to be honest.
Breakout setup.
Suddenly, we would look at the position, how long has been the range bound of that positions, and then depending on how my VWAP, 200 moving average, and settlement, which I still use TradeAvate to look at where the settlement is from previous day, and then put that on my Topstep X chart, and then figure out where the overall pattern first. So if the overall trend is range bound, you got to see is it range bound plus a little bit of long or plus a little bit of short first. Based on that, and then based on all my indicator, then I would choose to enter or not. But definitely more of a breakout at this moment, just because I want to put a position longer period than just put on max size and then do it within 20 minutes and then go home for a day. Like I couldn't do 15 contract just because it's not my personality.
Right.
And plus, 15 contract on a 150K account is just $2 move on the gold, which is very easy to break.
Yeah,
these rips are vicious.
Very fast. Okay, lower
lows,
lower
vicious,
highs.
man.
Interesting.
Wild.
Interesting.
Ooh.
What if you were on a desert island? You have to take either Facebook community or Discord community with you. Which one are you taking?
Honestly, I'll still choose Facebook, man.
All right, stay loyal. We do.
Back above 332s.
Yeah, 330 seem to be lying in the sand right now. Buyer's contract, probably pull back.
Yeah, really tight range. So between 20s and 40s. So 1 minute, I'm on the 30-second chart. Sorry, 1 minute chart is starting to get a little bit range bound.
Love the 1 minute, man.
Yeah, love it. Hey, NQ is a speedy market.
Yes, it is. Those 30s are nice.
Yeah, those 30s are nice.
Those 30s are real nice. Oh man,
I was definitely doubting Gabe on the 30-second chart, and now I'm kind of about it. So, Gabe, shout out to you. Also, congratulations on passing. You are now a funded trader. Looking forward to seeing Gabe. Yeah, looking forward to seeing Gabe take some trades on that XFA account. What's the smallest time frame you go down to, France?
5 minute.
5 minutes? It's a solid one.
Yeah.
That's probably my favorite.
So I TradeAvate. I still have my daily, my hourly, and 5 minute just to see what's the overall, and then put in the position on the 5 minute chart. Usually I put on just a limit order and just leave it out.
I like limit orders. That's what I prefer too. I'm more of a limit order guy. I think the market orders. I found myself chasing when I use a market order, but my limit orders are like the patient trades. Can you relate to that? Say yeah.
Market order when I do it, especially at night, it's just like put on more contract than necessary.
Yeah, right. Ooh, okay, here. So 340s, maybe.
Wow,
active
330s.
resistance. Now we're down below 320s. Let's see if the 1 minute here holds.
Okay,
We might be
okay.
able to see a long opportunity at
okay.
300s. So this is a nice range here. Cheap trades.
Yeah, okay, all right. Like this. All right. Got our setup, the pullback.
It's
No room
trying.
to the upside. Yeah, yep. No room to the upside here.
Yep, zoom out. Yeah, I mean, on like a longer term time frame, it looks like incredibly bullish to make that trade. But you don't need all the ticks. You just need like more than 10, because then you're 1-to-1.
Yeah.
You don't need all the answers. Just need enough of them.
That's true. Like our series 3. Just need 7 out of 10.
That's exactly right.
7 out of 10. Today's
right.
question was nothing. The math question is going to get me. Aim straight. Do you ever trade? I do. Not so much anymore. When I'm driving these segments. No trading. Sure that these two guys here on the screen, let them trade, set them up, watch them work their magic. Sometimes I trade.
Mm-hmm.
Few and far between these days, which is cool. All good.
You were the
Topstep
first
X
winner.
hotkeys. Jay Scott, you know the answer to that. Coming soon. Soon, yeah. Not yet, but soon. Thank you, the kid. Be the best here.
Okay,
Click like, click
NQ.
subscribe. 110,000 subscribers. My goodness. Likes are a little light in the likes. Today. 45s. Last trade in the NQ. 12s.
Yeah, looking
nice.
bullish.
God,
So that 1 minute stair step, it's kind of holding up here.
Woo.
What is this? 367s?
Wow,
That could be a
55
thing.
straight now. Wow, this is just ripping higher.
Missing those 77s. Those would
Yeah.
have been nice. That would have been almost a 100-point trade in 20 minutes.
This is insane, man. Wow.
Hello, Guru. Hey, it's our buddy
Guru.
Guru, Andre.
Hey, Guru, what's up, man?
Guru, how are you trading? Yep. Guru
Yeah.
T. Oh, Dre, this range. Just short tops, 5 bottoms.
Right here. This is the top. I'm a short.
Kind of is.
I'm a short it.
Kind of is.
Short. 5.
Yeah, we gonna paper trade?
Yeah. A little paper.
Just a little bit.
6. Right? That's what it would be. 46 is can't go buyback. Yep. Just cannot. Well, okay. Here's the job. Full disclosure.
Okay.
I can't get a full feel for the markets. I can do play by play, but once you're in it, you totally feel it. You're immersed in it. You feel it. You're watching the ladder much more closely than you would be if you're just paper trading. So every now and then I got to dip a toe in the water just to feel something again.
Just to feel alive, Dre.
Just to feel alive.
Man.
I want to see what upper end of the range. So sell 45. See how much heat you have to take out of it. Because when you're quoting prices here, you look, you turn your head, you look back, you turn your head, and you don't really get to feel like what happened from in between those 2 points. So when you're in these trades like Dolby Time or France, you're fully paying attention. You're fully immersed in the market. So no better way to get a feel for the markets than actually being in it. France, did you take any trades today?
No, I've not. I just been in all meetings this morning, so I'm not gonna look at it.
Man,
give him our regards.
How'd the meetings go? Tell us about the meetings.
Basically, I drop off the kid first at daycare in the morning.
All right.
8:30, come back home, start doing work around 9, and then I went to a meeting. First one at 9:30, second one at 10:30.
Yep.
Little other recruitment on the side every half an hour, and then this one at 12 o'clock.
A little day in the life of France. I love it.
Yeah,
Drop the kid off, get those meetings out of the way. Jump on TopstepTV. Power Players. France H in the house. You'll see him on Facebook. Chopping it up. Top contributor. Does not sugarcoat bad days. Very transparent like we are here at Topstep.
France, you're the
Yeah,
one
I
doing
think my wife
the
wanted to go to a farmer's market after this. So
Farmers
it might
market.
be
Where are
a-
you located?
Uh-oh.
France, where are you located right now?
North York, Toronto. Well, North York / Toronto, basically is Toronto. But up the street, I think 10-minute drive up here, there's a farmer's market on a Thursday, so we might do that for like afternoon. And then go back to
Sounds like
work and
fun.
pick up.
Those are fun.
Yeah, see, it's like that's why we trade, right? It's for the family.
For the farmer's market. Exchange those
Farmer's
ticks
market.
for some apples.
Absolutely. You get Michigan apples up there? Where do you guys get your apples from? Because Michigan apples seem to be the hot thing in the Midwest here. So maybe they send them up to you as well, France. No?
Maybe I think my wife wanted some called Cosmic Crisps apple. I don't know, but we just buy it.
Cosmic
Whatever you
Crisps.
do, France, don't trade the cow for magic beans. I did that, and
That's
my
right.
wife was pissed off. Yeah.
What happened, Eddie? What happened, Eddie?
She was pissed.
Oh, man.
This is a funny one, Dre. This is a funny episode.
This has been a good one. 340s upper end of that range.
Yeah, looking at 360s in NQ, and then 320s on the lower side. So some really good opportunities for like 10 to 30 point scalps, which is like $200 for 10 points on one NASDAQ. So that's like pretty good.
Shout out to Captain Trader. Today's my mom's birthday, and it was one of my best trading days in a long time.
Aww.
Thanks, Topstep. No, thank you, Captain Trader. Tell Mom happy birthday.
That's right. Mom's getting a steak dinner tonight.
Ooh,
got some money.
Make some ticks. I pay for that.
That's why we do it.
Yes. Okay, taking a look.
Chat, give us a trade.
Chat, give us a trade is right.
Give us something. What's your best trade idea?
Crude rolling over a little plus 650. Thank you, John. Now, very, very plus 23,000 delta. My goodness, plus 23,000.
Whoa,
delta in the ES. Boy, those longs just piled in. These longs are just lifting every offer. They don't even care about price at this point. They're just wow. It's only 11:37 Central Time, so we'll see. Keep an eye on that. Thanks, John, for that.
Still stuck at this 4 hour.
Yeah. What are you seeing?
We're stuck at the high of the 4 hour range. So, if we can't stay above it, then I would anticipate that we end up rolling back a significant amount. I mean, I could see at least us getting back to 19138 if we can't hold above this 4 hour range here. So we could have a pretty big pullback if bulls don't step in and kind of demand higher price. But I'm not surprised with the length of the extension outside. 30 points is nothing on a 4 hour time frame. But it is certainly taking its time.
Yeah.
Let's take a peek at gold here. France, gold, a bit of a tighter range today, about $26 range. Every time we dip, every time we go up into the 2400s, obviously we try to make a run. We got up to 2450, but sellers do indeed come in. What's your take? What's your read on where gold's going for the rest of the summer? Typically, we saw the uncertainty trade playing in earlier this week. We got well into the 2400 with the uncertainty, maybe out of DC and what have you. Israel, the conflict in the Middle East as well. But we just see a retreat. We're pretty much like $100 off of those all-time highs. Where do you see gold going in the near term?
Well, right now, I think the U.S. election is very important as well. So we're not, unless some random new news come along, the war in Israel, the war in Ukraine, they're all factored in for the last couple of months to a year now at least. So what we need to have a market is unfortunately more uncertain news, then the gold market will go back up. But right now, will dip to a certain point and then go into a range bound at least until the end of the summer.
How long have you been trading gold?
The whole 5 years.
Oh wow! So you must know its personality very well then.
It's not. It's like I did look at ES and NQ, but NQ has been given heart attack with the movement.
Yeah,
it's kind of you have to be very focused on ES and NQ, and I just as the year progressed, my responsibility and personal life keep increasing. So I need a product that not only fit personality, also fit the lifestyle, and and what
Oh, I love
risk I
that.
could get. So it makes sense to trade both for myself. If I was a single dude, yeah, I would stick with ES and NQ. That's a good flashy and good money quickly,
Yeah.
right? So, but we're expanding as a responsibility, and also hopefully more wife wanted more kids as well. So ES both will make sense in terms of everything wise.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that!
Yeah, and the
What do you
real
got?
nice bounce.
Back up.
I missed
That is
25s by like 2 ticks. Trey, I am
Oh man,
barely
up and away.
getting them.
Consolidation.
France, what are like some personality traits of gold that a new gold trader should pick up on?
Gold right now is lower, as I say, lower volume. So you got to have more patience because gold itself already doesn't have a lot of volume compared to ES and NQ. So if you're an impatient person, you like results quickly, gold probably is not for you. On an average day, you probably on 20 in a month, 20 trading days, you probably have gold 12 to 10 days that are just range bound and do absolutely nothing. And then you have 4 or 5 days who are go up and 4 or 5 days who are down. But if you're a type of personality that like to scalp very quickly, it's not for you.
Like that.
It's more like
That's
a
great.
static type where you're like just like having like a every day every day you wanted let's say $200, $1,000, then gold doesn't give you that on a consistent basis. There are days that you might have to sit on your hands and just look at the market and do absolutely nothing.
Right.
Wow, it must be tough.
All right, France.
Well, that's what we have kids for.
Hey, you said it, France. Hey, so France, the tip of the week here at Topstep and TopstepTV. Okay, we're talking about journaling. I don't know if you've seen. We unveiled the new journaling feature last week in the performance dashboard. The tip of the week here: always be journaling. Right, journaling can help you identify your strengths and weaknesses in the market. Right, in an environment as emotional as trading, your journal is the window into understanding your emotions, how your emotions change your decision-making process. I know Dolby journals. I got my journal right here. France, do you journal? And if so, tell us what a sample journal entry looks like from a France.
Well, first of all, I put it on Facebook, but basically, first is what is the typical trend right now? Are we in a long trend, short trend? Basically, is up, down, and sideways. Is it sideways right now? And what I would think the percentage is. So, like, let's say right now we're definitely down on gold market, so it's a 70% down and probably about 30% sideways, because the probability of it to go back up on a reversal on a gold is pretty low right now. So I'm not gonna put any percentage or gain on that. Then I would check what's the number on the 200 moving average, the VWAP, and the settlement price. With all that, then I need to decide, do I even want to trade? If I don't want to trade, then you just don't trade at all. But if you do want to trade, where's an entry? Once you find an entry, again, my trade right now is 3-to-1 ratio.
Okay.
So I will put $1,500 profit, $500 stop loss. And then once those are set in, you write down your entry where you thought it will be, and then leave it for the day and put a limit order and just leave it at.
Yeah, well, you say, if you feel like trading, well, what do you mean by that? If you feel like trading, if you feel like taking the trade or feel like trading in general?
Taking a trade, because based on everything that prior to the trend and all the indicators, does it make sense to trade? Sometimes the market doesn't give you what you want, as we all know. And if if the based on the logic wise, say don't do it, try not to do it, because problem with trading is, as we all know, is the emotional part. It's like, okay, I lost $100, let me put it in again, and then again and again. So your day randomly from let's say a $500 personal stop loss, it would suddenly become $800 to $1,000 just because you were emotional. And I think Mick on Shoulder Tap was like,
"Yep,
it's very common to say, oh, I'm down 800. I might as well go to daily stop loss, daily loss limit, right? It's only $200 difference, so
we don't want to do that.
we don't want to do. Hey, Dolby time.
The amount of money that you could save.
This is amazing. All right, Dolby time. It looked like we wanted to break out to the upside. Are we still feeling that upside pressure? I don't know.
I'm just ticks away from getting filled on everything I do, Dre. I think my entries are in a really good spot, and it's just like bouncing like 2 ticks higher than where I want it. So we're close. We are close. The 1 minute range is really good though. So this is not going to be here forever. I do expect a fairly violent move out of this range. So anything above 360s, anything below 320s, I think things could get really interesting in NQ.
France, any levels, man? Gold's just been stuck at this 2360 level. Any levels that you like in gold, perhaps upside or downside? We've been looking at 2360s all day today. Any levels you'd like to take a trade to the upside or downside in GC?
Well, I know myself, I'm not a very good short trader.
Okay.
So right now I wouldn't be shorting. So if it was long, we can go back a little bit.
Okay.
This blue line here is the settlement price from this chart here, which is down here.
Okay.
But right now, yeah, I wouldn't trade just because it's a very shown shorting, right? Like this 2415.7 was yesterday's settlement, and we down $50 within a night to now, which is too much short for me.
Oh, you see that, Dre? That was cool.
I did see that.
We're in a simulation, Dre. I think that just confirmed it.
Yeah, we got lost on an endless loop. Infinity mirror. I said, where are we going?
Let's see if we can get any action in NQ here.
Whoa.
We're getting close to 320s.
Yeah, we are. This is good. VMix Inception. What's up next? 61% long in the NQ, 60% long in YM. Shorts coming in. See if we take this lower.
Let's see if we can get 06s. Let's see if we can get 06s.
Let's take a look at the juice right now. I don't see anything coming out.
I think it's just technical, Dre.
Could be. Yep. Just like yesterday. Yesterday, just very, very orderly technical sell-off. We hit that 10% down off the all-time high level. 18,885 was that level. Low tick of the day, 18,883. And it was just up and away from there. 500-point bounce. 400, yeah, almost 450-point bounce. Just boom.
That's so absurd.
It's insane.
What is going on, Dre?
It's insane.
450-point bounce.
I mean, it's not easy, but hey, we'll take this over sideways markets. Well, maybe not.
100%. 100%.
Yeah, Dolby, you prefer? Okay, let me ask you. Dolby, you prefer these markets as opposed to just sideways markets?
Dre, I'll make money in any market, buddy. It doesn't matter.
Good
It's all
answer.
the same.
That's the real answer. That's the real
It's all
answer.
the same. It's all arranged.
Right, France, adapt. Momentum, breakout trades, trend trades, range trades. France, you got to adapt on the fly.
Is he muted?
I don't know. I think he's locked in on a trade right now. France, what do you see
Oh,
over there in
good.
gold?
No.
Yeah, gold. If you're locked in a trade, let's do it. I see 2360s last trade. If you're in a trade, I'll leave you alone. Keep us posted so we can update the board.
No trade at all. As I say, this is too short for me. I'm not, but I am looking at your NQ and I'm wondering what the hell is it trying to do.
Make everyone
make
miserable.
his own decision, man.
Make everybody miserable. I mean, you're like a 50-point short off of 56s almost, which is insane. Because that would have taken 10 minutes. That's $1,000 on one E-mini. Like, hello. This is some serious cash.
Beautiful thing. Beautiful
serious
thing.
Cash. And the risk wasn't even that bad, too. Like, you wouldn't have even taken more than like maybe five points. I tried to get 06s, Dre, and where'd we go? 09s. There's another 25 points I missed. Womp womp.
Man,
just trying to get these good levels.
I love it.
Short.
Take a
Go short.
look at Topstep daily levels here. We're into the 300s now. We went all the way into zone. Well beneath, in between zone 7 and zone 8. So call it zone 7.5, if you will. And we are back into zone 5. Just ripping higher. It's crazy. This is nuts. Actually, into zone 4. My goodness.
Yeah. So now I'm looking at, what are we looking at here? Looking at 335 in the NASDAQ. So we had a 1 minute range, and that was the low, was 335. Then we broke the low. Now has that 335 become resistance? We tapped it, and now we've already rolled over about 14 points. So interested to see if those bulls at 335 decided to cover and become sellers. So maybe they will help push price down here in the NASDAQ. I don't know if I try to get long now. Ooh,
yeah, this is
spooky.
Looks like it's rolling over a little bit here.
Long candles. We don't like long candles into our levels.
That was your journal entry, Dolby. Change everything.
Yep. It's in my notes.
19,300s just kind of came up down to them, I should say. Rolling over here. So this level holds. Looking at the Topstep daily levels, 300s. Globex open, 19,300 is the Globex open right here, right now. Gold just hanging out.
Itchy trigger figure, Dre. Don't you just want to press buy and sell a bunch?
Yeah.
On this price action? I mean, it is good stuff.
Right here. This would be the long. Well,
right. Yeah, it could be one of them. I was looking at it. Yeah.
Or
06s, I think, are interesting. I just didn't like the long candle. I was on the 30-second chart. We did some 2 really strong red 30-second candles. So I was wondering if it was going to rip all the way through or not.
Dude Working says, how are you calling those zones? Dude Working, they are in the Topstep daily levels. I will copy and paste the link right here. You'll see how we have them categorized right now. Always working on it, trying to iterate, make it better. Here we go. That's where I'm getting them from, Dude Working. These are just zones from our daily levels. They are we look at, just easier to digest and visualize. A lot of numbers coming at you at once. All right, France. I've been told you've done this before with my man Eddie. You obviously know Eddie. I've been told you've done this before, though.
Yeah.
So I'm going to bring in Eddie. I love doing this. I think. Do you know what's coming, France? Do you have any idea what's coming your way, France?
What number?
It's a desert island question.
He's a veteran.
All right, Eddie, come in here. Come in here, Eddie. Do the damn.
All right. I have added a few more questions. I got 23 here, mixed them up a bit. France, give me a number.
That's 21.
21, blackjack. Let's see here. Oh, I can customize this one. All right. Your great uncle Finland left you a $10 million inheritance. See what I did there? His name's France Finland. But anyway, the only thing is that in order to keep it, you need to donate half of it to a worthy and needy organization of your choice. Who would you donate $5 million to?
Does it have to be one, or could it be multiple?
Well, yeah. Okay, we'll say multiple. Let's hope they're not too many.
All right. Well,
boy,
there is a war going on, so I guess Red Cross would be one of them.
That's very good.
I'll donate some to the church, my church, I guess.
One more.
I don't know. Like I also would like to donate some to kids who couldn't get stuff for themselves, kind of thing, and was it
orphans?
Yeah, he go again with that, right?
Okay, cool. All right.
Apparently, there's a lot of kids who are no parents, which is crazy to think about.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm with you on that one. That's where my money'd go. But great answers, and yes, you get to keep the $5 million. And thank you, Uncle Finland. Good job.
Uncle
now,
Finland.
In Canada, that's not taxable. Is that in the state it is?
No tax. No taxes. No taxes.
Inheritance tax is no tax in the U.S. Okay.
I looked it up. Yeah, I looked it up for you. Okay.
You know, There's ways around that, France.
We
There's
do
ways
things for you. We got your six.
There's
Well, I'll
ways.
send him money
Thanks,
to Cayman
France.
Island, and we can refer back over here.
Now you're thinking. Now you're thinking, France. There's ways.
Yeah.
Thank you,
All
brother.
right, guys. Well, Power Players coming to a close here. You're going to see Dolby, myself. I think we got Ribs joining us for Power Hour today. We got Shoulder Tap coming on next. You heard France talk about Shoulder Tap. Yesterday, we talked about Raphael on Shoulder Tap, showing insights into all his amazing success. Yeah, really quick, just do a rundown of what we got coming up. We got Shoulder Tap, myself, and Brett. Then we got group coaching, JD and Robert. Getting an edge with Andre, not me. Better Andre. Smarter Andre.
The real one.
The real Andre. Well, the real Andre, please stand up. And then Power Hour, Andre, Dolby, and Ribs. Of course, we got Slow Marks with Dakota, and we got the London opening call, 3:30 a.m. Central, 9:30 a.m. London time with D in the chat. Hopefully she's getting some rest. Like, great success. Anyways, Dolby time. I'll see you later this afternoon. France, thank you so much for joining us. We are going to see you in the Facebook community. Very, very top. It's one of our top contributors. France, thank you so much for joining us. Dolby time. See you this afternoon. We got Shoulder Tap coming up next with Brett. Let's go.
See ya.
Yeah, a lot of people's most favorite segment on Topstep TV. We got Shoulder Tap. We got Brett in the house from the Wrist team. Brett, really quick before we dive into the cards, quick question. Have you taken a glance at the overall board within Topstep? Are we seeing more red, more green? Just quick generalization, what you're seeing over there.
I'm glad you asked, Andre, and thanks for having me on here today. It's a great day in Chicago, beautiful out. But as far as the users are going today, I think that market turn that happened earlier caught some of our users a bit off guard when, particularly the NASDAQ dipped to its lows for the day and has been recovering really ever since 9 o'clock and moving to the upside. A few of the standouts, I mean, a lot of traders went from green to red on the day. We had, being it was such a one direction market yesterday, we had a lot of big profitable traders, and this one unfortunately seems to have caught some people. But we've got Brian P. He's up 7,400 almost. Bin is up 5,000. These are both live traders and live accounts. And Rips, a name that everybody is familiar with, is up just shy of 4,300.
Awesome. Okay, so we are seeing some red. We are seeing some green. Well, yes, that bounce off the lows there, that was just vicious. Levels didn't hold, getting long on the way down, getting short on the way up, and we continue to make new highs here. Last trade, 19,376. In the NQ, high of the day in the ES, 5,529. We're right there right now. Dow making new highs as well, but we do have limited time here, Brett, on shoulder taps. So let's get right into it. Who do you want to start with, Brett?
The first trader that I wanted to talk about is PinSyn. I know you guys have been talking about PinSyn quite a bit lately, and please let me know. My notes got a little scrambled before coming on air, just a minute or two before, but I think I've gotten them all updated. But I know you guys were talking about PinSyn yesterday, making 32,000 with that one direction market. The thing about PinSyn that really stood out are a couple of different things. He hits home runs, or grand slams, I should say, and really does it more than any trader I've really seen. One of the things that stood out were some of his biggest winning days. He's got yesterday at 32,000 in profit. He's been in the account for 96 days now, and has also posted a $31,000 profitable day, 29,000, 18,000, 14,000, and I stopped at his $10,000 winning day, and those are six incredible days in 96 days. I mean, what, around 7% of his days are 5-figure plus? That's fantastic.
Yes, it is. My goodness, those top five, all above $10,000. Like you said, not just hitting bases or singles and doubles, hitting grand slams. Also about PinSyn, he is trading in one single live account. This is no XIV. This is one single live account. PinSyn is number 5 on the leaderboard. Thank you, JD, for that. As well as, $32,000 trading day yesterday. I mean, this is one of our all-stars right here, Brett.
Yeah, really is. And I mean, one of the things that we tell our traders time and time again, and fortunately we didn't have to, we reached out to him yesterday regarding that incredible day that he had, but we've seen so many traders get into the 5 figures and have it reverse on them, and ultimately go to zero or even their daily loss limit. And that's something that we want to avoid. PinSyn does a great job letting profits run, but one criticism that I have is manage the money a little bit better. Review how you're managing the money. First of all, you've got over 100,000 in this account. Take a payout. Ooh. I see that you haven't taken a payout in the lifetime of this live funded account. and you've got a healthy cushion. You've got a daily loss limit that provides for many, many days should you hit it, which that kind of brings me to another note. He hits his daily loss limit an awful lot. But it looked like you had something to say, Andre.
No question. Just want to give an update. The 7-year auction just came out about 12 minutes ago. We saw that big move to the upside in equities, and let's just say we did an unusually strong bid to cover in the 7-year auction. Bid to cover of 2.64, previous 2.58. That might not seem like a lot, but for auctions, that is much higher than expected. Yeah, yields were down 4.162 on the yield, previous 4.276. These are pretty big. That's a whole tons of a point right there. So very strong 7-year auction. We just see another pop in the equities, about 30 points off of that. I want to get back to Pinson though, Brett. You said he hits his daily loss limit awful lot, but the daily loss limit is still tight. Would you mind sharing what the daily loss limit is at?
The daily loss limit, being that this is a 150K live account, is still set to 3,000, which the risk team loves. Hasn't asked for an expansion, and it really shows how keeping that tight daily loss limit allows you to have these grand slam trades and days so that you're around for tomorrow to trade.
I love that. Hey, Brett, now you said he hasn't taken a payout, or they haven't taken a payout yet. Obviously, the risk team would like to see him take it, but what does that conversation go like, or how does that conversation sound when you call up one of our traders that has nice, 6-figure number in the account, and they haven't taken a payout yet? Obviously, they know they're eligible to take a payout, but us at Topstep, we're trying to nudge our traders to take payouts, right? We love seeing payouts from our funded traders. So, how does that conversation go?
Yeah, I mean, when a user is called up to live, they are eligible for up to a 50% payout, regardless of how many benchmark days they have in the account, up to 50% of the overall balance. And with Pinson, I'm actually bringing that up right now. Pinson did take a payout of $14,000 when they were transferred to live. And yeah, and they started with right around 34,000 in the account, and they have built it up to what it is today. Or I'm sorry, 74,000.
74, yeah, on top of the 34
in the account.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. So if they're hesitant, obviously we can't force anyone to take a trade. Our advantage is doing so. Maybe for the mental, they like to see that cushion in the account. But I'm just curious, what does it sound like when they are hesitant? Obviously, we can't force them, Brett. But do we kind of set goals, milestones that, hey, if we meet this milestone in the account, we'll take a payout then? How does that work?
Yeah, we reach out to the traders and encourage them to take payouts. Like you said, ultimately it is their decision. But a lot of times it doesn't make sense to have a huge account balance and risk it to the markets. The difference between 50 and 100,000 isn't really that significant when you're looking at it in trade days. If you have 20 losing days or 40 losing days in front of you or to work with, you know what? It's going to be telling, and you should be backing up your trading or scaling back your trading long before you even have those days.
Yep.
Or bring those to half of what they are. But with Pinson, the thing that really stands out, that average daily P&L, despite these huge days, is just $315. And that is what really demonstrates the value of that daily loss limit.
Yeah, it really does, man. That downside risk control is very, very nice. All right. Well, if anything else you want to talk to or highlight about Pinson, like I said, number 5 on the leaderboard. Huge day yesterday, trading one single live account, no XFAs, no copy trade. This is one of our all-stars, Brett. This is really good to see.
Really is. The one other thing that I would tell any of our traders today, that's kind of the commonality between the three users that I chose to feature today, is you don't have to trade 10 contracts or 10 lots at a time. You can enter with 5. You can take half of your trade off in profit and and avoid really maxing out. I know 10 isn't the max for Pinson, but you don't have to trade huge. It's okay to trade a couple or a few and see where it goes. That way, these turns in the market like we're seeing today aren't going to catch you and cost you dearly.
I like that. Very, very good. Looking at some more of Pinson's stats. I mean, 30% win percent. Okay, we can work with that. The guy keeps the math on his side. This is one. I mean, yeah, lock and prop is better money management. Study your profitable products. Okay, yes, let's talk about that. The amount of products Pinson's trading. I mean,
Absolutely.
You can't really tell them to pare it down, right? Can you tell them to pare it down based on the success they're showing? I mean, I'm sure some products are more profitable than others. I guess you see any of the products in the red, you say maybe you want to cut this one, but how does the risk team deal with that when you see, a trader? Quick glance at 10 different products. So what do you guys think when you see that?
Yeah, as far as the number of products, I was an IMEX trader, specialize in one product or product category. Energies was what I did. Pinson traded some crude oil, and I was looking at the individual performances, and the note that I have is review the individual products and see if one is regularly causing trading losses or one is regularly profitable. And obvious answer, stick with those profitable ones. Crude oil's been a little bit of a struggle, it looks like. Has turned it around recently, but a lot of daily loss limits in just that product alone.
Interesting. All right. Well, thanks for the insight on Pinson. Again, number 5 on the leaderboard. One of the all-stars here at Topstep. Let's go on to the next card, Brett, if you want. We're coming up on time here, but we still have time for 2 more traders. Which one would you like to hit next?
Let's talk about Raphael S. And I didn't realize it when I selected Raphael S. You'll note that this Raphael is from Dallas and not Israel, who Mick had featured yesterday. I was a little surprised by that and glad that it wasn't the same trader as the one that Mick had spoken about yesterday. But yeah, similar to Pinson, really only trading 10 contracts per trade, and you don't need to do that, but having some great results. Winning day percentage 78%, winning trade percentage 80%. So just high numbers on those, and that's what makes that average win-loss per trade acceptable at about a 0.5 to 1 reward over risk. Losing about $1,200 on a losing trade, but that 80% of trades being a $558 winner kind of doesn't matter. But it is important to not let that catch you off guard, because those are high losses on losing trades. Just make sure that winning trade percentage keeps up.
Oh, we've got Carving Delane here in the chat saying risk a buck to make 50 cents. Well, it's not exactly like that. If you risk a buck to make 50 cents and you make that 50 cents 80% of the time, the math is still on your side, right? So average expected value on his trades makes 50 bucks, 80. That's $400 on the winners, and average expected 20% on the losers, so 200. So yes, that believe it or not, the math is on their side. The 80% win percentage is what keeps that math on their side. Now, is it sustainable to be 80% of the time? I'm not sure. I don't know their strategy. But, you look at it initially, you see the risk reward, you see that it might be an issue. But if you're right 80% of the time, you can actually risk more than what your reward is. But yes, I can see where the confusion might come in, Brett, right? Would you like to touch on that just a little bit with the risk reward to the win percentage?
Yeah, I mean, it's something to keep in mind. Coin flips are not a good thing to place your money on, and it's clear that Raphael is having the numbers in his favor with that winning average trade and losing average trade, even though if you look at it on a 1-to-1 ratio, yes, they would be losing money, but with the 80%, they are extremely profitable with that almost $1,600 average daily P&L.
you go. So let's see the math on the side. But yes, the 80% winning trades. That's a lot, right? That's a great win percentage, right? You got to keep that up. If you're going to have that risk reward, you got to keep up that 80%. You got to be right 80% of the time. So if you're going to be right 80% of the time, you can take bigger losers than winners, right? So there's different ways to do it. We just saw with Pinsim the opposite. Win percentage of 30%, but the winners are so much bigger than the losers, but they're only right 30% of the time. So that's how you can see two different ends of the spectrum as to, there's all a bunch of different ways to make money in this game.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Andre. And I mean, whether related to Pinson or Raphael in this instance,
right?
The one important thing to always keep in mind as somebody involved in the markets is be ready to adapt. Just because it's working for now, if the market does shift or evolve, be ready for that. If something shifts that regular losses are occurring, review those trades, review those products, and see what is working, and really dive into the data that you have, because that is ultimately how we learn and grow as traders.
Absolutely. No better place to do that than going to the performance dashboard at TopstepX. Looking at your stats, see your average win-loss, best day percentage of total profit, your profit factor. You see all those stats visualized right there, digestible, impacted right off the bat. When you go check those out, performance dashboard under TopstepX. Brett, we got about 4 minutes left here. If we got anything else left for Raphael, otherwise we can keep it moving. It's up to you.
I think let's move on to Kumail. Kumail is the last trader or last user that I wanted to mention. But again, 10 contracts per trade. And similar to Raphael, those winning day percentage and winning trade percentages are really similar to Raphael's 77% winning day, 79% winning trade. And again, demonstrates what you were talking about earlier with that reward over risk ratio. Average winning trade is $400. Average loser is just over $1,000, which is actually less than 0.4 to 1 on that reward over risk, but it's totaling up to $520 in average daily profit.
Yeah, Brett, nice choice. I don't know if you did this on purpose or not. It just worked out that way. A way to show different ways, from a Pinson to a Raphael to a Kumail, different ways, different how the math can always be on your side just based on either risk reward or your win percentage. So there's different ways to do this. This is really good. Keep going about Kumail. This is interesting.
Yeah, and thank you. With Kumail, the 77% winning day, average winning day is about 1,350. The average losing day is just shy of 2,300, and the best day is 3,400. That's over the duration of the account. And what stood out to me about Kumail is they're taking payouts. Really every chance they can. One thing, whether it's a personal account, a Topstep account, or anything, one thing that's really easy to do, and it looks like Kumail has kind of fallen victim to a degree, is when taking a payout, scale it back, because it's easy to see that number as far as the overall balance drop down and say, man, I liked it a lot more when it was up in the higher numbers. You know what? Scale it back and just work for a winning day. And hey, that way you're one step closer to your next payout.
No, well said. I'm taking a look. Hey, we're starting to see some sellers come in here in the last 5 minutes or so. We're about, already? We're already about 100 points off the highs in the NASDAQ. That was fast. High of the day, 19,390. Last trade, 19,270. So about 120 points off the highs there in the NASDAQ. Taking a look at the ES, about 26 points off the highs there. Last trade, 55.06. Dow rolled over as well, about 140 points off the high. Last trade, 40,528. Crude chopping around the highs. Last trade, high of the day, $78.28. Last trade, $78.08. Gold finally woke up. Finally not stuck to those 62s. Currently trading $23.58. All right, Brett. Well, I think that does it for now. Unless you got anything else for us there in the wrist team and shoulder tap. People generally love this segment. But yeah, I'm taking a look at the live funded leaderboard here. House account taking on the chin. House account down 12 grand. We got Rips up $4,200. D down just $300. Dakota hit his DLL. Michael down just $250 around scratch. Tick for a tick. DLL. Man, there's some red out there. Joanne, oh, we've seen her name so much lately. Hit the DLL. Eddie S down 2,000. Soren DLL. Pin Poo up 5 Gs. Brian P up 7 Gs. There's a lot of red on the board. Brett, we will not keep you holding here any much longer. Sounds like you got some work to do, some calls to make possibly with all that red. I got a quick question before we bounce off. Are you making more or less phone calls on days where there's red? Does it matter? From a day-to-day basis, if you see a lot of red on these live funded trader leaderboard, are you making more calls? Are you getting more calls on red days versus green days, or how does that work?
We're always making a lot of phone calls to the users and really offering them similar advice to what we do on TopstepTV in trying to help them grow from whatever the situation, whether it be losses or profits in the markets.
All right, thank you, Brett. Thank you so much for your time. We got group coaching coming up next. Coach Robert, the form is pinned to the top of the chat. I hope we got enough questions. I've been told if we didn't for a little of questions. Stay tuned. Group coaching coming up next. Brett, thank you so much. Shoulder tap. Let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. It is 12:30 Chicago time, 12:32 Central time. I'm JD behind the scenes. You're looking at Coach Robert. I've got your questions here. I'm staring at them right now. I'm going to feed them to Coach Robert. Robert, how's it going today? How you handling this price action on the markets? Kind of whipping just a little bit.
Boy, yeah. So a couple things. I mean, yesterday we had a couple call outs that worked out. We had the June 7th gap fill, which is still in my chart that you can see right there. And I made a comment yesterday that when you have those big giant moves like that, I mean, the biggest move in like a year and a let me kill my, let me shut those off. If you have a big move in the market, typically right after that, it's a lot of consolidation and choppiness. Well, I was wrong. I mean, it started off that way. And I think Andre said it this morning, said, yeah, Robert, when we talked yesterday afternoon, yep, there it is. It's all chopping apart, a big move, and then it's going to hang around. But, NQ, way to go. It doesn't last long. The thing just wants to go up and up and up. And even after a big recovery like that, it's just got no end in sight.
As Hoag would say, as soon as you think you've got all the answers, the market changes the questions on you. And that's for sure the truth. When the markets are moving like this, it's all about risk management. In fact, we saw quite a few questions coming through the chat talking about reward to risk ratios. So we thought we'd get started with that. Coach Robert, what's your take on a proper risk to reward ratio?
Yeah, thanks, JD. And this is a carryover from the questions in the chat and also from that wonderful shoulder tap segment with Andre and Brett. Man, those guys know their stuff. So I made this little thing here, and I'll share it, and I'll also take a screenshot of this and share it in the chat. So the best risk reward is going to depend on your win rate also. So as a 1-to-1 ratio, risking 1 to make 1. So risking 100 to make 100. It's a 1-to-1. If your win rate is 50%, you're breaking even. If it's higher, you're winning. If it's lower, you're not. If you have a 2-to-1 risk reward, meaning you're tagging $200 versus $100 on a loss, if you have a 50% win rate, you're doing really good. So, but you don't need a 50% win rate. In this case, on this graph, 40% win rate, you can do a 1.5-to-1, and there's your break even. So we can't look at those individually. And I just want to, this is the reason for making this point clear, is you can have an alternate risk reward, meaning you're risking 2 to make 1, risking 200 to make 100, but you don't have to let it go to your stop. That is not a requirement. You don't have to let it go to your target. I always say this: we have 3 things that we know. We know our entry because we entered. We know our stop because we know how much risk we're willing to put on, but we don't know the target. We have a perceived target. We speculate on the target. That's all we can do. And if it doesn't go up to our target, we can also pull it like, I'm not comfortable with this anymore. Sentiment changes, get rid of it. If you're watching the markets. Now, if you're a long-term hold and you say, no, I'm going to have a bit of a risk and I'm going to have my reward way up here, obviously if you're long and you leave and you do something else, then you have no choice to kind of let that go and let it play out. But internal, intraday, short-term scalpers on a fast market like NQ, JD, I think it goes out the window because of what we're not letting them go the entire time. Again, this is just my opinion and what I'm looking at. My risk reward, quite honestly, is just about 3-to-1, but 3 risk for 1 reward. But the reason I do that is just to keep my stop far enough away with NQ that it just doesn't get what we call wicked out. It just doesn't move real quick one direction, bounce right back up again. It's like, wow, I'm wicked out. Does it happen sometimes? Of course it does. But I need to keep it further away. But also my win rate is around 80 or 85%. So it's kind of okay. Now, I'm not advocating for one way or the other. You have to do with what works for you. And JD, I'm going to take a screenshot of this in chat, and I really wanted to cover that. It just seems to be a lot of questions around it. And the point being that we don't want them to operate solely. If you're talking risk reward, you got to talk win rate. If you're talking win rate, you got to talk risk reward also, because they play off of each other.
They sure do. Keep the math on your side. You could have a low win rate as long as you have a proper reward to risk ratio, and you could have a high win rate with a low reward to risk ratio. It'll all balance out, but you got to keep the math on your side for sure.
Exactly.
All right. Robert has posted that link in the chat to the reward to risk image, and we're going to move on to some questions. We got quite a few dealing with TopstepX platform functionality. So we're going to dive into those first. First question comes from Jordan. Jordan wants to know, is there a way to put long and short projection in dollar amounts instead of points? At this time, there is. Robert, answer.
There is not. So what I believe he's asking about, excuse me, is this tool on the left-hand side. We can see long position and short position, which means let's just, I'm going to go on the right here and then I'll adjust my screen so y'all can see it. I'm going to place, let's pretend I'm placing a trade, a long when it pops over this area. And I have my risk reward. So I'm going to go to my settings and I'm going to use the always show stats. So when I move my mouse off, we can still see them. I don't want the compact mode. I want the regular mode. And this is going to give us the most information. So here it's showing us what the P&L would be. We have, if we're doing a quantity of 4 versus reward ratio of 1, we can see that where our stop and our target is. That's how we have it preset. It's just showing 49.5 ticks and then 49.5 as well ticks for stop. So it's giving us a risk reward of 1. Easy way to change it. You can just go into this and drag it until the area right here on the right-hand side shows a risk reward ratio to whatever you're looking for. See 1.25, and I'm just going to eyeball it. There's right around 1.5 to 1. Again, it's just eyeballed there. Okay. It also tells us what your balance would be. In the settings of this, it's not going to tell you exactly, but in the settings of this, we have the input set the account size of $100,000. Well, if we make our target, it's going to be $100,301. So it gives us a little bit so we can say, oh, well, this is going to be a $300 trade. So there you go. That's kind of how that works right there. It's not a full-on dollar amount, but there's definitely a lot of settings in there. I just like to use the compact mode, and I'll put it back the way I like to have it. I like to use the compact mode, and I don't want to see the stats while I'm off the chart. So there's a compact mode, and you can see when I mouse over it, it will show up for me. So there you go. Down and dirty way to get done.
Yep, that's a great tool. It's not going to actually place orders for you. It's just going to project what your likely outcome or your reward to risk will be when you put that up. Thanks, Robert. Moving on, Sherilyn asks, when are you going to implement sell stop, buy stop, stop loss, and take profit orders? Well, they are already in there. We could run through those real quick too, right?
Absolutely. I am on my live. So I'm just going to switch. We always want to trade live here, but I'm going to place an order and I don't want to just burn it out for no reason. So I'm going to switch to the sim just so we can place an order in this. Okay.
Yeah. Tutorials are not for the live account for sure.
No. I'm not, because in case it gets filled or whatnot, I don't want to burn out the live account. All right. So here we are. We're just in the practice. Now I'm going to go to my settings first, and I'm going to not choose to put my bracket orders on while I place a trade. So if I mark it in, it's not going to put any target or any stop. So let's do that. There I am. I don't know. It's going to go up, right? Bang, by 1. So there we have it. We are just in a market order. Okay. In order to get a stop loss, I'm just going to click and drag and let it go. Profit target, click and drag and let it go. Now I have an OCO. We're seeing where I don't have a particular risk reward here, but it's close, 525 and 515. It's hard to see the red on the screen, but there we have it. Do we want to let it go? If I close a trade, it's just going to close both of them. Hey, look, $67. Wonderful. Now, to place the buy stops, you can do that a couple ways. On the right-hand side, I have my order panel up here, and we can see the order type. Well, currently, it's on market. So if I place buy, it's going to be a market. What if I want to stop market, and I want to buy? Okay, well, this is the price. So let's put this up here at $19,350 because we're doing a buy stop. We need to be above the market price, just like that. And now buy. There it is. Here's my buy. Here's my buy. I can drag it right from there. So I'm going to go long when it gets to that level. Well, how about I want to short when it gets to that level? Well, that would be a limit order. And let's put the same thing. 19,350. Okay, and there it is. And when it gets to the top, I'm going to sell it because that's a limit order. It's not up there yet. When it comes up, it's going to take a short. So that's pretty much the best way to do it. If you want something a little bit quicker, you can right-click the chart. I'm going to go right up here again, around 19,350. I'm going to right-click the chart. And guess what I have? I can do a market buy right away. It's not going to go to that level. It's just going to market me in. But I want to buy stop for a quantity of 1. Click. There it is. Done. If I want to sell stop, I'm going to right-click. A sell limit. Same thing. Click. All done. So when it comes up to this level here, 352, it will enter a short for me. That is really it. And JD, while I'm on the screen, I want to answer one more question I saw down there about the orders as far as taking an order of multiple contracts and then scaling out of that, which is a great question. So let's do that. Here I am, I'm in no active. What's that?
Oh, go ahead. I was going to read off the question, but you're on it.
Yeah, this is a question that was like tied right into it, and I think there's some more that I'll let you grab. So 3 contracts, and for the heck of it, let's just go long. Great. I am in a 3 contract position long. Well, if I drag this down, I now have a 3 contract position stop loss. It will close me out. Now, if I want to scale out of this position, I'm going to come above it and put limit orders. I'm going to limit sell for 1. I go above that. Limit sell for my second one, and limit sell for my third one. There we have it. Now I'm going to adjust these to make us get out of one of these trades. So I'm going to keep moving this first one down, and hopefully we'll just pop up and hit it. It's tough when you get to do it live like this, but the market doesn't cooperate. I'm just bringing it close. So I want you to see I have 3 different levels here. Bring them down. Come on, baby. Push up a little bit more. I'm going to keep going down until we get a hit out of it. Just a wee bit more, please. Let's bring it down further. Yeah, now it's going to go below. So that's kind of thing. So we'll let it go up. We'll leave that there for 1 second. Hopefully it pushes up. It's not going to. So let's close this position and let's just do another buy. And we're in the same situation. It's just that we're at a different level now. Get up there. Yeah, of course. So JD, that's what I wanted to show. I really wanted this to pop up so we can actually do it the other way if we want. But let's do one more.
Yep, the functionality is real simple.
The functionality is really, yeah. What is it? The market's not cooperating with us right here. Exactly. So we can see what's going on with this. Well, I guess I could flip it around too, but let's buy 3. Again, drag and drop. Let's bring this down. I want to get this really close. Give me a little bit of a pop up. And then limit sell. I know this is taking a little bit longer, but come on, market, cooperate with us here.
Maybe it's time to just short it. What do you think?
Just short it. Yeah, there we go. I just dragged it down. I dragged it really, really close. We can see it took that limit sell out. My open position went to 2. My stop loss is now 2. And I still have my 2 levels above. So that's how you can scale in and out of these things pretty easily. Let's bring this down so we can scale out of another one. There it is. Got rid of the last one. We are now in one position here, and we have our limit sell. Okay, that's how we can scale in and out of these. So there you go. There you have it. It just closed everything out.
Drag and drop. Simple as that. Checking in on the chat real quick. Robert S. wants to know, what does it mean when I hear it's a level 10 or we're coming up to level 4? What I think you're talking about could be our Topstep daily levels in different zones. So I'm going to put the link to our daily levels in the chat right now. So take a look at that, Robert, and you'll get a better idea of what we're talking about when we say we're approaching different zones throughout the day. All right, next question comes from, where did it go? We just did OCO orders. All right, how much money can be risked per day on a 50K combine? Well, you have a daily loss limit of $1,000, but MP mentioned yesterday that you're probably going to be doing away with that, and you're going to have to start setting your daily loss limit on your own. But I'm not sure how it's going to work when that change happens. But right now, today, on a 50K trading combine, you have a $1,000 daily loss limit. Coach Robert, anything else you want to add to that?
Yep, that's pretty much it, JD. 50K account. The question was, how much can be risked per day in a 50K? Well, $1,000. That is your daily loss. Hit that twice in a row. That's $2,000. That's your max loss. Account is closed. Start again.
Oh, we did have one more question about Topstep X functionality. I glossed over this one. Storm says, or wants to know, how do you put Topstep X charts on multiple monitors? I keep getting force logged out when I go to sign into the next window. Can you make a clip of this answer, please? It's pretty simple. There's actually an icon on the top right corner of your Topstep X platform that says Open New Window. It's kind of covered up on your chart right now, but it's up there.
So I'll move my mouse right below it. It's right here. So if you're looking at the screen, it says Robert's X screen. It is directly above the lower E. You'll see them up there. I'm actually going to click on it. What will happen? It's just going to open another Topstep X window, and I'm in my simulation. And it's another tab, so I'm going to drag it down so you can see. So here we have it. I'll make this a little bit better so we can see it. There we go. So now we have one window right here that I'm moving around. and then the second one is behind it. And I'll just take this opened second window, and I'm just going to drag it off to the side. And now I have it on another screen to the side of me. See? Bring it back, bring it over. That's it. So yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
Simple as that. All right, moving on. Jay wants to know, we're really burning through these questions today. Jay wants to know, hello, coach. How do you respect your stop loss during a trade that's going against you? Well, you're always going to take heat on a trade, right? It's rare that you're going to top tick or bottom tick an entry. So you have to expect to take some heat. My simplest solution is give your trade enough room to play out, give it a little room to breathe. But what's your take on moving stops around after you enter into a position, Robert?
Yeah, if you enter in a position, and it's going to depend a bit on your strategy, and I would refer to you in your written strategy and who's this, Jay, and your journal as to how you're handling these trades, because I don't know your strategy and I don't know your trade process, but I'm willing to bet, that there's nothing on there that says don't respect my stop loss. I'm willing to bet that you don't have the written on there. So if you have your stop loss, you can respect it. And if you're meaning keep moving it further away as it goes against you, bad, get out of that habit as soon as possible, just better off closing the trade. If you mean bringing it up as the market goes in your direction, that's not too bad because you are limiting your risk at that point. I'd suggest not doing it too quickly because depending on the market, most traders are trading NQ, just likes to fly around. If you bring it up too quickly to try to protect some of those profits, NQ has a habit of just wicking up and down really quickly, and it can go 30, 40 points in a blink of an eye, and next thing you know, you're like, wow, I didn't even realize I was stopped out. So if you're using a different instrument, something that moves a little slower, not as far, you can give it a little more room, and you can kind of adjust up with it. So how do you respect it? Yep, it's a mental game, and it takes practice. And if you're not confident with it, don't put the trade on. But thanks for having one. I mean, definitely a good question. How do I respect my stop loss? Step one is you have one. So that's, kudos to you just for doing that. We recommend having stop loss on everyone.
Yeah, expanding your stop, expanding your risk while in a trade. At what point do you just throw in the towel and say you're in a bad trade? Your stop should be at a level that invalidates your trade. If you keep pushing it, I don't see what the upside is to that.
I would have a stop right now on this screen. Yeah, right, JD, there it is. I'll show you right on the screen because my chart's out there. I'm in a long right now, and I'm just thinking, I'm speculating, because we don't know, that if the market breaks down below my levels here, 19,245, 246-ish, I'm going to call that, hey, this zone particular right here is now invalid, and that was where I'm going to strategically put my stop. We'll just kind of highlight it right there. And what if I put my target right above it? There we go. Now I'm going to watch it. And I'm a trader. And I'm an intraday trader. And I'm an intraday short-term scalper trader. So what does that mean? It means I'm just not going to go to the movies right now. I'm going to watch this trade and be like, if this actually comes down and starts pushing down and we have a lot of large candles driving to the bottom end, I may just close it out early. Why do I have to let it go all the way to my stop? This is a protection area. That's a fail-safe. If I lose my internet right now, I'm safe. That is the highest protection. Plus, if you do want to add to your position, maybe put one down the bottom of that range right there. We're doing a lot of trading here today, JD. I love it. We're going to put a limit buy at the bottom. So here I am. I don't qualify this as adding to a loser. This is qualified as, hey, if we reach the bottom of this range, my thesis, my hypothesis now is that I'm going to come around the 250 area, and I believe it's going to bounce off the bottom and come back up again. And if it doesn't, I get out of the trade. So that's not quote unquote adding to a loser. This is a strategic, yes, it's a losing position, but I'm not just going like, damn it, that didn't go my way, add another one. Man, it still didn't go my way, add another one. We don't want to do that. You can, unlike other companies, you can do that, but we don't want to do that. We want to have a strategic plan associated. You can stack 2, 3, 4 of these up at a time. Dobie does it all the time, and it works good for him. He's got these range trades. Stack them up, let them hit their orders, and then when it goes, invalid, get out of the trade.
Yeah, listen to Dolby when he talks about those range trades. Range trades. He knows what he's talking about. A little tongue twister there. All right, we got time for a couple more quick ones. D wants to know, once you're in an XFA, is it $200 per day? This is a question about the payout policy. Once you're in an XFA, is it $200 per day or $200 per trade times 5? So there's $200 per day, not per trade. You have to make 5 days of $200 profits. They do not have to be consecutive. They don't have to be back-to-back days, but you have to prove to us that you're capable of managing account. So we require 5 days of $200 plus in P&L, positive P&L, before you can take the payout. Anything to add there?
Nope, that's exactly right. We just don't want to trade. You can pass in 2 days, right? I mean, you can pass the combine in 2 days. But did you get lucky twice? I mean, if yesterday you took a short, wow, that went really good, I love it, and then you decide to get another short and dump, and like, wow, I really did good, I just passed. Like, well, I don't know, a day like that hasn't happened in a year and a half. Did you happen to get lucky with it? So that's what the $200 is. If you can make $3,000 in a 50K account and you can have an average trade of $300-400 a day or $1,000 or whatever you're making, there's no reason why you can't do that for another 3 days. None at all. And there's just got to be some skin in the game. Hey, my trade won.
Yep. And yes, that is a question came through the chat. That is per account. You have to trade each individual account 5 days, $200 plus in P&L. So you cannot take a payout from an account that you have not traded in yet. All right. Next, Kevin says, I just got promoted to an XFA, 50K. What's the best daily stop limit to give myself more room to have more days to trade? Another thing we talk about quite a bit. You're in a 50K XFA. That means you have a $2,000 max drawdown. So you want to make sure you give yourself enough opportunities to swing, enough chances at the plate to swing at the ball, right? So break that down any way you want. How many trades is good for you? Do you want to give yourself at least a minimum of 10 trades, 5 trades? That's totally up to you, but you base your risk per trade on how many swings of the bat you want to take. Anything else, Robert?
That's exactly right. We know what the profit target. Know what the profit target is. You need to hit. Who's this? This is Kevin. Yeah. So you have the promoted to XFA. You need to make at least 200 for 5 days, non-consecutive. So that would be at least a good start. And then look historically at what did you do in the combine that got you to the XFA, and do it again. Okay. Yeah. Good job, GD.
Mm-hmm. Another quick one from John G says, this will probably be the last one. How long should I practice paper trading if I started around 10 days ago, but have had only 18 losses out of 85 filled orders or trades? Manage my risk extremely well, pay attention to high liquidity levels. I started at $100 and built it to $4,300. That's pretty impressive in a paper trade sim account. I'm assuming you're talking about a practice account and you're taking your time moving over to your trading combine. Based on those numbers, John, I would say that you are pretty much ready to go. You've got a solid strategy there. You're keeping your risk tight. You're taking decent profits on each trade. Why not give it a shot? I know it's a little different mentally when you actually have skin in the game versus just firing away on a practice account, but eventually you're going to have to step in the ring, What do you think, Robert?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. We'll wrap this question up so we can get on to the next segment. Practice account is great to learn the platform. It is great to look and test out strategies and different types of charts and candles and structure. Get used to it. It's good to get some screen time. It's good to see how the markets react. But if you know how to place a trade and you have your strat down and you know what instrument you are, jump in the combine. You're ready to go. If you just want to sit and practice all day long to make it look money, there's so many reports I see. It's like, man, I did $12,000 in my practice and minus 200 in my combine. Like, what? It's hard to understand. It's like, well, if you're trading them different, what you're doing is reinforcing bad habits, because you're doing something in the practice account that you may not be able to do in the combine account. And trade the combine like the XFA. There's the consistency target. So don't YOLO it and throw the whole thing out there. Practice how you want to trade in live, in XFA and funded and combine and live. Do it the same way. But once you're used to the platform and you've done practicing with it, get out and put it to the test. And if something's not working, switch back to practice and maybe try something different. But just don't go to practice just to trade and just to click buttons and just to see the big P&Ls go up and down. No, use it to get used to the platform. And that's all. And then bring that to the live side.
That is excellent advice. Yeah. You should be proficient with your platform. All right. With that, we got to take a short break. We have Getting an Edge with Andre A. from Edgeful. He's going to be joining Robert and myself. You got Robert and I for another hour coming up with Andre. This is going to be great stuff. Can't wait to jump into that. But again, we're going to take a short break, and we will be right back, folks.
And we're back. We had the voice behind the scenes over there to my, get the right direction. There he is, JD. And then the man in the middle, we have Andre A. from Edgeful going to be the guest here. He's been on a couple of times. Andre, how you doing today?
Great. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. It's always a pleasure. So we talked about some of the product that you have for Edgeful, how it can help us as traders, but we kind of going to put you on the spot here a little bit, man. It's like, let's look at the market now, like right now, and see what we can do rather than talk historically. And, we have that company, Hindsight Capital, that we're always right. But we love the product. We love what you have with the show. So I know the market's moving a little bit, and I don't know if maybe you want to just go through one of your items and show what it looks like. I also want to go through the staff because you are trading at Topstep in your combine. So we are going to go through that. And I think JD has a question for you also. I'm going to turn over to you right now because I think the market's dropping off, and take it away for me.
Yep, sure. So if I can you guys can pull up my screen here. I have a book map to the left. I have my ES over here to the right. So just to take a little step back on what I'm looking at here, I see this resistance or support right here, now forming resistance. Price came up today, bounced off a very key zone here, very high time frame. So I'm on the daily time.
Sorry, I got to Andre. Sorry, I got to interrupt. Some people are listening, so if you can say the price levels, that can help out a little bit.
Sure. So there's a very key zone here from 54 on ES on 54.50 to just about 53.80. And price came down into that zone today and bounced pretty heavily with a massive move exceeding ATR today with just in the New York session, price, the high to the low of the day is 100 points on ES. So very big move today. Definitely. I mean, I'm not surprised because it is a Thursday. Thursdays have the highest volume and the highest range. I'm sure you guys are tired of me saying that, but that is the truth. These are the big opportunity days. So you can tell, obviously, very big moves happen today. These are the days where you can go for the home runs. But the levels that I'm looking at right now is this 5,500. So this is the key level. We reclaimed it earlier this morning, came back into it, kind of consolidated above it. I was interested in longs above it. Now I'm I want to kind of wait for a retest just to kind of see what's going on here. But if price doesn't reclaim this 5,500 soon, I would be interested in shorts targeting the anchored VWAP and the VWAP of the day. I'd love to hear what you guys kind of think about that.
Yeah, we've got some major confluence around that level. That's Hoag's weekly kickoff low, which held very well yesterday for a little bit. Tested it 3-4 times before just crashing right through. So it was a solid area of support for a little while yesterday. It's also Coach Ray has a 50-day simple moving average right around 5,500 also. So we got a couple check marks for a trade in that area if we got back there. That's I like that area too.
Yeah. There's a little 5-minute demand zone that formed here. I know 5-minute demand zones are a little bit smaller, like smaller time frame. Usually I like to go off of maybe a larger time frame, 30-minute, 15. But if price does break below this 54.90 area, I mean, that would be a pretty good signal for at least a touch to the VWAPs, to the anchored VWAP and regular VWAP. Just kind of don't want to sit in some consolidation here for like the next 20 minutes. So I would love to see a spike in either direction, ideally upwards into 5,500 to take shorts. But I mean, we'll have to kind of wait and see how this plays out. Robert, do you have any thoughts on that?
No, I wanted to ask you what brought you to that conclusion. You have bookmap on the left, your 5-minute chart on the right of ES. And what brought us to that conclusion that you have?
So the 5,500 level is from, if I just zoom out pretty far, I'm going to zoom out and I'll mention it for the viewer, or for the listeners too, since was a pretty significant level in mid-June and then acted as a support in early July. And then now we've retested it finally, came back into it yesterday, actually. And then now we're retesting it. Now we're kind of seeing, okay, is our buyers going to kind of win this battle or our sellers going to win this battle? So also whole psychological number. So that's something that's really, I mean, in my opinion, kind of important. So 5,500, it's a very, very whole psychological number. It's not like 5,475 or anything. 5,500 is a very, very key level just in terms of like the psychological number. The same way that 100, 200, 1,000, 5,000, et cetera. These are definitely more key than other traditional levels just because they are round whole numbers.
The big fat round number is what Hoag would call it. Yeah, we're settling into a nice 3-minute area consolidation right now in the NQ, kind of trading at the lower end of that range right now. A nice pop up to the upper edge of that range into this minor support area right around 19,300, I would say. 60-point pop, I would be on the short side too. But we're getting a little selling pressure coming in right now. Quick question, Andre. So Anne Marie was on earlier today, and she mentioned that you had another new report up about how many times the ES and NQ will fill overnight gaps before 12 o'clock Eastern time. I didn't get a chance to look at the report, but I know we opened with an opening gap lower today. And did that fit their criteria for a gap fill on that particular report?
So we just added, all of our reports, let me just zoom in here so I can make this bigger. You guys can see that okay, right?
Yep.
Perfect. So we just added the buy fill time. So we used to get a lot of questions. Okay, well, we know the gap is going to fill, but like by what time? So is it going to happen at 3:50 p.m. or is it going to happen at 9:30? What's the time? So we just added this report, and it's within the gap fill report. It's buy fill time. This little bubble here to the right. And what you can see is you can change the time frame that you want to see. I'll explain in a second. But let's say you want to know how many of the gaps that have filled within the first hour of market open. So from 9:30 to 10:30. So in the last 6 months, 66% of the gaps that have filled have done it before 10:30.
Okay.
And you can change this again. So you can change this to the next 2 hours, right? So from 9:30 to 11:30 Eastern. And now 82% of all the gaps that have filled before 11:30. So what does that mean for traders? If the gap hasn't filled by 11:30 or 2 hours into market open, whatever time zone you're in, now you're starting to, it might not fill that day. You might not want to keep going for it and keep fighting for that because 82% of the gaps that have filled before that time. Does that make sense?
Yep. It's like sitting at the blackjack table. The longer you wait, the longer you sit there, the worse your odds get. Does that sound about right?
Exactly. Yeah. So this is something that we added, and it's been a big hit in terms of the timing. We're also going to be adding it to a lot of the other reports too. I know that the orb is a really popular one. So the orb, we measure how often price breaks out, breaks down, and then breaks both sides. And what we're going to add is within what time. So how often does it break both sides before 10:30? And then now you can really start to dial in your trading, because if it breaks up to the top side, and you know that historically, I'll just pull it up actually, you know historically that it's going to break both sides 74% of the time. Now, if you also know that that's going to happen before 11 o'clock Eastern, now you have a very high trade setup to be short, targeting that area, targeting the orb low. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, and you can change the time frame. I think you have your orb, for those that don't know, is opening range breakout, and you can have different settings. I believe there's a 5, 15, and 30. Is that what you had?
Yes, that's right. So there is a 5, there's a 15, and there's a 30 minute. So you can literally just go in and customize it on the 5-minute orb. So if you take the high and the low of the first 5 minutes, it will actually break both sides of that orb 80% of the time.
Really?
So
okay.
Sorry, you guys can see me okay? My camera's kind of spazzing out here.
Yeah, you're all good.
We got you.
Perfect. So you can change it to whatever you want. And we're going to be adding a 1 minute. I know some of the Topstep traders do love a 1 minute orb. So we're going to be adding it in pretty soon. So I just wanted to mention that it is coming soon, and we are going to be getting that in there too. We also get a lot of emails about it. Just quickly jumping back to this chart. Sorry to interrupt. Just quickly jumping back to this chart. I would love right now to see this move back into 5,500 to take a short position here. I would love to just see it a little more quickly though, and I don't really want it to kind of like inch its way up there. But sorry, I just cut you off, JD.
No worries, no worries. I was just going to say the 1 minute is Hoag's bread and butter play on the opening range. He loves a 1 minute opening range. He talks about it pretty much daily.
On the ES.
On the ES, yeah, for sure. But we just checking back in on the markets. I'm looking at the NASDAQ right now. We broke out of that little 3 minute range. Saw some selling pressure. Now we're coming back towards the bottom of that range now. By the time we get back up there, ES might be around that 5,500 level again. We could have battling short positions in the ES and the NQ.
Yeah, I'd love to see, I'm just going to plot out I would love to see something like this here. You guys can see this, and I'll kind of talk about it. I'd love to see an entry around this 5,500 level, a stop above this little consolidation high at 5,509. It is a relatively larger stop for me personally, but targeting that VWAP area, that anchored VWAP and the traditional VWAP, it is still close to a 2R. So I'm okay taking that with some lighter size in terms of maybe 1 or 2 contracts. I'd love to see for price to kind of just spike back up right now. You know, those violent power candles you see with elevated volume. I'd love to see one of those for it to fail and for it to get short. But I do not want to be sitting in any consolidation. I know that that's like kind of the worst part about trading. I'd rather be wrong quickly than be wrong in an hour or two. You know, like that. It's just not
So you're a breakout trader. You don't like
yeah,
range
kind of.
strategy,
I mean,
just breakout.
Yeah, I don't really like trading channels, but I also find it hard to chase moves. So if price has gone very far, like for example, like getting long for me after price has exceeded ATR, personally, I have trouble doing it. Even though sometimes like the market can keep going and keep going. Like, I mean, the last few days has just been like that, like continuation down, like over and over again. And then like even a couple of days before, just kept going. What was it? Maybe earlier this week, price just kept falling and falling and falling. And like, personally, I have trouble chasing those moves because I just feel like I've gotten stopped out so many times that I just find better success just taking kind of like batting for singles and batting for doubles rather than like going for these home run trades and kind of like chasing or like getting greedy, because I don't know. It's just, that's something that I've experienced that like I just can't. I definitely like to trade breakouts, but not these like massive moves that you might see like on today, like 100-point move. That makes sense.
That is a great. Yeah, we don't get moves like that often, JD. Andre, that is a great segue into, I was just going to pop in and say, well, you know what? We're going to put you on the line here because I get your stats in front of me. You've got a combine going at Topstep. It's a 50K combine. We're on the hook, man. You know, we gotta show it here. So
good.
Basically, I'm literally confirming everything that you're saying because your average daily P&L is $335. So you're not going for 12 grand days. I mean, some traders are really good at that, and you're not. I'm not either. Your risk reward is super good. You have it's a 1 to 1.6. So your wins are better. So with your winning trade percentage, which we talked about right during group coaching and was brought up on Shoulder Tap, you have an 88.8. So we'll call that an 89% win rate. And your risk reward is on the good side. So that is a winning formula right there. Getting in, taking your trades, winning 89% of them, and your wins are bigger than your losses, and it translates to your average P&L of $335. And your winning day is 100%. You haven't had a losing day yet. You have losing trades, but not a losing day. and your P&L is 51,005. So you started at 50, you're up $1,000. That's not too bad for the short time you've jumped in here and taken this. So congratulations, you're walking the walk and talking the talk here. So we'd love to see that.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. It's my personal advice is, and I know that you were just on the previous segment, you were giving everyone advice. Like, obviously everyone should be listening to you, Robert. And I feel like being able to sit on your hands is truly one of the biggest things in trading, let alone like trying to pass a combine or anything like that. Just in general with trading, being able to sit on your hands and waiting for those good setups is key. Like, for example, right now, this is a perfect example. Right now, if you guys can see my screens, I'm just going to zoom in a little bit. Now, my short bias right now is playing out, but it's not coming back to the level that I want to enter at. Because if I were to chase this move down right now, my risk to reward becomes less than 1, less than even 0.5 if I were to enter now with my targeted VWAP. I would need to see some sort of bounce up closer to this 5,500 area, and I'm not going to chase this trade down. So I know that even in an hour, maybe power hour later, or tomorrow or the next day, there's going to be another opportunity to take a trade, and I would rather be more selective with my trades than to be chasing, just trying to get some action. If that makes sense.
Makes total sense. I just marked off 5,500, but we're making this an Andre A short level. I'm adding this right to my chart right here. We will keep that going. I'm not an ES trader, but I stuck it on the ES because that's what you're talking about. And we'll take a look at it. And I agree. Nice full whole round numbers.
The big fat round number. And again, major confluence at that level too. 5,500. A lot of people talking about that. So we're probably not the only ones looking at it.
That's for sure. The NQ I've tried to trade. I did actually trade it, I believe, on this combine, and I would trade the micros just because I feel like, for me personally, I like to keep my stops a little bit tighter. And the mini contracts, like the full size NQ contracts, are a little bit hard to keep a smaller stop on. So I find that I can give my trades a little bit more room to breathe with ES and still capture a similar move. It's just that obviously, like, the NQ is a lot more violent. It's and you can make more money, of course, if you're on the right side of the trade, but it just doesn't really fit my personality and like my trading style that well. And I know a ton of people that love it, but it's just, for me personally, it's not well suited.
Yeah, if you're a level-to-level trader, NQ is definitely more for the momentum type of trader. When you see a direction, you get in on that direction. You're not waiting for a change in direction. You have to play what the market is giving you, which is night and day compared to the ES, where it respects levels a lot more strictly, I should say. You could actually wait for a level too short at in the ES compared to the NQ. A lot of slippage involved in the NQ also if you're trying to pick tops and bottoms. It's a dangerous game.
Andre, I think you came from an options trading background, or still do that. So I can totally see how those consolidations, and just the way the NQ would be different. I kind of like the fact that you didn't call it volatile, you called it violent. So that's another key word on there. We'll have to put that in the glossary.
Yeah, even if I'll just switch my bookmap to NQ right now, and I know a lot of people don't use bookmap, but just even to show what it looks like and what like the actual transactions look like, just give it a second to load here. But it really is violent. Like, if you're in some sort of consolidation, like, you can easily get wicked out and you get stopped out, and just for it to go in your favor, like, from what I've seen, at least, I think that having a much wider stop on NQ probably, this is just my opinion, obviously, like, everyone has different trading styles, but having a really wide stop on NQ and lowering your size is probably going to be a little more beneficial, just because the whiplash that you can experience trading it. Even if we just zoom in here a little bit, just to the previous 5 minutes, you can see like a very much like whiplash price action. And I know that we're looking like kind of like tick by tick almost here, which is not typically what most people do. But even when I look at the book map on NQ, I'm just like, whoa, I just need to kind of like take a step back. And I'm like, maybe I should go back to ES here. Whenever I get tempted, I know that I always get tempted, especially just because of like the potential P&Ls that you can have. I always get tempted. I'm like, should I trade it? Should I trade it? And every time I do, I'm just like, I shouldn't have done that. Like, for the most part, I stick to the bread and butter. But with options, it's a little bit different, and you can have volatile experiences. Like you can, I'll just switch back to ES here. You can have that volatility that NQ provides. Like if you're trading like an SPX 0DT, and I don't want to get into options right now. This is obviously a futures show, but what I like to do is with options is say, I don't think price is going to go in this direction. And then I'll sell options in that area. So it's very easy for me to say, or not very easy, it's a lot easier for me personally to be like, I don't think price is going to move in this direction because of XYZ confluences, because we've already moved in this direction. Because, for example, ES will only break one side of the London range. So I'll show you guys here quickly. In the market session breakout report, if I know that in the last 6 months, almost 70% of the time, ES is only going to break one side of the London range. Now, as soon as it breaks one side, I can sell options on the other side, on the SPX or on SPY. They all move similarly. And these are the types of things that I like to use in my trading to say, okay, well, I know that I have the edge on my side here almost 70% of the time. In the last 6 months, this has happened. So, I mean, everyone is different. Of course, there's a trading style. I'm sure you guys have experienced or seen at least a trading style that you could never have thought of. But I mean, all these are, as long as you have something that you stick to, that you're disciplined with, it's great either way.
Andre, do you have something there that I could use now? Something that let's play with NQ because it is fast moving. We're in and out of these trades, and let's do something that we could use. Do you have like something where we can have like a consecutive candles? It's like, because if you're going to do a whole bunch of candles in a row in one direction, if it's coming to a support area, you may want to take that reverse because it's gone down, down, down. And you may want to go take that reversion if you're a type of trader. But if you're on a larger time frame and it's down, 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 like yesterday, you may want to go with the trend. Nobody's going to tell you what to do. It's just options. I'm going to address one thing in the chat while you're pulling that up, that somebody was asking about the accuracy of the data. And this is something I really like about this, is that it is accurate and has to be accurate because anybody can go and look and, hey, this is an NQ 1 minute or let's say NQ 5 minute range. It broke out in the last 6 months, 75% of the time. You can't make it up. Anybody can go and do the math on that and look it up. So the accuracy of the data, there's just it's not subjective. It's just, it is or it isn't. It broke it or it didn't. Like you're going to do here. Did we or did we not have 5 consecutive candles? So there's no speculation there. So over to you.
Yeah. And just to touch on that a little bit more, I will switch to NQ. And we do have a report for that, the consecutive candles. But what's nice about these reports is that there is no subjectivity. There is no opinion. There is no, it's not my opinion. I'm the owner of the company. I'm the CEO of the company. And there's a zero of my opinion in here. It's all facts. And for the most part, the reports that we have now are by request. So these aren't even the concepts that I've wanted to that I use to trade. These are concepts that people have emailed us and requested for us to build. Like I know that we have a ton of these, we just released an ICT report. We have fair value gaps. I know a lot of people love the fair value gaps, but these are not things that I use. And we have built them because people have asked. So everything in here is black and white. One of the criteria that we have to build a report is it needs to be very objective. It cannot be like a bounce off of a VWAP or anything like that. Because those are more subjective. It's, did it touch this level? Did it not touch this level? What is the volume? It is this. What is the range? It is this. Did it exceed ATR or not? So in terms of that, I hope that answers your question. But yes, the accuracy it's all objective. Something else. Oh, let me just switch back to ES here, just in case this is also bouncing. Well, that initial trade would have been great here. From that 5,500 to VWAP to the anchored VWAP, that would have been fantastic. Unfortunately, I did not take it because I didn't get that bounce. But what do you guys think about a long entry around here, around this VWAP?
I was just going to ask, you don't see this trade valid anymore if we do bounce back up to 5,500? This trade's off the board now?
It kind of depends how it gets there. Unfortunately, that is pretty subjective, but it is a little bit, because now it's touched the target that I wanted it to touch. And then now if it does get back up there, I mean, I would have to, if it was if we see a nice wick like this, I will definitely take it. However, if it starts to kind of consolidate around above and just around this 5,500, I'm not sure that we're going to see that move back down again. So I might avoid, or I might just take it, the micros. I might take a smaller position and add if it does go in my favor. Yeah. I do like to add if it goes in my favor. Yeah. One thing that
in my experience, I found that if I miss a trade and I don't go chasing it, if it comes back and retest after a profit target is hit and I'm not in the trade, I find it's not so much as good the second time around. You're going to take a little more heat, likely hit your stop loss. But I've done that many times, trying to take it on the second time around, and it tends not to work that often for me.
Yeah, and I have the same experience, and that's why I would either size down or just skip this trade as a whole, because I don't, again, I mentioned it before, I don't like to chase, and thankfully I am pretty disciplined. I know everyone has their bad days, but I am pretty disciplined with the rules. So not chasing this move down, even though it did hit the target, my risk to reward would have not been great. If I just zoom in here a little bit, just for people, this might be a little bit small, but if I did chase this move down and enter, my profit target was almost hit. I mean, I probably would have taken profits there, but my risk to reward was off. So that means that my win rate, I need to compensate a smaller risk to reward with a much higher win rate. And I don't really like to do that personally. I know my win rate currently is very high, but I do like to risk a smaller amount because it gives me, I know I heard you, Robert, just in the previous segment talking about how many at-bats do you get? And if you have a smaller stop loss, you can be wrong a lot more times. And it's unlikely for you to be wrong 5 times in a row. So if you give yourself 5 trades to take it, or maybe like 5 or 7 or 8 trades before you hit your stop loss or before you blow your account, it gives you a lot more at-bats, and that gives you a lot more opportunities to pass that combine or to take a payout or whatever else it is. That's the way that I like to do it. I know that there are people that try to go for that like max win of like on the 50K account, it's that $3,000 win. Personally, I would not do that, but I mean, everyone has a different way of passing these and trading styles in general.
Yeah, true that. It really depends on we don't want to put too much focus on, not you, Andre, but like us in general, us traders in general, of I need to get this win rate, I need to get this, I need to get that, I need to have a 2-to-1 risk reward, I need to have a 3-to-1 risk reward. They're just not working in singularity of each other. They do go hand in hand with each other. And every trader is different. You said it specifically. 2 traders can take the same short, and one is like, it didn't go my way right away, I'm going to cancel it. Great. I'll do it again. No, cancel it. Do it again. No, 3-4 times. And now it finally goes. Well, you just lost 3 in 1-1. But that one that you was a winner might be a 7-to-1 ratio, where the person, another trader may say, hey, excuse me, I'm going to get into this short. I'm going to make sure I leave myself enough room for a stop. And it comes up. It doesn't stop them out. Doesn't stop. So they basically had a 1 trade, 1 win, and got the same ratio. So it really depends on the trader. I just like you driving that home. It's with these things, how every trader is different. Every trader is individual. You can even say the same exact strategy. You're going to get to 5 traders. You're going to get 5 different results. Just that's the way it is. And this data that you're sharing, it's a good starting point for it. And conglomerate, is it going to end all be all? Does it predict the future? Absolutely not. But I'll tell you what, if you look, one of those reports I looked at last time around, it was something about, we don't have to go through it, but it was something like, if the NQ on the overnight was a gap up, like every Monday for the last year, it closed 100% of the time within an hour. I'm like, that's a really good stat to know. So we want to go back to the consecutive candles. I'm kind of curious as to what those look like.
Yes, let's do it.
Yeah, I'd like to see that one too.
So I can go to I'll go to last year here. So we get a pretty larger sample size. Personally, just so you know, anyone who is using this, I do recommend going to the 6-month and 3-month as well, just so you can capture that most recent market environment, because the data does change very, very often. So we always use trailing periods. So you always get 1 new day of data, and then 1 old day will drop off. So you always get the most recent market environment. As things start to shift, you'll notice it when you use these smaller timeframes or smaller date ranges right here. But now we're looking at NQ. We're looking in the New York session, which means that we're looking at the data from 9:30 to 4 p.m. every day. We're looking at the trailing 1 year. And what you can see here in this box right here, if you guys can see where my mouse is, on the right box for the listeners, you can see average green bars. And right now I'm on the 15-minute, so I'm on the 15-minute bars, and you can see that the average consecutive green bars is just over 4. So what that means is you can expect 4 consecutive green candles before expecting a red one to come. So let's just look at NQ right now on the actual chart. And let's go to the 15-minute time frame and let's see. So in this case, it's not setting up. However, this morning, 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth candle was red. It's not perfect, but this is a great opportunity. And there's two ways to use this. And I'm really happy with the way that this one's set up because it's a perfect example. If you're long here and you're looking at the 15-minute chart, you can expect 4 green candles and then that fourth one to be red or to go against you. Now, you can either take profits on that fourth candle to maximize your winners. So you don't want to wait until you get pulled back on. You can just take your profits on the end of that fourth candle. Now you maximize that green trade. Or if you think and if you are confident that there's going to be more continuation upwards, you can wait for that red candle, which came right here, for more continuation higher. And you can add on the pullback, which would have been a perfect, I mean, in this case was actually kind of phenomenal. Pull back right into the VWAP for more continuation higher. And then now 1, 2, 3, 4, another 4 consecutive green candles, and then a red one came. So today was like actually a flawless day for NQ in terms of like the consecutive candles and using this report for the consecutive candles. Yeah, I mean, this is exactly how you would use it. This is exactly how I would use it. Even if you wanted to make this into 2 trades where you would enter here at this very key 19,000, again, another whole number, 19,000 on NQ, getting long, targeting whatever resistances you have or whatever supply zones you might have, waiting those 4 candles. Now, you can take profits if you did want to split this out. And then again, another round up once you saw buyers step in and another amazing 4 consecutive green bars. So that's how you can use this report. And the same thing goes for the red bars here to the right. It's the same exact concept, just flipped.
That's really cool, and I like you can just adjust it down to like within what's the smallest time frame? Like within a month? Yeah. Can we do just over the past month or pick specific?
Oh yeah. We can do the last month.
The time, yeah, because we know the market changes. We know that a year ago, last July, was different than this July, and so we want to look at historical data, bring those all together and consolidate them, and get at least a hypothesis that maybe. That may be helpful. We just want to be clear on that too. It's like, this in chat going right now, like, well, it's historically doesn't mean it's going to happen. Absolutely not. Anything historical, absolutely not. But it just gives you an idea. If you looked at those and you say, geez, every time the ES made an all-time high in a 15-minute chart, every time it did it 3 times in that same day for 4 months. Does it mean it's going to do it tomorrow? No, of course not. But it's a pretty good probability, and that's all we can do is work on probabilities. Nothing is set in stone. So can you cut this in to be a little bit closer so it's a little more relevant to what is happening in the market like today or this week or this month?
For sure. So here I just switched to the 1 month time frame. So this is looking from, we always have the date ranges right here. So it's always from, this one specifically is from June 25 to July 24. So yesterday's close. And what you can see here is that it is a very similar result. So one thing to mention is when the higher time frames align with these smaller time frames, it means you can expect the trend to continue. But when the higher time frames deviate from the smaller time frames, so for example, the one before on the 1 year was also around 4 consecutive bars on the 15-minute time frame. And now we went to 1 month and it's still 4 consecutive bars. So what that means is you can expect continuation and you can expect this trend to continue. But when they start to deviate, and let's say the consecutive bars here was, let's say 1.5, that would be a pretty significant deviation. Now you can say, okay, there's something is changing in the shorter time frame. So I want to be mindful of that. And I want to adjust how I trade because the shorter time frame is shifting and all the new data is telling me that the shorter time frames are changing. Therefore, I should not treat it like I have been in the last 6 months of my trading. So this is the way that you can adapt to the market environments as they're changing. For the most part, maybe once or twice a year, you're going to see a shift in market environment. For the most part, it'll be once or twice, maybe not really 3 times in 1 year, but this is how you can keep up with it and not like see it in hindsight 3 months later where you're like, oh, I should have known. Well, the data shows how things change as they change.
Yep, and it's not subjective. It did or didn't. That's for my brain. It just works. It's like it's the market doesn't care about anything. It doesn't care how you feel about it. It doesn't care, age, direction, race, color, creed, gender. It doesn't know language. Nothing. It's just what you're giving are pure statistics. use them how you would like to use them if a trader's going to look at them, because some traders going to look at them. This is awesome. I just saw 5 consecutive candles down, and I'm going to ride this down. Another trader says, I saw 5 down. It's bound to go up. I'm going to go long. So it's just data. This all presenting is data. JD?
Yep. So just taking a look at price action right now, we're kind of consolidating both in the ES and the NQ. So I thought maybe since it's a little quiet, maybe we could talk a little bit about what's happening next week. We've got the scheduled 2-day FOMC meeting starting on Tuesday with the announcement on Wednesday. And Andre has a custom FOMC performance report based on price action around FOMC days that starts to take effect tomorrow. It starts the price action that you look at is from 3 days before the meeting starts or 3 days before the announcement. I wasn't totally clear on that. So
It's customizable.
Announcement on it's customizable. Okay. Can we talk a little bit about what we're seeing on these reports for price action around FOMC meetings?
Of course, absolutely. So I can switch to the 3 days if you guys want to pull up my screen quickly. I can switch to 3 days here. And so this is the FOMC performance report. It's in the price action report type. We're looking again at NQ, and we are looking at the New York session in the last 3 years. So there are 23 FOMC meetings in the last 3 years. And what this report does is it tells you what is the performance of NQ for the 3 days leading up to FOMC, what is the performance the day of, and then what is the performance the 3 days after. So in the last 3 years, in terms of these 3 days, 3 days before generally has gone down, and you can see each of the days right here in the table below, so you can actually go through each of the days and see them. But this kind of helps you understand, like, okay, maybe if you are a swing trader, which I know most people are not, but if you do want to swing, or if you're a day trader and you want to have a long bias, FOMCs typically on NQ have been positive days, especially in the last 3 years, and then post FOMC also positive. So that's how you can use this report, is to say, okay, what's my bias for the day? What can I expect after these meetings? Obviously, it is very clear that it is dependent on what Powell says and how the market reacts to what he says. So people nitpick a lot with what he says. He can say one little word that might throw everything off. So be very careful about trading FOMC. Personally, I don't do it, but if you want to trade around FOMC, this is the report that you can use to say, okay, I'm willing to trade the days leading up and I'm willing to trade the days after. So that's how you can use this one. And again, it's customizable, so you can pick different periods leading up to and after these meetings.
Gotcha.
We also have another FOMC for those savages that do love to trade FOMC. We have the average results report. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I can't. It's, in my opinion, those guys are legends, the ones that can do it. But so what this report does is it takes every 15 minutes. So you can see the increments of 15 minutes for every FOMC meeting in the last 3 years. And what you can see here is we have the initial negative reaction. So when the decision is out at 2 p.m., we've taken and grouped every day where the initial reaction goes down for that 15 minutes, from 2 to 2:15. If the reaction is down, in the last 3 years, you can expect that entire move to be retraced within the next 30 minutes. So if price comes down, just to kind of take a step back from this report for a second, if price comes down and that 15-minute candle at 2 p.m. is red, you can expect price to retrace that entire move within the next 30 minutes. In the last 3 years, it has happened on average. Now, very importantly, if the initial reaction at 2 p.m. is positive, you can expect continuation to the upside for the rest of the day. So very different reactions, whether the initial reaction is down or up. So if the initial reaction is positive, that first 15-minute candle at 2 p.m. is green, you do not want to be spamming shorts. You want to be looking for an entry to be long. And then again, just so I can go over it one more time, you go to that negative 2 p.m. candle, and let's say you're looking at that candle, 15-minute chart, that 2 p.m. candle is red. You want to be looking for longs. And I'm not saying catch the bottom, kind of wait a little bit just because it is a little more risky. Mm-hmm. Maybe size down. Actually, I would recommend sizing down and widening your stops. So you can stay in that trade if you do have a good trade idea, you do have a good entry, you don't want to get stopped out just because your stops are a little too tight, or maybe you use too much size. So maybe size down, maybe use the micro contracts, widen that stop so you can take advantage of the move and the reversal that you're looking for when that first 15-minute, when that 2 p.m. 15-minute candle is red.
This is killer information.
Yeah, it's so true. Like, Andre, forget Edgeful, forget your reports. Every day, look at FOMC days. Tell me, if it goes up, does it come right back down? And if it goes down, does it come right back up? Do the math yourself,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
It's like, it just seems to happen. It's just like, bam, something. It's very, very rare. If you look back on the FOMC days, try, like, seriously, anybody who's listening, try it yourself. Look back on the calendar, go back the last 2 years, and look at every single FOMC day when it came out, forgetting all this stuff. Just do it yourself and say, well, how many times did it pop up and stay going up versus pop up and drop? Or how many times did it go down and stay down versus going down and come right back up again? Without even looking at these reports, I can tell you that it's got to be 95, a huge amount of percent of time that if it goes one way, you wait for the craziness to go and out, and then it comes right back down. It's usually just in a couple of minutes. Occasionally you have those slow bleed days where it picks up and then it continues to fade off the rest of the day, but it just seems to come back to level to begin with. JD, quick market check. ES is dropping off. We want to make sure we stay on top of this. It is dropped at 54.80 right now, 54.80, and it had fallen off. I'm looking at a 1,000 tick chart just to get it to fit on my screen a little bit better. 54.80. It's still hanging down there. Looks like we're in a consolidation area there as well. What do you got, JD?
Looking at the NQ right now, dropping down just about kissing VWAP. I got a VWAP at 174 in the NQ. I'm looking at a 3-minute chart right now, but we just touched it, bounced off it a little bit. We're in kind of a bit of a consolidation mode. Punched right below a little 3-minute range there, but coming right back inside of it again. Just to circling back to that FOMC report. If your thing is to trade around those huge fundamental events, clip the last 10 minutes of this segment and go back and watch it this weekend, just so you know. If you're gonna have it, if you're thinking about putting a trade on through the number, know what the data says.
Yeah,
this is unbiased information. This is what the market does on these days. So go back and take a close look at it if you feel so compelled to ride, trade, or a position through that number next week.
Not me. We could do we could do a hands up inside of Topstep. Everybody on Topstep TV and all the traders in here. If we did a hands up of who trades FOMC, I don't know of a single one. We're all babies.
I mean, but are you though? Isn't it crazy a little bit? Isn't it just a little bit?
It's just risk management. It's just risk management, right? That's all it is, man. It's just risk management. It's like, if we can trade 22 hours a day and, in 5 days a week for the most part, why trade at the worst possible 15 minutes? It just does not, I get flustered. I'm like, it does not make any sense to do that. I don't, the fills are horrible. Absolutely. They're better in sim, but when you jump in the live market, they're slipping 15, 20 points. I put literally right next to me, and there's just no way it's going to happen. So it's just the easiest way. Hey, trade it if you want. We're all individuals. We can do what we want. The data shows differently. And when you can take an unbiased approach and, a non-subjective approach, and it just be like, hey, this is what happens. Like it or not, this is what happens. And do I want to do that and take a chance? My answer is no. But hey, do what you want.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
I can't even tell you.
I couldn't agree more. And sorry, go ahead.
No, please continue. Please.
I was going to say that if you are going to take a trade on FOMC or through a CPI announcement or any, NFP or anything like that, my recommendation would be to size down and widen those stops, because sometimes you will be right, but just the whiplash and the wicks that you're going to experience will just take you out. And then you're going to get angry. You're going to say, oh, I should have, whatever else. You're just going to be upset that you got stopped out and just for it to go in your favor. I mean, anyone that trades has experienced that before, where you enter, you have a great entry, it just wicks you out and then goes right to your favor. Now you're just like super frustrated. And now that's going to probably trigger you to trade a lot more and overtrade and tilt perhaps. Where if you widen your stops and use a lot less size, or you can afford to take that stop loss if it does hit, now you can actually have you can actually sit back and kind of let those trades play out the way that you might not have been able to do if you use like your normal size or your normal stops. Because there's no question about it, the market is way more volatile on news events, of course, but like any FOMC, especially now, is super important. CPI, super important. Any of those other things are very high focus. So that's one thing that I would say is just make sure to size down and widen those stops so you can like be able to make it through that trade.
Yeah, on a violent move, at least wait for the knee-jerk reaction. If you get stopped out on those violent moves, you're going to get whipped out. You're going to get stopped out 40 points away from where your stop was. Then you're going to call into support saying, I got a bad fill. It wasn't a bad fill. It was a bad stop area. Yeah.
We're down another 10 points on the ES. Down another 10 points. Just shot right down from 54.80 right down to 54.70. What is this? Within a minute, just about a minute and a half. So there goes your consecutive candles, right? Down, down, down.
Yep, I would have loved to enter that short, and then this is again one of the things that I was saying before. Chasing this trade would have worked. When I had my if I had entered and I had chased that trade, my stop would have still had to be above this consolidation where it initially was. So my initial entry, I wanted it to be around this 5,500 area. My stop would have been above 5,510, and then my target was going to be around this VWAP area, which still gave me close to a 1.2. It was at this point a 1.5 R. But if you chase that trade, now your R multiple drops significantly. So yes, in this case, it would have worked. But for the most part, the market doesn't move like this, where it goes straight up and straight down. And that, I mean, you're going to even, and the one thing that I always like to think about is, are you building a good habit? So if what you're doing now something that you should be repeating? So for me to chase that trade, it would have worked today, but is it going to work tomorrow? Is it going to work the day after? And if it's not doing that, then I'm reinforcing a bad habit. And that's what I do not want to be doing. I want to be trading as robotic as I can. And I'm okay leaving. I mean, this really sucks, to be honest, but I'm okay with leaving money on the table because the next time it's not going to work. And the next time I would have told myself where I got stopped out is I shouldn't have done that. It was very clear. I was breaking my rules. I should not have done that. So in this case, like, yes, this is a beautiful move down with a very, I mean, it's an amazing move down. And I wish that I was in it, but the next time I would have chased that trade, I'm going to get stopped out. It's just the way it goes. So the only thing you can do in the markets is stick to your plan, stick to your edge, and follow your rules. And that's it. I mean, the trade didn't set up the way I wanted it to, and it's going in my favor now, obviously, but there's nothing I could do.
You said that right at the start. We can go back, and anybody watching goes right back to the start of this, maybe 5 minutes in, and we plotted. It was on my screen a second ago. The Andre A short level at 5,500. It was a key level. JD agreed with it. It's a nice fat round number that we all like to see. And you called it. You said, "Hey, it is right down." I want to say it was around 54.90 ish. Where you had talked about it, and you said, "Hey, I just want this to come up 5,500. I'm going to short it again," and it just never went. It did not go over 54.94, and then sold off completely. So, Andre, let's go. Let's shift off the stats for 1 second, and let's do this. How do you feel about that? Do you look at this and be like, "I'm such an idiot. What a jerk. I should have taken this," or do you be like, "Hey, it didn't come up. I didn't take the trade. Move on. What's the next one?" What are your feelings on this?
So, depends. To be totally transparent, it depends on if I had taken a trade before this and it was green or red. If my previous trade was red, I would be pretty angry right now. If my previous trade was green, I would say, you know what? I stuck to my rules. I stuck to my plan. I mean, we're all human at the end of the day. I'm happy that I didn't take this trade because the next time if I took it, I'd be breaking my rules and I would have most likely gotten stopped out. Now, my first thought goes into it hit my profit target of this VWAP area. Now, this trade is not as likely of a trade just because the move down has been so violent. But if price comes back into this VWAP area, which is for the listeners just around 54.80, taking a short with a stop above this high, looking for something around the low of day, maybe not completely low of day, but something around this key zone that I had, which for the listeners again is just around 54.50, seems to be another good setup. So now, instead of just kind of harping on that previous trade that I missed on, I'm looking to see, is there another good setup where my risk to reward is good, where I can get another entry if price kind of bounces back, where I can get a better entry. It's one thing that this is a personal thing of mine, where I just can't chase a trade, because every time that I have, that bounce does come. And I'm like, I should have just waited. You know, I'm sure that happens to everyone. You're chasing a trade. You're like, okay, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to do it. And then you do it. And then it bounces against you. Now you're like, oh, I should have waited just that one more minute. And that's why I won't chase these trades. So here, just if I could make this a little bit bigger for people watching, I would love to see price kind of come up to this 54.80 area with a stop above or around 54.95-ish, targeting 54.50. So a pretty decent risk to reward, if 15-ish point move, or 30-point move to the downside if it did work. I mean, it seems to just be continuing to drop, which is unfortunate again. But I personally cannot chase these trades, because typically you look at a price chart, it does not move like this. So sucks today.
Andre,
But,
a minute ago you mentioned getting angry about missing trades, and I think the people want to know. You seem like a pretty level-headed guy. What happens when Andre gets angry? You got a closet full of busted monitors or anything like that? Punching bag?
No, thankfully I don't. But to be honest, one thing that I do try to do in terms of when I do start to tilt is I don't visibly get angry, but in my head, I'm just like so angry, and I'm just like, okay, I need to make it work. I need to control the markets. Come on, like work with me here a little bit. And it obviously doesn't happen. We can't control the markets. But what my experience is, once I notice, one thing that tilts me the most is if I have an entry, or let's say in the example of today, I wanted price to get back to 5,500. I would have looked for a short at 5,500. Let's say price got back to 54.98 and I waited for my level. And then this move happened and I had my order and I had it right there. And I got a little bit too kind of like cheap with my entry. And then this move happened. That's where I know you're about to be a little bit angry. You're about to, not angry, like I'm not like raging out. I'm just like, ugh, like that kind of like, that sucks. But that's where I notice that I try to identify my triggers. Mm-hmm. So before I allow myself to start to tilt, I'll say, you just missed your entry. It was right there. Typically, you're going to chase a trade at some point. So you should walk away for a minute, kind of reset, let price do its thing, and then come back kind of with a level-headed mindset saying, okay, I'm looking for a new trade. That old trade is gone.
Yep. Is that negative? That's what I affect your next trade.
Yeah, into it for sure. Right, JD, exactly. Just being patient and not making a chasing move like that, and having the discipline to follow your plan and just look at it and be like, yep, wasn't there. How many times have we gone? How many times have we stepped out and like answered the door, package, use the restroom, or just come to your system just a little bit late and be like, dang it, that was the move, But you know what? Yeah. There's going to be another trade, so don't put it on yourself. And Andre, thank you for being so open and transparent with that. And I'm going to go one thing. I know you're Formula One buff, so I'm going to guess that you're going to do a couple maybe fast but safe driving to get some of that aggression out, because I know that's what I used to do when I was your age. So well, we got to wrap up this segment. We are right on time. JD, anything else, like 15-second comment or anything like that? We'll wrap this up.
Looking forward to seeing what else Edgeful has coming out. I see you got some new reports out today. I'm going to dig through those and share them with some of our viewers in the next week. Definitely looking forward to see what happens around FOMC. I'll report back to everybody on that also. So thanks for joining us, Andre. This is great. Always love having you.
All right. It was a pleasure.
Thank you so much for having me. Excellent. So we're going to remove our Andre A as the guest. Thank you very much again. And we're going to bring in our staff Andre. We know Andre. He's Andre McHugh. He's been hanging around for there. He's going to be driving the next segment. Joby is on, and guess who's going to join? Rips. Rips is going to be in the house. He uses Bookmap too, so maybe he'll pull some of that stuff up. That is Power Hour coming up next. We are out. See you tomorrow. Well, I'll see you tomorrow.
And 1. Let's go. Power hour, everybody. You know what it is. The man in the middle, Rips. Ooh, look at that tank top, tan and everything. Looking good, Rips.
Wow.
On the right of the screen, Dolby time with the stunner shades. Let's go. The fastest hour in TV. Kinda, maybe. I don't know. Anyways, Rips, welcome to Power Hour. How's it going?
It's going well. I just got back in from the pool. It was it's a nice cool 102 degrees here. So came back in from the pool after a nice brisk morning of trading. And it's good to be back in with my two best friends, Mr. Andre and Dolby Time in the building.
Wow,
good
it's been a while, Rips. It's been a while, hasn't it?
It's been too long since we've done Power Hour together. You know, when Danielle hit me up for the spot to do this spot, I was like, are you kidding me? It's taking you this long to ask me to hang with my friends? Like, come on.
Where have you
Original
been?
trio. Yeah.
Where have they?
I mean, this is the dynamic trio right here. Have you folks taken any trades? I'm curious.
Oh,
No
I've been
trades today.
Icing it up
House account.
in the NASDAQ on the practice account. So we'll have the live account open. We'll see if we do anything, though. We'll see. I'm looking.
Wow. Yeah, well,
You
I
gonna be
mean,
doing
today
anything?
was a day chock full of opportunities. You know, if you were on the right side of the market today, by golly, this thing went crazy today, and it really gave you a lot of opportunities, you know. So if you were on the right side of this thing, you made money today. If you were on the wrong side of it, you probably went to Reset Town, punched your ticket there maybe once or twice, maybe 300, 400 times. I'm not sure, but for me personally, I was on the right side of the market. I was fortunate. I only traded this morning, so I missed that big bounce. I only took it to the downside. Let's go back to my chart. This is my chart over here. This is my live account trade. So I originally saw this as a short this morning, right? I originally saw this as a short, and I got chopped out early on in this, and I kept on fighting for it, I ended up taking a nice little trade, caught it short here in my live account, and then ended up busting it down a little bit lower. As you know, Andre, when you go to your favorite type of establishments, what do they say? They say bust it low, bust it wide. And that's what we did. We took it right down here, and that's what we did. We took it as low as we could go, and we got almost to the bottom. And that's where I finished trading. Could I have taken that long and reversed it? Absolutely. But, I didn't, and I was happy to do it. Ended up just enjoying the rest of the day. But now we're back here.
How low can you go?
Rips, they are saying you're the personification of a head and shoulders formation on a chart right now. Yes, indeed he is. But yes, let's get back to the markets here. We just see that sell-off in the NASDAQ. Then we bottomed out around that 10% off of the all-time highs, 18,883 low of the day. Hell of an entry for getting long there. Besides that, gold just chilling around that 23.55 level. Crude up around the highs. But, good on you, Rips. Hell of a comeback in the live account with the sim for a bit to recalibrate, retool, and sure enough, came back stronger than ever. Love to see that. Got a lot of red on the board with our live funded traders. Rips is not one of them. Rips up $4,200 in the live. Brian P up $7,300. Otherwise, a lot of red on the board.
Is there really in the live accounts? I mean, that's a little bit shocking to me simply because Topstep has some of the finest futures traders out there. But is it really that red on the board?
It is, including the house account. House account down to about 12 large today.
Whoa.
Not long when it was breaking.
Maybe we put in a call to Dakota. We need Dakota on the program right here and now. Maybe we can give a little CPR to the house account. What do you say?
Yes, I'd love to do that. Well, Dakota's also got some red on the board as well. Dakota, if you're there, come holler at us. But yeah, Rips, let's get into it. What areas of interest, prices of interest are you looking at here in NQ or ES?
Well, here's the thing. I'm going to go over to my main chart over here. Here's the thing that's the issue for me right here and now is that if we kind of zoom out, this is the 5-minute. Let's take it to the 15-minute, right? If we zoom out a little bit in this 15-minute bar, it just looks like much ado about nothing because we're just right here. Whoops, I'm moving my bars over here. Let me go ahead and grab that right here. We're just contained in this zone right here. We had a really harsh rejection off the lows there with that bottoming wick there in the, I don't know why this is 185 minutes, but there, let me go to the 15 minutes. But same deal. We're just stuck in this box of obscurity here, and there's really not much that's going to be happening outside of this. I think the market is going to be waiting for the news that's coming out tomorrow. We did have two very important pieces of news, but of course, as you know, in just less than a week, we do have Mr. Jerome Powell, who's going to be flapping those gums for FOMC next Wednesday. He's giving that press conference where he's going to tell people, I hiked, I kept it at the same or I dropped the rates, and then here's why. Right now, if we're looking at the Fed Fund futures, we are seeing basically a 0% chance. However, we did see the yield curve kind of getting inverted a little bit today based on today's activity, but it's been fluctuating around quite a bit along with the markets. We've seen a lot of fluctuation in price here. It's really difficult to nail this market. But with so many moving parts and how much we're converging on the magical date of FOMC, which is going to be on next Wednesday, that's 6 days away, there's too many moving parts for me right here and now. I just want to see what happens with tomorrow with the data that's going to be released tomorrow in the morning at 8:30 a.m. And that's going to be the PCE deflator. And that's going to give us the last piece of color that we have really on the markets before the FOMC rate decision. And like I said earlier, the markets are not pricing in a rate cut. They originally were talking about a potential rate cut here in July, but the markets are just simply not pricing it in. If we're looking at the Fed Fund futures, we're talking about a 6.5% of a chance of a rate cut in July, right? In 6 days from now. Well, if you're counting 5 days, 22 hours, whatever. But the next meeting, the next FOMC meeting, September 18th, that's the one that we're all paying attention to because that one actually has a gangbusters opportunity. It's 100% straight shot to rate lowering town. No more hikes, no more pauses. We're talking about September, a guarantee that we will lower rates. But now the question becomes, is it going to be a 25 basis point drop? Is it going to be a 50 basis point drop? 75 basis points? Actually, the odds now for a 75 basis point drop in September is 0.3%. So it's bigger than nothing, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Wow.
Saying there's a chance.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, you are.
Dolby time. What are you looking at over there in the YM NQ? What do you got?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I haven't looked at the YM in a while.
What?
I'm sorry, Dre. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Nice 5-minute range. I think I'm bearish across all indices. I think we're gonna roll over.
Yeah, the one thing that I did notice, but
looking for shorts.
The trade, and that's in the YM. It's very similar to what we're seeing in the NQ right now, but it's really a missed opportunity for me because we're talking about the trade that I saw. I have it up on my screen, but the trade that I saw was up at 375. I just wasn't at my terminal to trade this, and it's simply just basically a double topping pattern here where we hit that back on Wednesday in the NQ, and now we're hitting it again here on Thursday. So it's a double topping pattern of 19,375. So that is an area where I thought was interesting to short. Are you seeing that on your chart as well, Dolby? I see that you have your chart up right now.
Yeah.
Topping area of 19,375.
375. Yeah, nice. I would say so. That's where I had 4-hour range at 332, but we kind of popped that and tested and came back down again. So we were like within a very similar area, within about like 30 to 40 points. But I was on with Dre at 11, and we were just getting over 19,332, and that was kind of my call out. Like, if we stay above that, I think we would be really bullish, and if we got below it, I think there would be problems. So now I'm expecting this to reverse pretty hard, to be honest. Really.
Yeah, and we did try to battle back above the VWAP in both the S&P and the NQ here, and we failed both of those tests. So generally speaking, in a power hour session like this, if we can't garner any bid support as we're flushing down, the strength should become more and more tremendous to the downside here as we get closer to the market closing here. Even though futures obviously trade after hours, all of the equities that move these things, all of that information that is then passed over to the NQ and the ES, that kind of subsides as the volume kind of drifts away from it. Once the MOC happens, which is market on close, once those orders get filled, there's very little volume that's left on the tape here. There's no real big tech earnings that I'm aware of that are after the bell today. The big ones this week were Google and Tesla. Obviously did not do very, very well. Some could even argue that sparked the downside move that we've seen in the NQ here. So what's going to happen in this power hour? If it was up to me and I was actually going to continue to trade this, I would say if we do start breaking below that 110, that 100 level, 19,100, we could see curtains here, but it's contingent upon something that I'm looking at in the S&P. I need to see the S&P also failing this downside area, and that's going to be right alongside here. So I need to see the S&P starting to fail these lows of about 54.60 all the way down to 54.50. If we do see those failures, there's a chance that we can have curtains and a snap to the downside here and a big unwind of these positions. You have to understand, there's a lot of folks still offsides. There's a lot of people who are short from much lower. There's a lot of people who are long from much higher here. So we have offsides on both sides of the market here. So it's not a clean unwind that I'd be looking for, and that's why I'm going to be backed off here.
Very good. 54.60. Looking for a move. Break beneath that. Look out below. Rips, really quick. Update on the P&L so we can update the board.
40. Let's just call it 4,400 in the live.
4,400 positive. Well done.
Hopefully I'll make the yesterday's best leaderboard. I was on that already this week, and it would be nice to hit that twice in a week. It feels like I'm finally getting my stride back. You talked about that a little bit.
Yeah.
And it's something that a lot of traders actually, if you're out there, you're struggling. I went through some struggles many times in my trading career. I've been trading for 10 years now. I've gone through struggles all certain times throughout my career, and even most recently when I was trading on my live account. I went through lots of struggles, and I was catching my stride, and I felt like I was unstoppable. I was #1 on the live trading leaderboard before Dakota came along and started just kicking everybody's butt on that leaderboard. And, it got into my head, and I started trading a little bit differently, and I fell off the wagon a little bit. And it's good to take a little bit of a breather from that. So, if you are running into something the same, let's just say that you're passing combines and you're getting into XFAs quite often. One of the things that you can do is you can start pumping the brakes on those XFAs because it's a one lifetime fee. You're not paying a monthly fee on these things. You can put them to the wayside and go back to trading combines until you feel a little bit more comfortable. And that's okay to do that. Nobody's going to force you to trade the market. It's completely up to you. And if anybody's going to give you crap for it, who cares? This is your market to trade. This is your trading account. Do whatever works for you. But maybe take a break. Maybe take a little bit of a break from trading those funded accounts. If you end up going into XFAs and you're getting smacked in the face, you're losing those accounts, you're back to combines. Go at your own pace. I get a lot of DMs about this on Instagram, on Twitter, talking about, what should I do when I'm in that precarious situation where it feels like I just can't read the market? I don't have a read on the market. I don't know what I'm doing. I keep on losing. The best advice I tell people is just to take a break. And when I say take a break, that could be trading in a practice account, trading in a combine account, or not trading at all.
Well said. Well said. All right, Dolby, you know what time it is. Ooh, it's in the upper right-hand corner of the screen this
Why are they
time.
switching it on us, huh?
I was looking upper left, did not see it. Upper right, there it is. Hashtag Power Hour, Dolby. What is that?
Oh, it's the latest and greatest craze, Andre. It's been around for actually a couple months now. You might even see it on hashtag Fast Markets too. So hashtag Power Hour at Topstep. Share with us your trader wins, your battle stations. What else? Your trading dashboard from Topstep X. That is super cool because you can export that directly. And share that with us, and we will put that on the internet for all to see. So that's a way for y'all to interact with us. We love seeing it. We've had some cool pictures recently, Dre. Some people at work listening to us, which is pretty cool. So do it. I hear there's on Twitter. Hashtag Power Hour at Topstep.
Yep. Here's some memes in the works right now as we speak. I can only imagine what they're going to be about. I have a hunch. What those memes could be about. Why are you laughing, Rips? Why are you laughing?
I know where you're going with this, Andre.
I'm just saying what I'm reading here. Anyways, let's get back in these markets. A quick look at tilt here, 58%. Nothing really on the board. Delta-wise, it is plus 24,000 in the ES, just minus 600 at NQ, but plus 24,000 in the S&Ps. See how that plays out as we get into the close.
Yeah, for me, again, still, I really need to see a break lower in order to get interested in this. If anything, I'd probably fire up Topstep X and trade the combines that I have on there. So that's what I'd be looking for, if anything. In fact, I'm gonna pop it open right now. I'm gonna
let's do it.
Get that can of Topstep X wide open here.
There's Dakota.
No way. Did we get him?
Hey, we got him.
What's up, Dakota?
There he is.
What's up, my man? Dakota, what levels do you like? Bit of a bid there. Yeah, just hovering around VWAP here in the NQ. VWAP 19,176, currently trading 19,130. It's kind of trading sideways right now. Rips, when you have a chance, when we get a little further into Power Hour, we take a look at market internals. You do so well. Yeah. How many trades today, Rips? Got him. Oh, my man. Oh, man. The meter's running right now, Rips. The meter is running.
No, I did it again.
Yes,
no.
That's a double.
All
that's
right.
a two-banger right there.
All right, that's like $50. All right.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise.
Anyway.
Well, how many trades today?
Yes.
I would say probably like 3 total on my live account. I had one really nice trade in the pre-market, and then just cut it up when the market opened. I'm really disappointed because I feel like I missed out on probably a $30,000 trade to the downside. But I got chopped apart. I was dipping my toes in the water, and I kept on getting whipped out on that open where we had 20 and 30 handle pops. So unfortunately, it's just one of those things. You just take what the market can give you on a day like today. And I was happy to lock it up when I did. How many trades are you in for right now? By the way,
0.
Dolby, Andre, driving all day, huh?
Minus,
all day, man.
Minus 206.
Trades at minus 206 trades. How do you go negative in trade count?
Minus $206. Just one trade.
Oh, profit. I was asking about how many trades you've taken today.
Just one.
Just one.
One loser trade. Well,
there
caught
you go.
a hell of a bid there. Caught a hell of a bid. A little bit surprised by that.
Dakota likes a long right here, right now. Looking for a push to 200s in the NQ. Currently
Really?
trading a 139. Yeah.
Oh, that's weird.
Push to.
I mean, we are sort of bottoming out in both the S&P and the NASDAQ, so I get where he's going, but I just don't trust it enough still. I'm not on board.
Okay. Hands off then. All good.
I gotta wait. I'm sorry, Dakota. I love you, but I just gotta wait. I don't trust this kerfuffleation here. It's too much.
Too much.
It's going to get wild, Rips. You know it's going to get wild, too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I would say, I think that we're probably going to see an epic unwind. Just the way that we're not finding. If you want to buy this thing, where are the buyers? And I think that in the final half hour, we're going to find out what's happening across the board here. But I mean, I'm looking across the Mag 7 right now, and nothing looks like. I mean, people could be buying here, but nobody is. People look like they've gone home for the day. And if we don't see strong buyers stepping up here and now, like we need to see the S&Ps up and over 54.85. And if we don't see that, I just think that we're going to drift lower, and then all of that pressure will come out. And then anybody who is long is just going to say, well, let me tap for the day. I'm going to take off most of my position, if not all of it. That's what I think, at least.
Interesting. So you would have expected more of a rally off those lows at 18,883, which are 10% off the all-time highs. If the low
not
was
even
put
that, not even a rally, but I'd want to see more of an exchange of liquidity, meaning that I want to see that there are still participants that are interested in this market, meaning that if we're coming down and we're slamming it below 130 there in the NQ, I want to see some big, decent size bids showing up via iceberg orders. I want to see something that's showing me that the market has something down there, and we're just not seeing it. And so to me, that usually signifies that we don't have any stronger players in here. And generally, when you have a market without stronger players on a downtrending market, it tends to drift lower. And that kind of move can get everybody to just pull out their positions here, especially if we're looking at the options market. If people are heavily into calls, they're going to unwind those calls towards the end of the day, especially 0 DTEs, or they just let them expire at 0.
Gotcha.
A nice 1 minute range here, Dre. It's real
What
nice
market?
in the NASDAQ.
Pumping a little bit
I don't
here.
We
feel
are perking
very
up. Looks like Dakota's read on the market was spot on, as per usual.
See if we can push through VWAP here. Last trade 170, 172 now. VWAP 176.
Yeah, the question really becomes whether or not the S&Ps can battle back above the VWAP here. If there is significant strength, we're seeing it slightly in the NQ here. Equities are just kind of holding where they are. So I think this is just like a Cincinnati shuffle here in the S&P and the NASDAQ here. Nothing really crazy.
Cincy shuffle.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Something technical.
Mm-hmm. You know that one, Andre.
Oh, yeah. That's my favorite dance. Cincinnati shuffle. Gosh. All right. Oh, we're pushing here. 200s. Here we come. Dakota.
I mean, he nailed it on the ticket. He called 150 to 200. He called that 50-point banger. Why are you on the show, Dakota? Get in here.
Wow.
Get your webcam on and come on board. We need some help over here. Look at him. He just did the mic drop.
Yeah. George Costanza, after making the good joke,
come on. You're going to do us dirty like that? You're going to get come on in here, buddy.
What a guy.
Well done.
Just drops 50 points on our faces and leaves. What a guy.
I don't blame him. There you go. A little freebie, a bone for everybody there.
Bounce done.
I'm curious if anybody took that. I mean, what a banger call out. He's too good. Dakota's just too good.
That was wild.
100%.
Catching a bid. Crude keeps inching higher here. $78.38. Last trade, high of the day, $78.40. See if indeed we can't actually kiss the 200s. We got up to what, 197? Good enough.
Got real close.
I'm going to start shorting this in the micros in my Topstep X combines, the ones I never ever trade. I'm going to start shorting this in the micros. Start building a position. See what we can do here.
Talk to us. So how do you build into something like this, Rips?
I'm just doing one contract at a time. And since we're trading in the micros, it's a cheap trade. Right now, I'm flying without any kind of stop, mind you. I'm just running it raw.
Raw dog, yeah.
Crazy.
100%. 200s. Print 202.
Yep, 200s. We are blasting off here. I'm trying to shorten to a bullet train. See if this works out for me. See if we get a turnaround below 220. That's what I'd be looking for here.
And this thing is real bullish.
We're in the
I don't have
210s
any
now.
consolidations. Yeah, this thing is just climbing.
S&P breakout would be above 54.90. So let's see if we get up and over that or not. Nice
Buyers
pullback
for
here. Let's
sure.
see if we flush 200s. All right, nice flush of 200s there. Oh, just kidding. Almost right back up there. We tapped 195 and that thing just blasted right back up. Quick little 10-handle reversal
They came
there.
in real fast.
Yeah, right at 195 too. Let's see here. I'm not going to give up. And I'm not going to let you down.
Don't.
I'm never going to run around and hurt you, Andre.
You're on fire today, man. Sucker for cornrows and manicured toes got me really good the other day. You're not gonna lie.
What is the max size on a 50? It's 20 lots or 15 lots? What is it?
For which one?
How many micros?
150. If you got 150.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Go big.
Yeah, I'm still getting it in there. We're still under those 20s, so I'm still scaling in there.
Still scaling. Nice. I tried to get along with that pullback, just never came far enough. I was trying to look at like 190s. See if I could hop into something. It looks very strong.
Yes,
Very,
it does. But I want to sell into that strength.
You got
As
anything on
long as we're
Bookmap?
still here, I can actually put my stop at 24 here.
Yeah.
Oh goodness. Now we're just racing.
I got like 216s here is kind of interesting, and then 247s. And NQ.
Now we're blasting through 20s. I don't think this is going to work out.
Wow.
Yeah,
Might have to end
we're
this
sending it.
relationship.
Yeah, there we go. Got smacked.
Yep.
This is what happens when you try to
Whatever
fade
you're
Dakota,
doing,
mind you.
It ain't working.
Whew.
Man,
Pop.
that thing. It's what, 60, 70 points now?
From
Snap his
Dakota's
fingers.
call, I think it's a little bit more than that.
Yeah. Just snap your fingers
That's impressive
and
stuff.
rally. Market listens.
That's right.
S&P still rallying here. Last trade 54.90. You're looking for if we can break 90s.
What would be the next level I'd be looking for here? 246 would be the next level. I wonder if I can catch the freight train to the north side here. Try to get a quick little resolution here.
Oh, there it is again.
There it is.
I think we're still in the micros here.
Man, this thing really.
Oh, we
took
are
off.
pushing.
Wow. Even where I wanted,
This thing's going
we're at
nuts right
40
here.
points.
Rejection at 40. No, we're still going here. Holy
You get a
smokes.
stop out. You get a stop out. You get a stop out.
Yeah, this thing's really moving here.
YM is up 160 points from its bounce at around 130.
Right into the 240.
Okay, 247.
I want to see this above 46. That would be nice for me.
I see why.
And that
See
1
if this
minute
can
range
get up and
really
over that
broke out.
46 level because that's a huge level here.
Let's see, 247s. Some sellers, yes or no?
And it's trying.
It is.
Nope, I got stopped out on that pullback. Bummer.
Yeah.
A little bit too late on that, but hey, Dakota was right again.
Rips, you're looking for a push above 46, correct? In the NQ?
Yeah, the 46 pull is what I'm looking for. I mean, that's kind of where we double topped in the NQ. I mean, it would be. We're currently kind of doing it right now. So that would be kind of the topping level that I'd be looking for. But, you know, I'm like I said, I'm not going to trade. That was in those Topstep X combines, those the tops. I rarely ever trade on Topstep X, and I got my face kicked in there.
Gotten used to
strong
it.
right
It's
now.
really nice. I'm gonna see if I can hop into a long.
Gold catching a bid. Popped about $4 in the last few minutes.
That was a nice
What are you looking to do?
that 46 level, too.
See if I can get long NQ here at like 215, 206s. I might get stopped out though. It's super tight.
Well, considering crude close, we got a new high here.
Possibly.
Buyers also in the gold.
78.44 last trade in crude.
You don't have to win to have fun.
What a push.
So we'll see, man. I almost got tagged on that, or somehow I'm still in this trade miraculously.
What are you short from, Dolby?
I'm long.
Where's your long?
It's 216s.
Oh, you're good.
I mean, it got dangerously close. But we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, it's still looking like it wants to push a little bit more. And came back down to that 208 level and kind of reversed there. So if that, I think we're going to retest that 46 level.
I'm just hoping I didn't have all my good trades in the practice account, Rips. Hopefully I got one more for TV.
Is this what is this that you're trading in right now?
Live.
Oh snap! You're in your live account. Oh wow!
We'll see. We'll see.
Dolby's
Should I
long from
trade
16.
my live account too? Are we looking for a push to the north
If
side?
you have one, I mean, I don't know. This has been my
What
last
do you
trade.
mean if I
That's not a
have
big deal. I don't want to make a big deal about it. It's my
Hold
last
on,
trade.
let me look for it. Oh, I found it. I
Okay,
got
I'm
one.
done. No, blocked out. That's too bad.
That's all she wrote?
That's it.
I guess
That is
60% long ES. Everything else 50-50.
I kind of want to try a cute little short here. That's what I'm looking at.
It's 46
Try like a little rejection here.
I said, oh, that was stupid. That was a stupid trade. Didn't like that one.
I mean, this is the final 30 minutes here. We did kind of bash everybody up top there. And if we aren't reclaiming this 208 level, which is kind of like the tippy top of this volume shelf, we're not claiming that with some strength and getting back up to 46. This should find its way back down, even though this is kind of some neutral liquidity here.
I just, I think probably setting up in the middle of the range if I had to guess. We've done so much range running. It feels like
Yeah, it definitely feels like one of those days.
yeah. If I
It's
knew that
29,000.
Biscuit lyric, I would say it right now, but I don't.
How's it go? Rips knows it.
What's that?
It's one of those days. Yeah.
It's just one of those days.
Mm-hmm.
Rips, you.
Like everything sucks.
Yep.
Where's James at? I bet James knows.
It's just one of those days where you want to just wake up and break stuff.
Something like that. Something
Everybody
like that.
sucks or something. Yeah. Something like that. Here we go. Keep pushing here.
My man Fred Durst in the building.
Yep.
Play that fucking track.
Rolling.
I'm surprised Eddie doesn't have that on speed dial right there.
Oh. Good old Fred. Well.
That's so funny.
All right, last trade.
We are just kind of holding around here. I'm curious if we're actually going to see some nice movement through this area since we are rejecting these 20s. I'm just kind of watching here. Mag 7's just kind of docile. S&Ps are back right around the EMAs again. We are above VWAP here. So it just depends on whether or not we're going to have those shorts that are covering into the close, or if we're going to have those longs covering into the close. We rejected those 20s again.
Even left.
I mean, you'd be surprised. I'm going to try a little short here.
Okay.
See what happens.
That 240. That 240 was the one.
See if we get a rejection underneath those 200s or not.
Okay.
It's kind of what I'm looking for here. Flush through 200s would be pretty violent. There's your pull below 200s there. See if we get violence below it. I'm going to add into that, actually. Nice little bout of violence
I
underneath.
think you have my trade rips. I think that's the one that I actually wanted in my heart.
Yeah, this is juicy. This is the good stuff right here.
This one looks good.
I'm going to cover that there. That's going to put me up almost 5 G's in my live account.
Live?
Let's go, Andre.
Yo.
Hey.
Come on, Rips. Good boy.
There we go.
There you go.
Yeah.
Bravo. In the live account. Why not? Give the people what they want. I figure, you're trading on combines. Doesn't really feel like much. Got to put some skin in the game. Really start paying attention to your entries. That's when the rubber meets the road.
Yes, Rips. Grizzly Greg asking, what's the Delta update? Plus 29,000 in the ES, minus 800 in NQ. Heavy longs.
Rips, that was
this looks like that unwind trade that you're looking for, Dolby. What spooked you out of it? I have to know.
I'm not sure. I was trading really, really well today. I'm not sure what happened on that one. I think it was just so bullish. I thought that maybe because we bounced off of such a long time frame area, 19,110s or so, I thought maybe we could see a bounce all the way up to 19,400. So I wasn't necessarily anticipating this sort of mid stop at 19,240s, but it does kind of make sense because we do have a 1 hour low there from noon. So those buyers maybe had a chance to cover kind of the midway point. So maybe that's what we're seeing here. It's pretty good. Yep. It makes itself way more.
I smell what you're cooking over there. I like the smell. Yeah. It's good stuff. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
I'm seeing it. Yep, I'm seeing it here.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
Yeah.
What would be the thing that brings you back into the market?
Tomorrow, because that's when my account is unlocked, Rips. That's what would bring me back.
That's right. So basically at 6 p.m. Eastern time, 5 p.m. Central, right?
We're smashing the button.
Exactly. Sitting right a few
I
up
don't
here.
trade. I don't trade that session. Do you trade that session?
No, I tend not to. I like my sweet spot is usually 7 a.m. Eastern to about 11 a.m. Eastern. And then depending on how much mental capital I spend throughout that session, it can be cut pretty short. If I'm out of the pocket, I could be done in 20 minutes. If I'm in the pocket, I could be trading 3-4 hours. It really depends.
Rips, do you have a runner on those or no?
No, I'm flat. I got out as fast as I could because I was avoiding that little spike up that we got from 80 to 195. These 15-point whips are a killer. They're no fun.
It's funny because if I was in that one, I would that's like bread and butter. Hold this thing for a long time because I think we can get all the way down to 19,120s, and if we get below that, then it's hold the runner territory.
Let's be honest. If I was trading alone here in my room, if I was just all by myself, all by my lonesome, and I wasn't here on Topstep TV, I could fix myself having a runner. I think that I might have a runner. But there's something to be said about being up $4,300 on the day or $4,200 on the day, and then you're up almost $5,000 on the day, and you're trading in front of a bunch of people who can't wait to call you a knucklehead. There's something about that feeling where you just want to take it off a little bit and just realize those profits because you want to avoid everybody saying, why did you cover it? Why did you take it when you're in the profit?
No, these power hour chat's really nice.
Are they? The last few times that we've been on, they've been a little bit, they get the claws out.
They're fired up, man. They're fired up lately.
End of the day,
we appreciate that. Yes, love the passion,
especially on a day like today. It can get a little bit spicy.
Rips, what percentage of your trading actually occurs in front of people versus behind the scenes?
I'd say about 99% at this point. About 99%.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I'm a man of the people. Dolby, I like to make sure that I'm trading for the cause, for the people. If I'm trading not in front of people, I feel like I'm leaving some part of the conversation out, so to speak.
That's impressive, man.
Wow.
Amazing. Hey, gold still finding some buyers here. Last trade 23.62. We'll move to the upside. See if we get some more downside movement here in the NQ and ES. Looks like ES still finding some sellers. Oh yeah, here we go.
Yeah, this is an insane trade. I mean, I covered that 50 points ago, so I left a nice, cool $3,000 extra on the table there. Yeah. But it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, good trade.
I wouldn't say the G word. I would say
no.
It was okay.
It was a trade.
It was all right. It was okay. It was okay. It was all right.
Okay. Wow, high standards around here on Power Hour, Topstep TV. Hey, we're a little light on likes, folks. Please click like. Please click subscribe. We are well into the 110,000 subscriber count. Let's see if we can get to 111 by end of week.
That is insane, by the way. 110,000. Wow, now this thing is just going straight to faceplant down.
Hey, still doing it.
Dolby, you should have taken control. You should have taken control of my account when I was in that position.
I wish. Wow. I wish.
Somebody's asking in chat, what are the red and blue lines on my chart? This is actually, I get this question a lot, and since we're on Power Hour, we can clear the air about this. Red and blue lines are the hourly high, hourly low, and what this does is gives me sort of a quick view on the market of what kind of channels we're in right here. You can do this with your own indicator. There's a Donchian channel indicator that does this, but this is my own custom indicator that I had built for me that does this. It's just a simple hourly high, hourly low. You can change that to 5 minutes. You can change it to 15 minutes, whatever's floating your boat for that day. But I like to keep it at 1 hour just to kind of give me the temperature on the market. So like right now, we are coming down hard and fast here, back to where we were exploring some lows down here. And generally speaking, if we do have a break below these lows, we'd be seeking the other lows, which would be down here. And when I say down here, I'm talking below 18,900, which were the lows on the day. We haven't even come close to revisiting those. But if you look at these boxes here, you can see back at around 11:30 this morning, we had this low here. We snapped it during Power Hour here, and we are revisiting it. So do we have strength to the sell side here? Well, that's the question. That's why I like this indicator, because it just gives me a quick glance on the market so I can see what's going on here.
Do we close above or below 18,884? I think below.
Like new lows?
884? 18. Wait, hold on. 19,008. Wait. 18,884? Are you serious?
Yeah. I think we close on lows.
Damn.
Wow. That is a bold prediction, my friend.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So one lot then. Yeah.
Well, since we had a little bit of a bounce there towards the lows, I think it's worth talking about what's going on with the market internals for the day, because you always love that. Right? So I thought I'll throw it right at you here. So the NYSE volume is at 485 million shares today. That is 28% above its 1 month average. Advancers are leading decliners today in the NYSE, believe it or not, 2.7 to 1. In the NASDAQ, we had 5 billion shares, just over 5 billion shares traded today. That is 14% above its 1 month average. And again, advancers led decliners by 2 to 1. Seems precarious, but it just shows how much weight the Magnificent Seven dictates on the S&Ps and the NQ futures.
So
and by the way, VIX is down 4%. Crazy, right?
Volume 14% higher?
In the NASDAQ, yes, 28% higher, double that, 28% higher in the NYSE.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Surprising, right?
Today. Yeah, people came out to play. Love it.
Yeah, it just makes you wonder if this is all pre-positioning going into FOMC, if this is, some large bettors taking stake, some large institutional traders, staking their claim at these levels because they don't think that we're going to be trading at these prices anymore. Because if you think about it, if we are careening to the downside, you're trying to get out as much liquidity on the offer as you possibly can, selling short into this market. Because if you think that FOMC is going to bring the market lower, anything that you're getting on the way down is going to be a value price 3 weeks from now. So these large funds are looking for those positional trades to take. And that, again, creates walls of liquidity that we're unable to bust through towards the top side. And that's kind of what we've been seeing over the last session or two.
Let's read.
That's why I said, it's very interesting that we're not seeing a lot of icebergs down here on the bid side. We're not seeing a lot of liquidity being pushed up on the bid here, which leads me to believe that not a lot of institutional players are trying to cover their positions. In fact, they're willing to let them go for multi-day swings, expecting that FOMC may bring us lower here.
Is there like any big size on the dome? I'm all the way down to like 19,000. I'm seeing like 50, but nothing else is huge.
Very thin, Dolby.
Generally speaking, what we're seeing today, Dolby, is mostly iceberg traders. If you're looking at the CME, they allow you to see which types of trades are iceberg trades, which are stop orders. You can see that since they started doing MBO. And we are seeing specifically most of the bid and offer support on either side. We're seeing bid support, offer walls. It's all done with icebergs today. And I mean, that's not surprising. It's generally something you see during this season, of course. But on a day where we have a lot of traffic, as noted by the market internals here, we have a lot of liquidity being traded and exchanged today. Most of the liquidity is being exchanged in the futures market via icebergs.
Question in chat. What is an iceberg order?
Great question. So let's say that you're saying, I don't see very many big bids down here. No big bids, no big offers up on the ask. Well, that means that if, let's just say I have a bid showing 20 lots, right? My iceberg may show 20 lots to the market on the order book, but below that, I might have 2,000 lots resting. And that order will get sent to the market. And it's an algorithmic order that shuffles through these orders. But I'm only showing 20 on the order book because I want to hide my size. And this is done for a litany of reasons. But more often than not, it's just to play the game of the trading. You want to try to trick other algorithms, because if you put out big size, that's going to give information to algorithms. Even if you flash it for just a microsecond, it's going to give information out to the market that you actually have 2,000 contracts that you're willing to put on a bid at a certain level. And if you take that out and you remove it, you take it out, you remove it, you know, that can be something called spoofing, which is illegal to do, even though a lot of algorithms still do that day to day. But yeah, algorithms will do icebergs. Human players will do icebergs. It's just a way to hide your size.
Yeah, it's a way to hide size. It's also a way for large players to get their size off, right? So yeah, think about an iceberg. You only see 10% of it above water. 90% of the iceberg is beneath water. Same with like Rips' example. You see 10% of the actual order on the bid, and then the other 90% of the total volume or quantity is beneath that.
Yeah, and you know, I used to do this when I would trade large positions in small caps. You can do this with equities. You can do this in all different markets where you're hiding your size. I would often only show that I have 100 shares of an equity on an offer or on a bid if I'm trying to get out of this a position, or I'm trying to slowly distribute my position back out as the price is coming up. Let's say I'm long in a position. I want to feather that position out, and I don't want to scare other algorithms, because if I show my full size, they're going to know exactly that there's a player that has that much size, whether they're synthetic shares that I'm trying to short or if it's an active position that I'm trying to get out of. You want to maintain some level of camouflage on your position, so to speak. And this is what you're doing by hiding your size. In equities, it's different. And in futures, it's called iceberg orders.
Man, asked a question, got an answer. That was
all right. Well, we got 14 minutes left here in the session of Power Hour. My man James, tell me we got Power Hour content ready to go. James,
hell yeah.
Give the people what they want.
Yes, sir. We're going to start off with a trader win from @Russian all over this thing today. 20-point scalps for the win. Good job.
Beautiful.
Love to see it.
Great day for 20-point scalps.
Yep.
We got a setup talking about stand-up desks this morning. Figured I'd post my battle station complete with electric adjustable desk that I never used.
Ooh. Ooh,
I read that and I just immediately turned my standing desk to standing. So now I'm standing. I never, very rarely do I do it. So thanks for the encouragement and nice station. Moving on. My plans if day trading doesn't work out from Mr. Price Action. Plan A, it looks like trading. Plan B looks like gambling. Plan C is questionable at best. And Plan D
is illegal.
But as we heard this morning, sharks love it. So
yeah,
that's right.
That what you will.
Big fans.
Speaking of things people love, Alex is really
classic.
Summing up chat
legendary meme.
We did just break 19,100. We are probing new lows in this session here, in the Power Hour session, rather.
That is crazy.
Then I'll squeeze in one last one, let you get back to it. It's the Carl Hungest of the day. Got a little picture of Eddie and Guy Fieri out there. Vacation.
Where are we going?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. Sharks get after it out there.
Guess what's in the trunk?
Yeah.
Cocaine.
Sharks.
And cocaine sharks. Coming to it.
If you win.
All right. Hey, we got more selling coming in here. It's getting pretty aggressive. Look out below.
This is gnarly. I mean, we're 25 points like that, flipping down. It's crazy.
Damn.
I wonder if Dolby's prediction is going to come true.
18,900.
I want to close
listen.
my platform because I don't want to trade anymore. I don't have a lockout feature on NinjaTrader. I did get a nice auto lockout feature on my combines because I hit max loss on the Topstep X combines. But oh my goodness, I feel like I should just close my platform here.
Man.
If we can get below, what is this, 19,000 061s, it could be trouble. It could be trouble. But anywhere the market has already been before in the day, it can go to again very, very easily. Very, very easily.
Yeah, again, there's a question in chat asking about the indicator. It's a custom indicator. You can do it with a Darvis box, with the Danchin channels. It's just hourly high and hourly low. It's a custom indicator that I had created for me in NinjaTrader. So.
Do you have one of your guys do it?
One of the folks in there that is very talented, that they're helping with building the hotkeys for NinjaTrader. They built hotkeys for Topstep X, and I think those are going to be coming to public pretty soon. So very exciting stuff.
Let's see. All right, buyers did step in there. See if we can get some more push to beneath 19,100.
Yeah.
So if we came back up to 122 or so, that would be an interesting area to potentially short. Dolby, is there any account that you would trade? Would you even trade a practice account here just for?
Oh, hell yeah. I already am. 109.
Schmizzies and giggles?
Yeah, I'm in.
122.
You're short.
I want to see 109 short, 19,109 short, 10 ticks, or sorry, 10 point stop. I'm kind of curious to see if the longs at 19,110 decide to cover, and if they do, they'll become sellers and maybe push this lower.
Mm-hmm.
Like that.
But I don't even have my 1 minute consolidation here. So like the last couple of trades I've placed have been a little bit reckless, to be honest.
We have a Diary of a Futures Day Trader asking in chat here, can you build a lockout for NinjaTrader? There's actually one called Cold Turkey. I believe it's getcoldturkey.com, and you can limit the applications that you're using on your system. So if you do want to lock yourself out from NinjaTrader, that is what I would use personally.
Okay, there we go. So we got almost a 20 point flush. Okay, so there's our 20 point flush. Now we can go to break even.
Nice trade, Dolby. Beautiful.
Yes. So almost zero risk, and we're already up $600.
How have things been going for you on the Dow lately? I know that you've been trading quite a bit of Dow along with the other three players here on Topstep.
NQ just used its siren eyes and its siren song and brought me back rips. It's like, hey, have you tried the 1 minute chart? It's like, oh, I haven't. Let's see how that goes. And let me tell you, rips. My
Eddie, you got the cells. You got the MOC, yeah?
MOC right now, yes, it is. We've got 720 million to the sell side S&Ps, 610 sell side to the NASDAQ, 270 million to the sell side Dow, and 255 million to the sell side Mag 7. All to the sell side right here.
All together?
Okay.
1.1.
At 1.1, yep.
Oh, way to go.
It can change. Eddie, keep us posted if it does change. You're the one. I love when you do that during Series 3.
What's going to be happening here is they're going to be updating with a MOC initial balance widget next week. So they have pulled pulled that graph out and just given us numbers here right now. So next week we should have some numbers, either MOO or MOC. Either way, we'll keep you posted.
So we're either going to be a cow or a fighter jet, is what you're saying. Moo or mock?
It's a moo or a mock. Oh my god!
Oh, Rips.
No, it's a moo mock.
71% short in the ES. Scratch that. 65% short in the ES now. People lost some off there. Rips. Oh my gosh. S&P still seeing some sellers here. We are about, accelerating now, about 3 points off the lows of the day. Last trade, 54.55. Low of the day, 55.32. Oh, 20 points off lows. Do some math, Drake. Come on.
Dolby, we're getting close down to your area here, but we do have to bust below 19,000 evens here. So that's going to be a tall order here. We do only have about 7.5 minutes left of trade. That's a very tall order. I don't know if we'll get there, but it was a great call for the short there.
We're going for big air with this one, Rips. Big air.
Big one.
I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't make calls when the market closes 30 points away from where it's currently trading. We got to go at least 100 plus.
You know, anything can happen in those final 5 minutes. That's where they really start to get those orders processed. Given they are processing these market on close orders right now, they just really start to panic about those 5 and 2 minutes before the actual closing bell there. You have to understand all these algorithms are jockeying for the best price, and these algorithms are very intelligent. They know where they stand. They know where they need to be hedged. They know where their even book is, where the flat hedge is, where they're profitable on the day. And most of these large institutional trading funds are very profitable. And so they can jockey for these positions, and they can wait until the final ticks of the market here to get those positions. And that's why we see such an explosion of liquidity going into the final 5 here.
Yep. Yeah, I shorted another one for fun at a 72 evens, and the stop is at
average price.
Evens. Average price 91 evens.
Very nice.
Let's just see if this locks down. We're just gonna lock this down if we can.
Don't be short. Rip's locking in 5 G's in the live account. Beautiful.
I really wish I was short still, but you know what? I'm not going to have hungry eyes.
Stop that.
It's what gets me into trouble. I'll tell you, I mean, I've been on fast markets before up in my live account, like $7,000, and then I've flipped that and hit max loss. That's a 10K flip on that. So I don't want to pull the same hijinks here. We have literally 5 minutes until the market closes. I'm going to go back out of my pool after this, and I just want to enjoy it.
Wow. We'll party. Love it.
Hands on butt.
I like that. That's good advice. Sage advice right there.
Let's see. How do we do this?
Selling in
Okay.
the
I'm gonna
ES.
stop down. All right, we're locked in for 15.
$1,500. Nice trade.
It's too bad this is practice account. What a bummer, but whatever.
I am still
Good
selling.
discipline though. Good practice. This is what I was like. Dude, I was chopping it up, man. As soon as I happened to that live account, got cold feet. It was a YM trade. Threw me off. Time to cover.
I got a 240 lot here in the NQ at lost it around 22 quarter. Still there.
This is
247 lot
puking so hard.
22 quarter on the offer.
We'll see if we can cover one at 83 evens, and then the next one is going to be lows. So we're just going to hold this into close.
Still selling here.
Wow. Look at this move. Holy smokes.
Man, sellers just.
I think I covered about 200 points ago.
Stop it, Ribs. Come on.
Well,
there you go.
Yeah, what's crazy? This trade started with one lot, 10-point stop. So I'll cover one. This is so sad. This is in practice. It's so typical, though.
I mean, you want to talk about sad. Look at where I covered. Holy smokes.
Yeah, come on.
Jeez Louise. I mean, that is like, we were just getting the party started, and I'm like, I'm out.
Oh,
that's good for me.
What does it mean to cover? That means
you put him
cover
in,
means
and
to
I'll just
exit
hold
your trade. Exit your trade. To what does it mean to cover? To exit the trade.
I should have had more faith in the position, Dolby. You're right.
Look at you guys.
Dude, you put him in, and I'll just hold him for you, and that's it. And I'll give him right back to you.
I can't believe I covered it like 185 or 190. I would be up 100K, but would I be up on that? Let's just say, I mean, I'd be up about 10 large on that bet. No, 20K. Is that 200? That's actually 200 points. Oh my God. 20K. 20K big whiffer.
Eddie, let us know if anything changes with those MOCs. We had about 1.1 billion sell side.
Right.
3.5 minutes.
40 points away from this target, I think.
Next week I'll have that widget, and we'll be able to see it again. But they have since pulled it.
Okay, all good.
So we'll get that back next week.
All good. Juice. Go. Keep selling here. Battle at 19,000 even.
We should have a lot more liquidity entering in the market here in the next 60 seconds or so.
Yep. Amazing summer trade.
What a day. I mean, today was just, today and yesterday, incredible opportunities in this market.
Yeah. What a month. The last 2 months just. I don't see any end in sight either with FOMC coming out, Rips. More to come, right?
Yep. I mean, this is one of the, I mean, you never think the market can never get good again when you first start trading it. You get these great days that come along and you get a 3, 4, 5, 600 point day in the NQ and you think it's never going to come again. And then you keep trading. These days come all the time. If you miss today, if you miss yesterday, don't cheat yourself and act like this is going to be the last time that the market gives you great opportunities. We could have another 600 point down day tomorrow. We don't know what's in store for the markets. but just keep showing up every day and try to do your best at taking great trades. That's why I couldn't care less. Yeah, I missed out on a 20K trade here on Power Hour, but I'm going to live to trade tomorrow. I'm still at 5Gs. It is what it is. You just move with the punches. You move with the market. Some days you're going to get those trades. Some days you're not. It's up to you to roll with those punches and just go with it.
Exactly.
Got to practice. Got to get that screen time for these types of days too, because it doesn't happen all the time.
Exactly.
Big, like V-shaped bounces or W-shaped bounces. It's really rare you get that much movement. So get that screen time.
If you could be patient and wait for these opportunities versus chomping at the bed every single time that you see the market moving 10 points, you can get these big moves. It's truly up to you as a trader to find them.
All right, more sellers in the ES. 45's last trade. Q kind of holding up a little bit here. See if we can bust through those 19,000s.
It's looking weak into these 19,000s, but this final minute will definitely jostle things around here.
Are we coming to an end? I don't want to come to an end.
I know, right?
Had a lot of fun
I
today.
don't want it to stop. Man, it was fun today.
Is that four?
Are we going to get to 18,900s in 1 minute? I should be given until 310 though, to be honest, because that's technically close the market, but whatever.
Mm-hmm. Keep pushing here. Oh, wow. S&P still finding some sellers.
Yeah, it's looking for some floor here.
30 seconds.
Got some plugs before we close out the show.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
No.
Go ahead, Eddie.
Oh, yeah, Eddie, let's do the bell.
We're going to do the bell, and we got some plugs. So
yeah, then it's all you.
If you're listening, watching, don't run away.
18,000. We are beneath there.
Wow, right below 19,000 there. My goodness.
Big puke.
Oh, my.
Here we go.
Like nothing else. Beautiful market.
I mean, that was
well done today.
That was pretty solid.
Great job.
That was a pretty solid call.
Wow. Eddie, that was incredible. Eddie, all you, my man. Thank you, Rips. Thanks to all
All right.
Do this.
Thank you, brothers from other mothers. I had a great time here in Power Hour. Rips, I tell you, it's I love you, man. It's fun to listen, watch, just be in your presence. And, of course, the dynamic trio. I like that one. That was a good one. You guys did a great job all together. Let's take a look at tomorrow. Let's see here. Let's fix this real quick. We got camera. Okay, there we go. Tomorrow, 7:30. We got some biggies. Big numbers here coming out early. We do have the core PCE. 7:30. We've got price index. Also, we do have personal income, personal consumption. At 8 o'clock, Dallas Fed PCE, Michigan sentiment. We got that one. Consumer expectation. That's going to be at 9 o'clock. Coming up here at 9:30. Once again, the Atlanta Fed GDP, which really hasn't been doing anything. I've just seen it posted here every day. I don't know why. Also at 12 o'clock and throughout the afternoon, the Baker Hughes rig count. Take a look at tomorrow and who we have on the menu tomorrow. Be here tomorrow nice and early. It's going to be Friday. Yes, it's going to be Friday here. And we will be having a opening call with Mr. Hoagland and myself. 8 o'clock, 8:30, we got Fast Markets. Andre Hoag, Coach Jay and Coach Dakota. Peter Tuckman for Power Players. Andre and JD is going to join that afterwards. We've got Roast My Trades tomorrow with Andre and Mick. Group coaching, JD Hoag. We've got Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie, Deanna, and Robert. It's going to be a good one. And the Power Hour, we'll have Coach Jay, Hoag, Dolby, and Andre to end the festivities. And just a reminder, tomorrow at 12 p.m. Central Time, we're hosting the special edition of Shoulder Tap, which we like to call Roast My Trades. Yes, Roast My Trades. If you want Risk Manager Mick to roast your trades, feel free to submit your request. I've got the link. Stick around. I will drop it in unless somebody else has that link. Also, last week, we debuted journaling in Topstep X, the performance dashboard. And yesterday, we debuted 2 more features to it. You can now make entries on the trades tab Okay, that's a trades tab. I guess you don't have it. It's going to be right under your charts. You click on the trades, and off to the left, you can put your journals there. Or like we did before, where you can go to your calendar and pick the day. And what also we have are, if you don't trade days, you can also journal on those days too. So the whole month is open for you to journal. And don't forget about our performance dashboard featuring Coach T and mobile friendly trading. If you want to, we do have that mobile friendly trading where if you've got a smartphone, all you need to do is log into your account. It's not an app. Just log into your account and you'll be able to log right into your trading charts. So do that. Also, let's not forget about New York and our New York Open, Asia and London. If you have not been aware of this, we have an Asian and London Opens also as well. Coach Dakota, 8 p.m. Central Time, Sunday through Thursday for slow markets. And also, they're mentioning these London sessions with Deanna, 3:30 a.m. Well, actually, Coach Dakota is, I believe it's 7:30 to 9. I think that's what I'm being told here, 7:30 to 9. So get in there early and join with Coach Dakota. Also, Deanna with her 3:30 a.m. Central Time, Monday through Thursday for the London Open. So there you have it. I hope you had a good time today. I had a great time. I learned a lot. Did not trade. Probably that was the best bet I had today. So remember, trading, also not trading is a position. And that's what I did. So I'm going to come back tomorrow and see if I got some better opportunities. But otherwise, let's get some relaxation. It's family time. All right. Time to spend valuable time with those that you do love and those that you do have. So re-energize, rest. Let's get back here tomorrow for another session Friday. And we're almost done with this month. And until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.